Well, hey, what's going on, man? You need to turn that volume down because
down.
that's gonna distract the shit out of me. All I heard was
coming
like the
in.
screaming.
Coming into the chat.
Oh, he's coming in.
Coming into the chat.
Uh-oh.
See what everybody's doing.
CB asked if I watched Destination Fear on YouTube. I don't think I've ever seen that. It sounds kind of familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen it. Is it good? But, you know, I don't know. We've been watching, the last couple nights, we've been watching a show on, is it on Hulu? I guess it's a History Channel show, because I think Hulu has all the History Channel shit, and it's called Food Tech.
Yeah.
And
how they make shit.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of, I thought the host was kind of annoying at first, but I kind of got used to him. Like, I got Bobby something, his name is. And they do a show, like, each, like, one is, like, Italian food, and then, like, he goes and shows, like, he goes all the way back to the farm or whatever and shows, like, how everything is made, and it's actually, like, pretty interesting. I did not know that baking soda is mined under the earth.
Yeah, it comes out of the ground.
Like, he went down in this mine, and, like, they showed him they chipping it all off the wall with, well, they don't chip it off the wall. They have, like, a big, huge machine that does it, obviously. But then they have to, like, take it all up in the trucks and everything, and then, like...
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's like, I was like, holy shit,
I thought they made that. No, they got a mine.
I'm like, how does baking soda not cost, like, $10 for it? Because it's, like, it seems like such a...
They got to mine it like you would mine
holy
salt.
Holy shit. And another thing, too, they were watching one, because he was doing one about... Well, he was doing one about buffets. So he was talking about, like, boiled shrimp, and then he was talking about cocktail sauce. So he went to a horseradish farm, and this fucking farm... Actually, was it the horseradish farm, or maybe it was the sugarcane place? With that sugarcane place, they said that the shit that comes off of the sugarcane, because it's, like, super tough fibers and stuff like that, they use that to power the plant.
Yeah.
Like, completely. And they also... It's in Hawaii. And they also power, like, 7% of Maui with just, like, the fibers from the sugarcane that they harvest.
They make alcohol with it.
I'm like, that's pretty awesome. Yeah. I was like, wow, super cheap. But
yeah. A lot of people in here. Everybody's showing up. Showing up to party with us.
Yay. I know. Friday night, it's my favorite.
CB says, oh, yeah, Jay's looking hot as hell. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, Jay's looking real good. Hand me the camera.
Oh, here we go.
Hand me the camera.
Here we go. Okay, don't.
Yeah.
Don't make everyone seasick.
Jen's looking great. She's look at her shoulders. She's getting little round shoulders and stuff. Working out.
Did gym today.
Yep.
A couple hours ago, matter of fact. Look at all my freckles.
Yep.
My shoulder freckles.
And look what we got here.
Oh, she's got nip slip. And demonetized. No,
Not demonetized.
Just kidding. I always say that. I always say that when something like that happens. Seth B said, I haven't seen Alive in so long. We have a sex doll now. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, we've had that.
Yeah, we've had that for a while. Yeah, it has been a while since you've been here, Seth.
It's funny because there are other live shows that have that fucking whatever. A show called Whatever has it. They have fucking some dudes interviewing women of all different types. You know, like OnlyFans girls and girls from religious backgrounds and stuff. They just ask them questions. Some of those shows go on 7 hours. But they got a sex doll. I don't know what brand it is. It's not as nice as this one.
Yeah, I mean, that one wasn't cheap.
Yeah.
Like I said, we got her to make videos with, but we haven't got around to doing that yet.
Yeah.
One of these days.
They got dudes that are so far off into these things that they only want these. They don't want women. They take pictures of them and shit. Doing layouts like it's a real person.
Yeah, like in different costumes.
They
putting different makeup on them and shit.
They even put tongues in them so they can have different mouth expressions and teeth and stuff. They make a bunch of custom modifications to them. And they're way into it. Tailor clothes for them. Yeah. Because they're impossible sizing. A lot of them.
Yeah, because they're not really like a
no woman's person. Built like that.
So
little bitty waist that big, you know what I mean? Huge hips. Huge bust.
Yeah, you don't really see that unless you've been surgically enhanced.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's somebody in the world that has that naturally, but
way out of fucking the norms.
I would imagine it's probably like not. But yeah. CB said Tom lasted 7 minutes before Ariel came into play. Yeah.
No. No, when I'm on a roll, dude, I'm on, just I can't even fucking satisfy myself when I'm on a fucking roll. Depends on what I'm on.
What are you talking about?
Talking about that I can be satisfied in 7 minutes?
No. Just no. He said it was 7 minutes before you brought Ariel up.
Oh,
like,
okay.
Talking about her.
Well, people asked about her.
Yeah.
They were been asking for her to come bring her back on the show. I thought he said
I
it wouldn't
don't-
last 7 minutes.
Yeah.
No, there are fucking times where I'm on shit fucking. I could go fucking all day.
Yeah.
I just got to jump off and get mad.
Yeah, because like after a while, we're just like,
I can't come. Yeah.
we have stuff to do. Like sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. When your testosterone levels are super high, you can't ever fucking plateau or anything. You just kind of get up to a certain level and just stay there.
Yeah, and it's like
no
it's
orgasm.
fun, but there's no like.
Yeah, there's no payoff for me. I'm just going like, yeah, this is fun. This has been great. You know what I mean? But this is all I can do. You know, it's just gonna go on forever.
Right.
You know, Jen be worn out. She's like, okay.
Yeah, she's like, holy crap, we've been in here for like 3 hours. Or
Fucking
something.
sex machine. But it gets frustrating.
Nothing wrong with that.
It gets frustrating though because you can't ever get any satisfaction when you're like that. You have to wait a day or so for your test levels to fucking go down and your estrogen levels to rise a little bit. Because, you know, what gives you that feeling of release and everything, you need certain hormones to do that. And it's estrogen that does a lot of that. Men have it all the time. There's a certain ratio. Well, if you've been jacking yourself up with hormones and stuff, hormonally modified, your balance is going to be off.
Yeah, all kind of weird shit happens.
You'll just get real aggressive and real sexual, but you can't ever get any kind of satisfaction out of it. It's fun though.
Well, yeah, like
It's
I
still
said,
fun. Yeah.
he'll bang all day long.
Yeah, I'm just going like, okay, I know how this is going to go. Okay. I've been going for 20 minutes now, and this ain't never going to end. Okay, what are we going to do next?
It's like let's pick this back up later on.
Yeah.
John Gora said, haven't seen Lars and the Real Girl yet. Is it worth it? I haven't seen it for a long time, but I remember really liking it. So your mileage may vary. I hesitate to recommend it because I haven't seen it in such a long time, but I remember really, really liking it. I actually might have seen it in the theater back in the day. When did that come out? In the 90s? I don't remember. Zach said, I'm imagining a comedy sketch where someone gets their little girl a sex doll for Christmas by accident and just says it's a life-size Barbie. Oh my god, that's hilarious. You should totally write that.
SideQuest here is here. What's up, SideQuest?
Yeah, Gramthars here too.
Oh, Gramthars, haven't seen you around a long time, dude.
Yeah. Gramthars said with an erasable marker, you could give Ariel homemade tats like the letters from Van Halen.
No, we use
You can use like the fake tattoos, like
Fake
the
tattoos.
stick-on tattoos.
Yeah,
like,
we have some.
We have some of those.
I'll put some on her.
They're like some of those little kind of punk rock looking Hot
Yeah.
Topic shit. Like
Yeah.
we have some of those.
Little hearts with pink skulls and shit.
Yeah, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then Zach says, now I'm imagining that scenario where it's happening and the woman is just laying there flipping through a magazine looking bored.
Yeah.
It's never got that bad, but come on.
That's kind of hot though.
Is it?
Yeah.
So
It was
you're
really
saying,
hot one time. Fucking.
So you're saying that I should read a magazine like while you're...
No, the hottest thing fucking was fucking me in the back seat with my girlfriend and fucking Steve in the front seat with his girlfriend. We're just fucking going to town. The girls are talking to each other, passing a cigarette back and forth between each other.
like
I was
while
fucking
all of that
really
was going
yeah,
on.
while we were fucking them. Yeah. Here, give me a drag off that. Yeah, they're
That's pretty funny.
that was funny. Gramthars knows him.
But not so much reading a magazine.
Not reading a magazine, talking to each other, smoking cigarettes.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're going to...
Talking to each other about other stuff.
Yeah.
It was hot.
It's like, hey, how'd you do on that history test?
Yeah, no. They were talking about some chick that they knew or something about what she was doing, you know,
What's
that kind
that
of
bitch
stuff.
up to?
Yeah, exactly. Give me a hit off that, and they're passing cigarettes back and forth.
Oh my god. Tom Baker said, great mix of movie reviews. If you're talking about our channel, thank you very much. We just pick random shit. Like on Monday, we're going to do, because remember when we did the show about psychics a couple days ago? And I think we brought up The Man Who Saw Tomorrow. So we're going to review that. We actually watched it last night. Not the original Orson Welles one, because they actually did a remake of it it was like a re-editing, and they added more shit in 1991, and Charlton Heston did the voiceover, like, and hosted it. Because I guess they figured out how all the shit that they got wrong in the first one, like from 1981.
Yeah.
So I don't remember if I saw the 1991 one.
SideQuest Hero says she hasn't been working a lot. She hasn't been able to drop in. That's my lesbian army buddy.
Yeah.
SideQuest, she's awesome. She's trying to get into the gym. trying to get jacked. I don't know if she, her trainer had a good routine worked up for her. They were going to put her on some shit. And then Sess is saying there's nothing more frustrating than chasing an orgasm that never arrives. Yeah.
It is very frustrating.
Yeah. Especially for a guy, because for us it's so easy normally.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess women don't get... It's frustrating for us, too, but it's just like, like I said, we're complicated, and it's always kind of, like, harder for us anyway.
Yeah.
So, sometimes it's kind of like... You're just, like, kind of feel like it, but then you're kind of doing, like, nothing's happening, and you're just kind of like, and it's just... Then you're like, fuck it.
When you're a dude, and the test levels are super high, and they've just totally overpowered whatever estrogen levels you had in there. There's nothing but sexual desire and aggression. There's no release. There's no orgasm. It's never going to come. It's just, it goes up to a certain level and then it just kind of plateaus out. Just stays there. And you're only like up there maybe like 3/4 of the way. You're never going to fucking finish that last 1/4 and then plummet off the edge like the way a dude does. It's not going to happen. So you're just going to ride it.
See, I've told Tom this many times. I said I would not want to be a dude, but I would love if I could be a dude for a day.
You'd love
just
it.
So I could. You think I would like it?
Yeah, you'd love it.
I don't think I would like it.
You'd love it. Sex is so simple. It's not complicated at all.
I mean,
and then like
dudes do
there's
seem
none of that floating around fucking shit that happens when you have a high estrogen levels and progesterone levels. It's not like that. It's just like falling off a cliff and you're done. You're like,
I always thought.
And then you have like post-nut clarity. All of a sudden you fucking see things clearly. You're like, okay, yeah.
Wow, that must be nice.
Yeah, that's how a lot of women get dumped. Dude fucking busts a nut, looks at her and goes, yeah, that's right. She wasn't all that good looking, was she? And then he doesn't come back.
How many times have you had that happen, Tom?
A lot of times.
A lot of times?
Yeah.
Post-nut clarity.
Yeah. Before you fucked her, you're all fucking... You think highly of her, but it's because your vision's clouded by all that fucking sexual desire. And then once you have sex with her, you fucking you'll achieve fucking post nut clarity, and then you have a more clear vision of her. You're like, oh yeah, that's mostly makeup, isn't it? You know what I mean? Yeah, she's kind of got bad breath, doesn't she? Yeah, her hair's not all that good.
Shit, now you
you're like,
reveal the dude's secret. So now every time you bust a nut, you're thinking all kind of uncharitable things.
Yeah, you're like, man, I thought I was dealing with more like a 7. This one's more like a 5. You know what I mean? Just because dudes can't really think straight when they're like that. They're in the throes of it, It's just weird, especially when you're young. It's not as bad when you're older.
You don't think bad shit about me after you bust a nut, do you?
No, because you'd have been long gone if I had post-nut clarity.
That's true.
You'd have been long gone. The clarity, you passed the clarity test. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh well, gosh, I'm flattered.
Yeah. Some women you're just attracted to them because you haven't fucked them. As soon as you have fucked them, you're like, yeah.
You're like, oh well.
Yeah. Then you start seeing her more clearly. You're like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
She's kind of annoying, isn't she?
Yeah.
So,
but you had to.
That's why these dudes
first.
aren't dating these women like they were, these young guys, because they're constantly fucking jerking it off to fucking porn on their phones 24/7. They're constantly walking around in post-nut clarity, so they don't.
Well,
they're looking at these other women like, yeah.
That's the thing, and it's just kind of like, and I would never argue because I quite like porn and I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
But I will note that I think the ubiquity of porn, while in general I think it's probably a good thing,
keeps dudes sedated.
And that's probably good, but I think too it gives people unrealistic expectations, and kind of fucked up expectations too. Like I kind of feel like dudes that have just been exposed to that, like when they start dating real women, like they expect it to be like porn, and it's just not like that. Like women don't usually like the stuff that's in porn, and you know what I mean?
I don't know.
So I don't know. So they might be expecting...
No, when I was coming up in the 80s, doing all that, it was like porn of the 80s. It was kind of like that. And they looked like that, the ones I was getting. Maybe, maybe average guys weren't getting that, but No, it matched
well,
up.
Well, the thing about
that.
but nowadays though, it's like now they have fucking AI and they have all this other kind of shit,
and
and
then
filters,
weird niche stuff,
and
too.
all this other kind of stuff. So it's just kind of like, so nobody really looks like they're what they look like online, really. So I don't know.
You got to be kind of realistic, though. You look at the porn that's out there now. Every type of woman is represented in it.
I do like that about it because, like I said, it's whenever people, because like I said, yeah, that's probably like a negative, but honestly, that's kind of one of the only negatives I can think of. Generally, I think porn is like positive, and honestly, I didn't really watch much porn when I was younger because it's like it didn't really interest me, but because Tom's kind of into it, so he showed me a lot of it. And one thing that actually was kind of, I don't know if I want to use the word empowering, but because of the diversity of body styles and stuff like that, because I'd always been kind of like
programmed into believing
like dudes like these kind of skinny, and I was never skinny. I was always just kind of like this short, stocky person, and I was just
guys
thinking,
like that over skinny.
Yeah, and that really had never occurred to me.
Yeah.
And I had never experienced that really, like, because dudes were not really that interested.
Because
when
women were bombarded with imagery from like, okay, here's a good example. My buddy Tanya. She worked for Chanel. She made a shit ton of money with Chanel as a sales girl, and she did some of like photo shoots and shit with them. She was really good looking, crazy chick who was a friend of mine. And no, we were never really an item, but we would hang out fucking all the time, just a buddy. She was totally bombarded with messaging from the fashion industry, and she had these standards of beauty. She was a tall, skinny chick who was fucking kind of had a look to her that would make her a model. Like, show you pictures of her and you go, oh yeah, it looks like a model. She thought that that's what guys should want. And I told her, I said, she's not very attractive though. You know, like this is, you know, and she couldn't believe that I was like not really approving of the women she was showing me in some of these magazines like Cosmo and shit, you know. I'm like, nah. She says, don't you think she's beautiful? I was like, no, not really, no. So, well, she came over to my apartment one time, and I had some of the fucking Club International magazines out. Remember Club International?
I
think it's Club International.
I remember seeing those in the convenience stores.
That had
behind the counter.
They kind of had the popular porn stars of the time in them, and she was looking at them. She was just totally fucking aghast. My God, she is so fat. You know what I mean? And I'm going, no, what are you talking about? You know, and I'm just trying to show her that. And if you looked at them, they were girls that would fly today. You know what I mean? Fucking, you know. Just kind of voluptuous, little waist, big boobs, nice hips, you know. And although she kind of, once I showed her what it is that guys actually like, it kind of opened her mind. She was like, yeah, I've been noticing what you're saying. Guys do like that over. And I said, yeah. And I said, I think because the girls that are being chosen in the fashion industry, one, they have to look good in clothing. Which they do look pretty good in clothing.
Yeah, if you're tall and thin, generally you look good in pretty much everything.
Yeah, but you can take a short, curvy girl and make her look great and shit too, but it's got to be kind of revealing and tight. Or if not, she's just going to look fat.
Yeah. We can't wear anything. You have to curate
like,
that shit.
Yeah, you got to show the curve. And another thing is that the dudes that are selecting those models are gay. So, so they're not seeing women the same way a straight guy would see them, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of even feel like, because my dad used to have like Hustler and shit like that, and that always had. They weren't fat; they were just voluptuous, like you said.
Yeah, full-figured kind of. They look real
juicy.
Yeah, well, dudes in general. Well, you see, guys like novelty. They like a difference. They like a lot of different things, you know. If she's real skinny, you might get off on that. Or if she's kind of real curvy, you're going to get off on that. But if she's medium build or muscular, you might get off on that.
I like all kinds.
It's all just different, you know. Guys are not really set into one particular thing, you know.
No, I'm not either.
Right. And even if she's tall and skinny, you know, you might go off into that too. I'm not really big into tall, skinny women. I've dated them. You know, they're like any other women. They're cool, you know. But just I'd rather have them kind of like short and curvy. A lot of round shapes and good skin tone and, you know, medium to heavy build, actually. If she's muscular, that's good, too.
Yeah, Tom likes that shit.
Yeah.
So I think that was kind
like muscle girls, muscle women. I like muscle women. A lot of guys are just repelled by them. They looks like a man, and I'm like, well, next to you it looks like a man, but next to me it looks like a woman. You know what I mean? Stop fucking coming with that way. Because you know, she looks like a man next to you. You know, but no, I think they got some muscle girls out there that are fantastic, and to me they don't look masculine, or what is masculine? You know,
that's what I mean. It's just like such a nebulous term.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's so dumb when people get like obsessed with putting everybody in these little categories and little boxes. Just let fucking people be whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect your life in any way.
I can show you guys some muscle girls that are just got cute, pretty faces and just big arms and big legs and good proportions. Really, if you stand next to her, she's just a regular sized woman. She's not huge, you know. She's just built. And yeah, it's not natural, but wiping your ass isn't natural either, is it? Nothing's natural.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Nothing's fucking natural.
When you get right down to it, it's like, yeah, are we supposed to all like live in caves and not shave our hair off and
suffer from low protein diets and shit like that?
You know, and when you get your period, just let it fucking drip. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What, that's like where does it end?
Yeah.
You can't worry too much about everything being natural.
Lifting weights and
cancer is also natural.
Lifting weights and working out is not natural. That doesn't happen in nature. There were dudes in the 70s that looked down on you if you lifted weights. Oh, like that's cheating. You're just supposed to be strong by your own internal masculinity, whatever the fuck that means.
That you're just supposed to use your willpower.
Your willpower to fuck that.
And it was gonna pop the muscles out like fucking Popeye when he.
Well, you're working out. That's cheating. You know.
That's hilarious. But I remember that kind of mindset.
That was the kind of mindset.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Like you were cheating.
You're cheating. You're working out. Yeah.
Oh, like schlubby dudes are just mad that they don't have an advantage over it. That's all it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anybody that, like I said, I don't really get. I like all kind of people.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really. What they look like doesn't really matter that much to me. I don't really have a type per se. You know, obviously because we're, you know, in the goth scene and stuff, I tend toward people that look like that.
Look like goth.
But within that thing, like, I don't care about body types. I don't care about, you know, I look at women more than men, honestly. I don't really check out dudes. I check out women.
There isn't much to see there in the goth scene right now anyway.
Yeah, it's like there's a couple that are...
The cool dudes all moved away. They got girlfriends and moved to L.A.
Yeah.
You know, fucking, they were the ones running the clubs.
And then really
Dustin
the only...
and all them guys.
Other than you... Like, the only other two dudes...
Damian?
Oh, well, yeah.
Damian?
I forgot about him. Well, he doesn't go to Barbarella, so...
Yeah, right,
He's always at Mannequins, because him and his girlfriend are selling stuff there. But the only other two dudes are, like, old. They're, like, our age.
Yeah.
So...
And what's funny is that Damian isn't that much younger than us.
Really? I thought he was way younger.
No. Maybe 10 years.
Oh, okay.
Maybe 15. Maybe. Remember, they were real young when we met them.
That's true.
But they were still over 21.
And that was a long time
ago. That was a long time ago. Yeah.
That's true.
Let me go ahead and make you a drink there.
Okay.
Keep everybody calm. Keep everybody.
Yeah, CB said, oh, yeah, and Tom is going to agree with you on this.
What's that?
Men love it when women talk dirty and act dirty.
Hell yeah.
Oh, he loves that shit.
Yeah.
He loves that
Even
shit.
if it's all lies.
It's
better if it's all lies.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, I know exactly, like, I can make up all kind of stories. Like... And all kind of scenarios, and he's just like getting all into it. And like I said, it's not like necessarily anything we would actually do in real life, but he just like the wronger it is, like the harder he thinks it is. So I'm not gonna get too much into that, but yeah. Yeah, SideQuest here said fashion standards are so different because it's about how clothes hang. It was never supposed to be a projection of beauty as far as the person. Yeah, that's the thing. I kind of feel like the whole modeling thing. Yeah, you wanted them to be attractive to look at, but mostly you were supposed to be looking at the clothes. So they wanted somebody who the clothes would look good on. Like, not necessarily like the person would look good, but, you know. John says, I like tall and angular. Yeah, and like I said, honestly, like I said, if I'm going to check out somebody, it's going to be women. I don't really check out dudes all that much.
Here you go.
Never have. But, because I don't know, I just find women more... sexier, more aesthetically pleasing, I guess, in general.
Well, a lot of dudes are just fucking bleh.
Yeah, but
just a functional kind of.
I don't even think it's that. I don't even know. I don't know.
all the dudes that were popular in the scene had some kind of a look.
Yeah.
They were either real tall and thin, or they were built. There wasn't any average kind of guys.
And like I said, they always had like really good, like put together outfits.
Yeah. When Jen met me, I wasn't jacked.
No.
I was a
that's
smaller,
a pretty
trim
fairly
kind of guy.
recent.
If anything, I would be probably kind of like something out of Duran Duran. Probably like kind of like a Nick Rhodes, like a dark-haired Nick Rhodes type guy. Not that much makeup, but
yeah, you're more like I said. I think
more like something out of Duran Duran. Right?
The first thing I noticed about you was that one, you were a really good dancer, and two, you dressed really well.
Yeah.
And like back then, you were kind of doing more of like the classic like Victorian gothic look with like the long tailcoats and all that kind of stuff, and I thought that looked really cool.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people were not doing that. So
they were getting more industrial looking.
Yeah, which is fine. I like that too.
What's funny is I was bringing that back early.
Yeah.
Because the youngsters are now doing that, doing what I was doing. Looked like something out of damn Hammer Horror.
Yeah, and I always like that look better. Sometimes the industrial look looks pretty good on some people, but I don't.
The problem is that it's so hot. You're basically wearing a suit.
Yeah.
It's fucking hot for Florida.
It's crazy that there's such a huge goth scene down here because it's like hot as balls, and you can't wear like most of the stuff.
You can't wear most of the
I mean,
shit.
you can, but you will sweat your ass off.
I had some fucking velvet fucking frock coats that were fucking great.
Yeah, I got some velvet coats too, and like I hardly ever wear them.
Black velvet.
It's too hot.
Elvis would have been proud of that shit, man. When Elvis was dressing like a vampire.
Yeah. Let's see. They're talking about. John Gore is saying he like tall and angular like Sigourney Weaver in Alien. Yeah, I always thought she was like really. There's something kind of sexy about Sigourney Weaver. Like she's a little bit
androgynous.
Yeah, but I kind of like that. I kind of dig that. Like I said, it's just kind of. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really have any kind of like pre-set kind of tastes or anything. It's just I see a person and I'm just like, oh, that's an interesting person. Like recently. Here's the latest, and this was actually a dude. This doesn't usually happen because usually if I think somebody's hot, it's gonna be a woman. But we saw there's a video that plays at Barbarella all the time. If you guys know the song "Goodbye Horses" by Q Lazarus, which got famous because it was in Silence of the Lambs. Q Lazarus has passed away. She died, and I think that was kind of like her only big song, really.
Yeah, she wasn't that good. That was the only song they had. She didn't write that. That guy did.
Yeah.
She just performed.
But there are about a bajillion covers of that song.
Yeah.
And there's one really good one.
Yeah.
That I don't know how old it is. It's just a couple years old. It's a couple years old, and it was done by this Texas band called Urban Heat.
Yeah, they're real good.
And so, even though we go to Barbarella on Saturday, it's an '80s night. But sometimes they'll play covers of 80s songs, you know what I mean? And they play that a lot because it's really popular because everybody likes Goodbye Horses, come on. And for some reason, that dude that's the singer, I'm like, that dude, there's something about that dude that's super, super hot to me.
Yeah, it's funny.
And I don't usually, like I said, I don't usually notice dudes like that, oh, that dude's hot. But for some reason, the dude from Urban Heat was well,
what was funny is that I mentioned something about it.
There was a whole vibe about him that I'm kind of
We were dancing
into.
to that shit, and fucking, they'd played it a couple times already, So it wasn't the first time they played it. So.
Yeah, they play it a lot.
Right. And I was watching the dude perform, and I go, man, that motherfucker's cut. He looks, and I said to Jen, Jen, that motherfucker's cut. Look at him. He goes, that dude is fucking hot. And I was like, yeah. So then I go, because that's how I am. I was like, yeah, he is.
Even though in that video, he kind of has weird DeBarge hair.
Yeah, yeah.
But it kind of works.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like that all the time because we've seen some of their other videos. But
that's him walking down the street.
Yeah.
All right. And then he goes back. That's him.
Yeah, they play this all the time. It's a really good cover.
Yeah, it's a real good video.
It's a great song, so it's a hard song to fuck up. I don't think I've ever heard a bad cover of it.
Yeah.
But that one's really good. And it's really popular. Every time they play it at the club, everybody gets out of it.
So I investigated the guy.
And we watched a bunch of their other videos.
Yeah, they're a real good band.
Yeah.
And they do it's kind of like new retro wave kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, very 80s retro.
And he can sing and he can play piano fucking great. All right. And they're from Texas. Anyway, I investigated the dude and saw an interview with him. And this goth guy's fucking interviewing him. And he's way off into fitness. He's talking about getting his abs and fucking trying to get crunches right and shit. So I said, well, of course. Because, you know, I can recognize a motherfucker's work. You know what I mean? He's lean and he's fucking very fucking shredded. Right. And I can pick it up. It's like looking at thoroughbred horses. You know, I come from the fucking horse industry. I'm looking for insertions, muscle insertions, and looking for fucking separation. And I'm looking for fucking.
He looks at people like slabs of meat. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
Kind of.
And I saw that dude, and I said, that dude either's got fantastic genetics, or he's just been working. He's been working, and he's probably got good genetics too.
Well, that always helps.
Yeah.
But like I said, for some reason,
just a good-looking mixed dude.
Yeah, Texan. like for some reason, I don't usually notice dudes and be like, hey, that dude. Other than like maybe like Tom Hardy, like there's something like he's super hot. We got into this big long discussion with a friend of ours at the club. Yeah. Because she loves Tom Hardy also, so we got into this whole. She's the one that turned us on to
Taboo.
To Taboo.
That's a good series.
Yeah, because she was like. She recommended it one week because she didn't know that like we were really into Tom Hardy.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh my god, have you seen this and that? And I had seen most of the stuff, but she's like, did you see Taboo? It was like this series. I'm like, no, I haven't seen that. And she's like, oh my god, you need to watch that. She's like, she's like, you have to watch it because I'm gonna test you like next week. so we did actually watch it that way because she told us to. But it was fucking great. Yeah, SideQuest Ciarra said you can't go wrong with Tom Hardy. Yeah, and it's not just what he looks like.
I like him. He's a good guy.
Yeah, there's just like a whole vibe. Like I said, sometimes it's not necessarily what the person looks like because I don't know.
He just comes off as being a real good actor and a cool dude.
Because sometimes I'm just kind of like, because I think Tom is like mystified by. Sometimes when it'll be like, is this dude hot or is that dude hot? And I'll be like, well, that not so much, but that dude's kind of hot, even though he's like weird looking or something. Yeah. And Tom would be like, what the fuck is that all about? And it's just like, I can't explain it. Okay, I can't explain it. It's just like a whole. It's not just what they look like. It's a whole gestalt kind of thing. That's what I mean when I say that it's hard for me to say if I'm attracted to somebody if I don't know them.
Well, guys understand it when they say, well, you know, when they tell each other, well, I like novelty, where it's you know the chick's kind of unusual. You know, she might be really skinny. You know what I mean? And you know, you normally don't like skinny chicks, but she's real skinny, and to you that's kind of unusual, so you like her. Or she just might be some skinny chick with gigantic implants. That's novelty too. Like you don't see that every day. The guys are into that shit that's way out of the left field. So she saw one dude, and he was dressed cool and everything. And she thought he was hot, and I was looking at him, and I was going like, "No, that dude's too skinny, man. Fucking, he looks weak to me."
But that's
but the thing is, she's not really looking at him.
No, I don't look at him. I'm not. That's not my consideration.
So I gotta go. So you gotta like kind of like fucking switch it back and go. Well, dudes like real skinny chicks too, you know, because it's unusual. You know, it's novelty.
Yeah, because sometimes I'll see like some real like thin. Like goth dude, like with a really good like outfit or something like that, and that's hot.
Yeah, that's what she was talking about.
But yeah, but like not like I said, that's
why I see him and I go, no, he looks weak to me.
But see, that doesn't matter to me.
Women don't have that same don't have the same priorities.
No. I was like, good. Then if he starts some shit, I can take him. I'll just punch his ass out. So see, win-win. Yeah, SideQuest Ciarra said you can't go wrong with Tom Hardy. Yeah, I mean, there's just something about him. Yeah, John says Tom Hardy's a good actor. I don't think he's particularly handsome. Not like Michael Fassbender say. Yeah, Michael Fassbender. See, Michael Fassbender is. I love him as an actor too, but he's kind of more like a classically handsome, which is good. But I'm always kind of more interested in the ones that aren't exactly handsome, but kind of have their own thing going on. Because the thing about classically handsome or classically beautiful women or whatever is that after a while they kind of all look the same. So I kind of like somebody who looks interesting. I kind of like somebody that's interesting looking or distinctive looking. You know what I mean? And if they also have like some other kind of cool thing going on, like they're funny or they're a good actor or something like that, or they have like a vibe about them that I like, then they will seem hotter to me than someone who maybe objectively is better looking. You know what I mean? It's, you know, like I said, I can't explain it, and I have no idea how. I don't know ahead of time, like how, because like I said, I didn't expect to like be super into that dude from Urban Heat, but it's just kind of like I kept seeing it in that video. I'm like, man, that dude is like super hot, and I can't explain why.
Well, you like the song, and he's a great singer too.
Yeah, yes, and like I said, that helps.
Yeah.
So it's not entirely what he looks like. He is very good looking, but it's also that he has a really good voice, and it's just kind of like they covered that song, and I really like that song. Yeah, so it's just kind of like there's a lot of other stuff going on. Let's see. CB said, Jenny, you should watch the Take from 2009. Tom Hardy's character Freddy is funny with being a psychopath. Ooh, I haven't seen that one. Xana just said, I've never seen a Tom Hardy movie.
Oh, man.
You've never even seen Fury Road? I can't believe that. You gotta see Fury Road at least. But he's been in a bunch of good shit.
SideQuest says that Sigourney Weaver is a good-looking woman.
Yeah, I always thought so. Seth says, I'm only into metalheads or goth guys, but if I see a movie with Alexander Skarsgård, I'm suddenly drooling, even though he's nothing like a metalhead or goth. Yeah, I see what you're saying. He's not really, he's not exactly my thing, but I see why you would be into that.
SideQuest also says that her weakness is skinny redheads. I'm assuming she's saying skinny redheaded girls.
Yeah, well, that's good too.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's just not...
She'd love my cousin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Catherine?
Catherine, yeah. Let's see what I picture of Catherine.
Your cousin's awesome. She's she's so beautiful. I never met her in real life, but like she's on...
Yeah.
I kind of know her online.
My cousin Catherine's gothic because of me.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like a few years younger than you, and she was...
A lot. No, she's almost 10 years.
Oh, okay, so she's like a decade younger.
Yeah.
So she used to like look up to him because she used to see him.
I used to crash at her place fucking when I was going to the clubs in New Orleans.
When she was little, or like when she was a teenager.
Yeah, and she was in high school.
And then he'd get ready to go to the club, and they'd be like,
all her little friends that over there. No, don't go. No, don't go.
They're trying to get him. He was like 10 years older than that.
Yeah, and then
he's like, no, man, I gotta go.
I'd come back from the club, and they'd be all laid out, fucking asleep on the ground in a big old fucking slumber party and shit, waiting for me to come back.
That's my cousin Kat when she was a teenager.
Yeah. She's super cute.
Yeah.
She still pretty much looks like that.
She still looks like that pretty much. She was probably about 15, maybe 16 right there probably.
Well, like I said, you got her into all that.
Yeah. That was back in the 90s.
Yeah, that is a very 90s goth picture.
90s goth shit.
We were all taking those.
Yeah.
Her out front of her house and shit. Swing set and shit.
I think I had that exact same dress.
That's her as Catwoman. That's more modern. This is now.
Yeah, that's not that long ago.
This is her now.
Zach said she looks like Marlena Dietrich.
Yeah. That's her and her boyfriend.
See if I got another picture.
Here's a closer.
SideQuest here said, I'd say cute, but she looks so young. She's not that young.
Yeah,
like I said, she's 30.
She's about 40 now.
She's 40.
She's about 40 now, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is maybe late 30s right here, so that's how she looks.
It's okay. She's not in her.
Yeah. That was her when she got married. She was married for a little while. Then they got divorced.
Weren't we all?
Yeah.
Well, we're married again now, but we were both married before. Xanada says, I'm not sure if I should be offended or not. Eye color matters. Brown eyes are ugly. Sorry.
Jen's got brown eyes.
I do.
Yeah.
They're very dark brown.
Yeah.
Like they look almost black. But actually my brother has like straight up black eyes. But yeah, mine are brown. So, sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I mean, it's not like I can pop them out and put other ones in.
Jen puts contacts in every now and then.
Yeah, like Tom's got a couple pictures of me where I had.
She looks totally different.
Yeah, it's weird because I put in like blue contact lenses. I have blue ones and I have green ones.
I'll show you pictures. I got pictures.
And yeah, I look completely fucking different.
Some of these are nude, so I gotta watch out.
Yeah, don't put any nude ones
All
up
right.
there. Yeah, he's got like all kind of pictures in there.
Yeah, that's
It's
Jim.
just like I just put the blue eyes in there, and he was just like, "Holy crap, you look completely fucking different."
Yeah, that's Jim with blue eyes.
Yeah.
Look at the cleavage.
And I think I had false lashes on too.
Yeah.
So.
I got more. I got more.
Tom's eyes are green,
Green, yeah.
which is the rarest color. But mine are brown. But like I said, they're not hazel. Mine are very, very dark brown. Like almost black. And like I said, my brother has almost black eyes. CB said, my girlfriend covered herself in fake blood and I've never been so hard. Oh, and Zach said about your cousin, she looks like she belongs on a person's drama about the Irish famine. Yeah,
exactly.
That's actually a good call.
Skinny little redhead.
She does kind of look like that.
Yep.
SideQuest Hero said, I narrowly missed the brown-eyed curse. Well, see, brown eyes are dominant.
Look how different Jen looks with blue eyes.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, right?
Yeah, it totally changes you.
Is that blue or green?
Blue.
Okay.
You should wear them.
Yeah, I know.
You should wear them.
It's just kind of.
You look totally different in them.
It's always a pain, like, to wear them out because then, like, trying to get him.
Show that picture.
Don't show him that picture. Come on. He's got like this whole fucking. Well, even his like the, what do you call it? Like the resting screen thing.
Yeah.
On there is a picture, like, but you can't show that one either.
No.
Because
my screensavers and shit are Jen fucking blowing stuff.
and like topless and stuff like that.
It's not real though. It's just
I thought it was real.
stuff.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah.
It's not real dicks.
Toys. Blowing
Not
toys.
real dicks.
Yeah.
Because that would be a little bit weird.
It's just
if you took pictures of me like with some other dude's dick.
Yeah, that's got pinlight pictures of me. Never mind. Of mine in there.
Yeah. Oh, you got some pictures of yours in there?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I think.
No,
we got videos of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we did a couple pictures like that,
Yeah,
but I think it's
I
mostly
guess so.
video. Yeah, Zach said the same thing. Man, my eyes are almost black looking brown, and I think it creeps people out. Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying, like, about... Because sometimes, if you have brown eyes, it actually looks kind of brown. But I don't think mine look all that brown. You know? I think mine are, like...
CB said you should do a photo shoot. We got all kinds of photo shoots over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that most of them we can't show. So I have like 40 bajillion pictures, but
we had a way of selling them, but
that might be on ManyVid somewhere.
Yeah,
probably still. Tammy said, "I have brown eyes. My kid's dad had blue. Our sons had blue, and our daughter has hazel." Yeah, see, I always thought that brown eyes always kind of overrode blue eyes, but I guess that's not how it works. But yeah, it's funny that... I mean, we haven't done a photo shoot in a while, but we used to do them all the time. So we have like... I have like a fuck ton of pictures. There's probably some that are safe to show, because I think I did some that were not, you know, not safe for work. You know what I'm saying? I don't really take a lot of pictures of myself. I kind of see...
Well, you've been busy lately, too.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's just... Sometimes I think, like, even like, especially if we're dressing up, like, to go out or something, I said, like, oh, I should take a selfie or something like that, but then I just never do it. Like, every now and then I do. But I don't know. The lighting in here isn't that great. And
got the selfie ring.
Yeah. It's got, like, the little thing, the little clamp that you put your phone in. But I don't know what happened to... Because I had a little remote control.
It's around here somewhere.
That you could push and the phone would take a take a picture, but I don't know what happened to it.
It's around here somewhere.
And I don't even know if it's, like, hooked up to the phone
Probably in here
anymore.
somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. I just lose shit. Because it was pretty handy. You could just, like...
You could hold it behind your back.
You could hold it behind your back and click it, and instead of having to, like, reach up and hit the phone all the time, you know.
Those are probably universal.
Yeah.
Probably order them off of
I should probably
Amazon.
get another one at some point because I don't know what happened to it. We had like 2 of them, but I don't know what happened. Let me see. Zach said, I cursed every day that I wasn't born with ginger hair. I don't know why I want to look like that. Mine's like, I know. Mine's like red, but I don't know what color it is nowadays. It's probably just gray. You know, because I've been dyeing it for years and years. But when I was younger, it was kind of copper, like a coppery orange kind of color. Like when I was out in the sun, people told me it was orange. So. Murder Hornet said, in the army, this black guy, his entire eyes were black. It looked creepy. I asked him why his eyes are so black. He said from looking at too many demons. That's a good answer. He's probably like sick of people asking him that, so he came up with that answer to get him to shut up.
Okay.
Tom Baker said, how do you choose your movie reviews? It's kind of a scattershot process, honestly. We have like a big list of stuff that you guys have recommended over the years, which sometimes we get to them and sometimes we forget about them and sometimes we'll eventually get to them. Sometimes people send us movies to review. But a lot of times what we'll do is we usually watch them on Sunday night. So we'll just kind of like go through all of our streaming services and like whatever we feel like watching. So it's very, very random. But like I said, we have a big list, so we've been trying to stick to that list. Other than The Man Who Saw Tomorrow, which is what we're doing. We just did that one because we were talking about it on the psychic show that we did on Wednesday. And Tom was like, man, we should watch that again because I haven't seen it in such a long time. And I remember it being really scary, like when we were kids. And so you can't get it legally, I don't think. But several people put it up on YouTube. It's not great quality, obviously, but it's just like, it was just, uploaded from like a VHS or something. But it was pretty entertaining. Although it kind of drags a little bit. I had forgotten. SideQuest Ciarra said, mine's red, mostly her hair. As a kid, I just got picked on. As an adult, no one believes it's real. I never got picked on for being a redhead. I guess because I didn't look like... Now, I did know these 2 girls who were twins, and they got picked on for being redheads because they looked like the classic redheads, like Annie. Like, they had red, like, curly hair and freckles, like, all over. So they got picked on. But, like I said, my hair was more coppery orange, and it was, like, really, really long. So most people really, liked my hair and thought it was really pretty. But, so I didn't get picked on. I got picked on for other things. Never because of my hair, though. And I didn't have, like, a bunch of freckles or anything either, so that's why. Zach says, I banged a dude with that color hair, and he grew it out super long. And he kind of looked like Gary Oldman. Ooh. Good God, it's such a thing, being both attracted to and jealous of how someone looks. I kind of get that, though. I kind of get that. Let me see. CB said, my mom told me my eyes turn green when I get angry and being vindictive. I don't think my eyes change color ever, but I have heard of people whose eyes change color.
Your eyes are always brown.
Yeah, they're always, like I said, they're really, really dark. Can you even like see?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like very, very
You're gonna have to take your glasses off.
Probably. Ooh, and now I can't see anything. I'm like Velma. I can see, it's just everything's super blurry. But yeah. Yeah, mine never change color. I don't know if yours change color because, like I said, yours are green, but I never really looked at them long enough.
My mom's would turn white. That would fucking.
What, like the whole eye, like she was like in The Evil Dead?
Her eyes are blue, and at certain times, fucking, they would just look, like fucking, not for long, but they would just look white for a second, kind of like when she was pissed. Looked like fucking Bill Bixby out of the fucking Incredible Hulk. You wouldn't like.
You thought she was gonna Hulk out?
No, she's just real fucking pale blue, almost white.
What color were your dad's eyes?
Green.
Oh, were they? Okay. Yeah, I didn't remember. I've only met him in person one time. Murder Hornet said, "Been with a true blonde. I don't know what that means. The hair down there was blonde too. So the curtains match the... What do they always say? The drapes match the carpet, or I don't remember what they say." CB said, "I managed to get a copy of Deep Throat and was disappointed because it was shit."
Yeah.
And then John Gora said, "Deep Throat isn't that great. Devil and Miss Jones is infinitely better." Now, I think I've seen Deep Throat, but I don't really remember that much about it. And I also have a documentary about it, which is called Inside Deep Throat, which is probably a lot more interesting than the actual movie.
Most all those 70s fucking porn flicks sucked.
I don't think I've ever seen Devil and Miss Jones, though.
There's too much story.
Yeah,
they
it's
were
just
trying
like,
to make like a real movie.
Get to the good stuff. Nobody wants to see a real movie.
No.
Come on.
No, well, later on, they just said, fuck it. They started doing scenes.
Yeah, because obviously that's what everybody... Nobody wants to sit through a whole plot and everything like that.
Well, they were having Oscar awards and shit and fucking, you know, grand openings at the theaters like they were real movies over in L.A., in Hollywood. They weren't real movies.
Well,
man.
I mean,
they were trying to make them real movies, but...
Yeah, and you have to... And I do kind of like that era because it was like... you know, sort of like the normalization of porn. Because prior to that...
They were trying to normalize it.
Yeah. Right. Like, prior to that, it had been like this, like, secret thing, and you couldn't even show the movies, and you had to, like, buy all this stuff under the counter, and it was, like, super shameful and all this other stuff. And then it was kind of out in the open, and everybody was watching it. And...
It didn't become normalized until the 80s. Late 80s, early 90s. With VHS. When everybody could afford a VHS. And you could go rent those things and take them home. Before that time, motherfuckers were beaten off in the damn theaters and in these fucking kinky ass booths and shit. That's how nasty them dudes were.
Yeah.
Fucking, we follow a guy named Dan Bell. He's this funny gay dude.
And I love Dan Bell.
And he goes to fucked up hotels and fucking records them, old malls. But lately he's been going to fucking erotic video
stores, like old adult theaters and stuff, which I didn't even know they still existed, but I guess they do. He just put up a video like a couple of days ago where he went to a bunch of them. I think they were in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Like, I think one was in Scranton and like one was somewhere else. And I was like,
recording it. He's going down there. There's all these little booths and shit. He's had to blur out all the posters
and like had to take out the noise because he would say at the bottom, it's like you can hear two queens like he's going at it like in this booth, but he had to like, you know, mute the sound. If you're on his Patreon, like he puts all the stuff up there uncensored.
And he goes into one of the booths. He looks in there because it was available. There wasn't anybody in it. I think there was only a couple people in the whole fucking place. And you see the screen where you put in the dollar bills, and fucking across from the door on the other side is a two-way mirror.
Yeah.
So the staff can watch you jerk it. That's some weird shit, bro. And fucking, he was weirded out. So there's no real privacy in here.
Yeah.
You know, maybe there's some kind of law or something that they had to
now I
adhere
wonder.
To. So anyway. He comes back out and he goes, man, that place is fucking bad. He goes into a theater and it must have about fucking 60 seats in it. And
it was big. It was
pretty big. And it had a fucking flick just running. He's got it pixelated so you can't see.
Yeah,
there's nobody sitting in there.
Yeah, there's nobody in there.
And when he went in there, he says some old queen came up, wanted to fucking sit next to him and jerk off.
Right.
He's like, no thanks. Did he say the guy was wearing a diaper?
I thought that's what he said.
Yeah.
And the kind of people that you meet at the porn theater.
Yeah.
Dude just toddles up in a diaper and said, hey, can I sit next to you and jerk off? So I'd rather you didn't.
So me and Jen are postulating. We're hypothesizing.
We love watching this shit, seriously.
We're like, what the fuck is going on in this shit? Who the hell goes to these adult theaters, these little booths and shit to jerk off in public and jerk off and the only thing, Jen came up with a good idea. He's like, well, they must be really old dudes, like he said, before the advent of VHS, they grew up doing that,
and that's what they're used
to, and that's what they're comfortable
with.
Yeah, and then that's what they go back and fucking want to go jerk off with other dudes. That's some kinky shit, bro. No thanks.
I mean, well, if younger people do it, because I know there's like a whole subcategory of porn of like glory holes and like, you know, fucking in the theater and stuff like that. And but it's a kink.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's kind of the point of it. I kind of feel like the dudes that are just going there and not filming it because they're just going there because they enjoy it, apparently. Which, like I said, no judgment.
Yeah, old dudes.
I think it's probably old dudes, and that's what they remember.
Yeah, back in
from,
the 70s.
Yeah, like before there was ubiquitous internet porn, and it's like you had to go to the porn theater and jerk off, and they kind of dug it, I guess.
Yeah, every porn theater video I've seen, they might have one or two women in there doing fucking a whole crowd of dudes in the porn theater. Or the glory hole videos, we gotta go. They're all setups.
Yeah, Phantom said glory hole scenes are hot.
Yeah, they're all setups though.
I like some of those. Yeah.
I mean, I got friends in the adult industry.
Well, all of it's a setup.
Yeah, it's all setup.
Because all the fucking legal hoops you have to jump through
to get the shit approved.
To like
put it up.
To put it up.
You gotta have everybody's identity, all their fucking.
Yeah, you can't have no strangers in there.
Yeah.
You got to know everybody's name and their driver's license.
They want to know everybody.
And everything.
And then, or you'll never be able to put it up on a.
Yeah, they'll just take it down.
Yeah.
Because they're like, hey, we don't know who that dick belongs to.
Right. Yeah.
That could be
so
like
everybody's got to be cataloged.
Yeah.
So everything is a setup. None of that shit's spontaneous. And according to my buddy fucking Bill, he said arranging damn gang bangs and blow bangs and shit like that is one of the hardest things to do. You can't get enough dudes.
Well, I can imagine.
You can't get the dudes. The dudes don't want to show up for them. See, because
you'd think they'd be lining up for that shit.
You would think that, but they're talking big shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
When the rubber hits the road,
the rubber hits the road, they're like, oh, I don't know,
it.
man, kind of fucking bashful and shit. You know what I mean? And they're all on fucking Viagra for that shit.
They're afraid that they're gonna stick it through there and it's just gonna wilt. Maybe.
Well, no. What it is like performance anxiety. Because a lot of those guys.
That's what I mean.
A lot of the guys they're trying to recruit have never been in a film.
Right.
You know, and they don't want to pay them much, or if anything, some of those guys. You know, like they don't want to pay. You got to be like a volunteer. They're not even getting paid in some of those fucking things. But they do have professional dudes that do that. They're called mopes, and a mope is a low end adult film extra, who's a dude, and he just mopes around. On fucking on set, pecker in hand, maybe barefoot and shit in his fucking underwear, waiting to come on next guy, you know, and fucking they're doing some kind of blow bang or doing something like that, you know, and he's bottom of the barrel type of dude, you know, he can't command a performance, you know what I mean, and his build may not be up to snuff. He's just a number because. Yeah, we gotta shoot this 89-man gangbang. Come on, man, fucking, you gotta work. We'll give you fucking $20. That kind of shit.
Because I've noticed that because I watch some gangbang videos.
Yeah,
they don't even show the dude's face.
You don't see the dude's face.
Really, like some of them either have ski masks on or they just shoot it where their heads are cut off.
Yeah,
because nobody cares about them.
He's just a stunt dick.
Everybody wants to see the woman.
They're looking at the woman. Yeah, the woman is the center of attention.
Right.
So the dudes aren't making any money really. There's a real good movie called Mope. You need to watch.
Yeah, we reviewed it a long time ago.
Yeah, it's the dark side. It's a true story about dudes that started off as mopes and who wanted to become stars, and one of them fucking ended up getting killed by the police.
There's like
he killed his best friend, and then the police killed him. It's a real good movie.
Yeah, it was like I said, it was a true story.
Yeah, and everybody knows about Boogie Nights. I like that one even better than Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights is fucking great.
Boogie Nights is awesome though. It's got fucking.
Because that was like more. That was
more
like more epic and like
more
sprawling.
Epic, yeah.
Like it kind of went like over several different eras, and it really captured like the feel of that era.
Yeah.
Mope was talking about a very specific
these
period in time and a very specific like case that happened, and it's a tragic case, but it's also like a black comedy.
And it's funny, yeah.
Yeah, so it's funny.
And it was an Asian guy and a black guy.
Yeah.
And they were mopes, and they became buddies on set. And they tried to become adult film stars.
Nobody ever talks about that movie, but it was so good.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
Yeah,
they moved. That was during the age of VHS. I think it was '90s, wasn't it? I think it was '90s.
I think it might have been, yeah.
And they worked in a porn mill.
Yeah,
which was basically like a big warehouse that had fake rooms in it. It looked like bedrooms, but it was not. The whole thing was just a set, and there was 24 hours. It was like fucking 9 to 5, probably 24 hours a day, shooting going on in there for porn scenes. and it was like the same cast in different combinations over and over again, and they had a whole fucking entourage of mopes, and they were two of the mopes, and they barely could make enough money to pay bills. They were fucking desperate, man. Yeah. The only ones that made really any money were like the girls, and they didn't make that much either, I don't think.
Yeah.
But it's a great movie. Funny.
Yeah, John Gore said I liked Wonderland, had Val Kilmer as John Holmes. Yeah, we reviewed that too a while back. That's also based on a true crime case.
Yeah.
Phantom said pretty recently in the news, some black guy in Philly got caught pumping off on some girl's leg in a Dollar General, then took off running.
Yeah, that's actually more common than you think.
I could imagine that happening at our Dollar General next door to our house.
Yeah, that's more common than you think. That's kind of like a flashers kind of do that.
Yeah.
And they're like fucking serial jack-off artists.
Yeah.
They'll fucking climb. I heard of one where a dude climbed up in between the shopping aisles. Where the products were on a shopping mall, what am I saying?
I don't know what you're saying, Tom.
In a supermarket.
Okay.
You know the aisles where they have the products on it?
Yeah.
He was up in between the two aisles.
Okay.
Looking down.
So he climbed to the top of
climbed to the top and there was hiding on the very top.
Like behind some toilet paper or something.
Yeah. And he was down in there jerking it and fucking popped up when the time was right to deposit his load on some chick.
Surprise!
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. And they fucking arrested his ass. I heard of that one. He'd been up there for a while waiting for the right one. They got some dudes
it's just like that scene
shit
from Silence of the Lambs with multiple MIGs.
Yeah. It's
like jacking off and throwing it in. Look at the blood!
Yeah.
And throws it at fucking Clarice's face.
Basically, it was some shit like that.
I'm like, gross, dude.
Yeah.
Yes,
that was a long time ago.
Yes, I've seen Silence of the Lambs like 40 bajillion times. I have the whole entire movie.
That was a long time ago that I heard
Thank
about
you
that
for asking.
case, though. So I don't know if that kind of shit's still happening.
And you know what? I have never personally had this happen. Not that I remember, anyway.
Yeah.
But most, like probably about 80% of women that I know, have had something like that happen where they were just like walking around minding their own business, and there was like a dude just like jerking off, like on the bus or in the park or something. I'm like, holy crap!
You're getting into the car at the fucking
cum sniper.
Yeah, like a cum sniper.
Yeah. Oh my god, what a great fucking. That's a great punk band name.
You're like, I was gonna say you're getting into your car in the parking lot, and there's a dude in the fucking his car, throws the door open, and he's fucking watching you, fucking he's beating down on you, trying to make eye contact.
I would be super cunty about that.
That's another common one.
I would make him really uncomfortable.
Yeah. Tell him how fucking small that is.
That's what I mean.
But the thing is
that a penis? I've never seen one that small.
That's a penis because the cock is that big,
Yeah. Wait, I think I maybe have a magnifying glass in here somewhere. I mean,
the thing is, those dudes like that though probably get off on you calling it small.
Yeah, because when we were doing streaming, we had a couple dudes like that.
Yeah, they wanted you to fucking make fun of how small that shit was.
Yeah, because we had one dude in there that I didn't look. I'm not judgmental, okay, and I'm just like I'm gonna let people ride. But this dude, wow, it wasn't a micro dick.
It's pretty small though.
But it was pretty small. Like it was the smallest one I've ever
another
seen,
dude was fucking
other than micro dicks.
Another dude was fucking asking us how big it was, and I was like, no, you're all right. That's good enough. You know what I mean? Fucking, he wasn't that small.
Yeah, there's a kink where dudes want to be told
that it's small, even though there wasn't small.
Yeah, like the one guy, he just had like a regular.
It was just regular.
It was just a regular
like
size
five,
dick. Yeah, just like a regular.
That's nothing compared to these dudes that got like one or two.
Yeah, but one dude we had like it was really small.
Yeah.
And he wanted us to like berate him for how small it was.
We also had another dude called something or other Viking. Remember the Viking dude?
Yeah.
He was fucking talking all kinds of mad shit about how big his dick was and shit. And they're like, yeah, sure, I didn't believe me. He fucking turned his camera on. I fucking gave that motherfucker a salute. I'm like, yes, sir. He was fucking huge.
Yeah, because usually when they say shit like that, they're bullshit.
Usually they're bullshit.
I mean,
that dude he's a white dude.
No, that dude had a giant dick.
Yeah, he's a white dude. Probably like 10 inches, 11 maybe. He was fucking huge. Yeah. Big round as a fucking beer can maybe.
I mean, not quite, but I mean, almost.
He was a monster.
Yeah.
He was a monster. And he was jacked, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, yes, sir. Doing good. And he's all happy and shit. Because some dudes just want to be recognized. A lot of those
For their
dudes
accomplishment.
Yeah, they just want to be recognized. Yeah. It's
not really an accomplishment.
Yeah,
You just
showing
kinda-
off. Showing
You
off.
just were genetically gifted, but
Yeah. I understand. Well, Streammate was a safe place for these dudes. You don't know where they're from. A lot of the guys are from England, and yet they couldn't really get wild without getting locked up. But on Streammate, you can get wild as long as you're playing, as long as you're paying. You know, we had dudes wanting us to put a show on for them while they were at work
Yeah.
at the office in England,
Yeah.
in London.
We were like, don't get caught.
He's like, yeah, I'm gonna be caught.
Don't get
I got the
fired.
door shut. I got the door shut. Yeah, and he's just
I thought that was so funny.
friendly British bisexual dudes that want to see a couple fucking just throw down, you know?
I told you the Brits were like super polite.
Yeah, they were good customers.
Like the Americans, it was kind of all over the map. Some of them were fine.
Most of it was just business.
Some of them were just kind of rude, or just not rude, but like,
Terse.
yeah, that's a good word.
Most of it was just business for the American
Yeah,
guys.
but the Brits were to a man, like all very super polite.
Yeah, real polite.
Which I always thought, which I appreciated. Actually.
Not demanding either. They were just
Yeah, they
like-
were just kind of like they were happy with whatever.
Yeah, they're like, put on a good show for me, just whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah,
just
they
let me-"
weren't super picky
Right,
or
they're like,
anything
okay,
like that.
all right.
Like whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah.
Which I thought was nice. Because like I said, you got some dudes like that weird dude that wanted us to act out this whole
Yeah, the whole desert
that
island.
whole weird fantasy scenario
Yeah,
thing that he
that's
had,
right.
which I was like, okay. I don't know. I can't. I'm kind of more. I don't know. Like I'm a more spontaneous kind of girl, so it's like I don't really these people that have these really elaborate fantasies or elaborate things that they need to happen like before they can get off is just that sounds exhausting. Just like why like I don't know. Like I said, I'm not judging. Some people need a certain thing, but it's like when you need something that specific, I'm just always kind of like, man, that's just you're never gonna get that. It just seems like you're always gonna be like disappointed all the time because you're not like getting what you want. I'm more of like a roll with it kind of person. You know, I don't have any expectations or anything like that. I'm just gonna let shit happen the way it happens. You know. CB said a guy at my local swimming pool.
Here you go.
Thank you. Got arrested because he put a camera in the women's changing room. Yeah, that is really common. I don't really think about it too much, like when I'm out and about, but it has occurred to me sometimes. Because sometimes later on, like especially like public restrooms or something like motels and stuff like that, a lot of them, if it's owned by some scumbag, will put some fucking cameras in there to see what's going on. Like I said, I try not to think about it, but it's probably pretty common. There could be all kind of video of me out there. I don't know. That I didn't put up, I mean, because I have put up some videos. But there could be other shit I don't know about. I'm not that worried about it, though. I'm too old to worry about that kind of shit. Let's see. Phantom said the guy in the film Road Trip that was on the bus licking the chick's feet while she was asleep. I don't think I saw that movie. CB said, when I see a dude with a massive dick, I think bastard. Yeah, I mean... Here's the thing. I guess they're not all like that, but I kind of feel like if you're already kind of a douche, then if you have like a really big dick and you have something that you can like brag about, it probably does exacerbate that problem, I would imagine. You know?
Yeah, we haven't streamed made in so long that they fucking canceled our account. We'd have to open it back up to go back in there.
Yeah, we'd have to go back and do
Go
it.
back in there through the process again. Because if you're not active for more than a couple months, they got bandwidth they got to protect, so they archive your fucking shit. So all our videos fucking got archived. We're only on mini vids now.
Yeah, we got some videos over there, so
Yeah.
and photos and
We
stuff.
need to put
but-
some more on there. I wouldn't mind fucking doing some stream made every now and then. Just we had some fucking regulars that fucking
I still
Can't come back.
get email from one British dude that just every now and then sends me one. It's like, hey, how you guys?
when you
doing?
guys coming back? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, depending on who you are, you're going to attract a certain kind of customer. You know, because me and Jen were doing it as a couple. we got a lot of bisexual fitness guys.
Yeah.
And,
Which that's all right.
Yeah, they were cool because they turned the camera on, so you could see who it was you're dealing with.
They wanted to do like a virtual threesome.
Yeah, basically. And you could see who you're dealing with, so you could size them up a lot better and know who it was. Because it's actually, you would think that there'd be more pressure on you, but it's actually less pressure when you see who it is. You go, oh, okay. And we expected these dudes to be nasty looking. No, man, no.
Yeah, honestly, they were all pretty
young,
pretty okay looking.
Young, tend to be good looking guys. A lot of them were fitness dudes. And you know, if they don't turn the camera on, then they're probably not good looking. But they tended to turn the camera on. They had to pay a little bit extra to turn the camera on. And they want approval, you know, which I can understand that. You know what I mean? You fucking worked hard working out. You go, dude, your abs are fucking popping, man. You're looking great. And he's just fucking, you know, going crazy. You know, which, you know, I wasn't lying. Your insertions are looking good, but dude, you're fucking, you know, your delts, man, are great.
Xana said 40% of Americans admit to looking at porn while working. It's probably higher than that. Yeah. If 40% of people admit to it,
yeah, that's probably higher.
I mean, I never done that. Well, like I said, I'm not super into like looking at porn anyway, but it's just kind of like, I imagine
you're
it's
not
more,
in public working either.
It's more, yeah. But I'm just saying when I did,
yeah,
it wouldn't have occurred to me to look at porn while I was working because I don't want to get fired.
Right.
And they can track like your shit on the computer, so I don't want them like going in. It's like, oh hey, my computer crashed, and like then the tech guy comes in to fix it. It's like, what the fuck were you looking at, bitch?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you know what I mean. So I was like too paranoid about that kind of stuff, about getting caught, because that'd be super embarrassing. All right, I gotta pee.
All right.
I gotta pee. I'm trying not to trip over all these wires over here.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna trip on that shit and just.
I
got all that damn coconut rum coming next.
Oh, okay.
We'll drink that shit. I was drinking some of that Bacardi. What I'm drinking now is Bacardi mango chili rum. And with Coca-Cola, it's fucking really good. But I just finished the bottle. And, you know, I didn't fit. It was only like, you know, 1/3 of a bottle for when I started the show. So it's not like I drank the whole bottle for this show, but that shit's pretty good. And whenever I buy a fifth of the regular Bacardi rum, there always comes a little sample bottle. Now, lately it's been the sample bottles of fucking coconut rum. I'm going to try that. See what everybody's saying. Victor Garcia just showed up. He said he finally made it. All right. DVD Dragon says some good shit. Porn. Paying guys to fuck is like paying fish to swim. The thing is, though, is like I said, it's actually harder than you think to get a guy to perform on camera. That's fucking a lot of. It's not a normal situation, you know. You're in a studio. It's not that hot, and it's not that fucking romantic. A lot of the fucking shit that me and Jen shot it's not normal sex because you're actually trying to produce something. So because it has a certain amount of effort in it, and because there's like technical things that get in the way, like fucking, you know, I hope audio is picking this up, or I hope,
yeah,
you know,
are we like
camera?
How's the angle for this? Like, can you see what's going on?
Yeah, and how's the lighting right now for this? You know what I mean? And so it kind of saps a lot of the spontaneity out of it. Now, I've been watching some of the more amateur stuff that's just been done with cell phones. And see, when a normal person watches porn, they're just getting off on what's happening. I'm actually trying to analyze where's the camera? Where are the lights in this scene? I'm trying to look at more of the technical stuff, you know what I mean? And I'm like, when that dude fucking put the cell phone there, did he know that was going to happen? I'm thinking that kind of stuff. Some of the homemade stuff is pretty hot. And
I tend to like
there's
amateur
planning.
stuff better, but there has to be planning.
There's planning in it. It's still not really spontaneous. You know,
although the hilarious thing is that I saw one the other day that was purportedly amateur, and it was just like a dude. Well, the story behind it, I don't know if this is really the story, but the story behind it was like a dude that had hired 2 escorts, and then it was like a threesome kind of thing. But the way that it was shot, you could tell that they just set up a camera on a tripod in a hotel room. And I don't know if the dude didn't want his face in it and that's why they did it, but you couldn't see his face through any of it. Yeah. And honestly, like, all you could see was, like, just the bottom half of them. Yeah. Like, of the bed. It looked terrible.
Yeah.
And it's like, so I was like, well, that must be really amateur because they just put the camera there and they just did whatever. So I guess that was just, they weren't really worried about if it looked good or not because it looked like ass.
It might have been a hidden camera.
No, you could tell it wasn't. Well, because one of the girls like actually smiled into the camera and kind of played for the camera, so they knew that it was there.
Yeah, and then another thing is you couldn't get it approved for any kind of platform.
Right.
You couldn't prove who was in it. He probably didn't have his own face, and he's probably married.
Maybe that's why. Maybe
a lot of that shit's like that.
Like maybe he didn't want his wife seeing it.
You'll see dudes fucking. Guys have hired some dude in to fuck his wife or something, you know, and his head is fucking pixelated.
Yeah.
Because that dude's probably married.
All kind of shit.
Yeah, all kinds of weird shit happening. Although his ID is on record.
I kind of feel like even because we even got in trouble uploading when we were on StreamMate, because you can do live streaming, but you can also upload videos to sell, right? And we could both stream, we were both approved to do that. So we could stream as much as we wanted. But when we uploaded video, I couldn't even have Tom's voice in it.
Yeah, if I said something during it.
Yeah, so like I had to go through because we did some solo videos, but then like he would say something, like even though he was behind the camera.
Yeah, I'd say something like, okay, turn around.
Yeah, and I had to edit all that out.
All had to be
because it kept getting kicked back. It's like, who's this other person? Even that he didn't even show up on camera.
Right.
But so they were really stringent about that. But CB said, I don't get why women like having a dick up to 9 inches up their ass because my girlfriend said it's painful as fuck, and if a dude likes doing painful shit to women, they don't deserve to have a woman. I can't imagine having a 9-inch dick up your butt. I mean,
actually, women can take more anal than
they can, but
I've heard it from the fucking horse's mouth before, not next to Jen, but just other women, that it's much easier to take bigger stuff.
Yeah, like
but they have to be they have to work up to that. And,
you really have to start slow. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm into that, but
not
but not that much.
Some women are just anal queens.
Yeah.
And they've been doing weird shit since they were young. You know what I mean? Fucking, and they could,
right.
They're like, damn, a coffee can? No, I'm not saying that's kind of extreme, but
I don't know. I've seen some women in porn like sticking some enormous things up their ass.
Evidently,
I kind of admire that because it's like I can't. I mean, like I said,
the length. You know, it's the same as gay dudes. You know what I mean? They're gonna tell you the length. I don't think is a problem. The problem is the girth.
Yeah. Well, that's true of your vagina also.
Right.
You know. So it's the same kind of thing. I thought there was something up here. Victor is here saying, hey, I made it.
Yeah, no, I said that.
All right. Sorry, I was in the bathroom. Murder Hornet asked if we have a sex swing. Not yet.
Nope.
Maybe one day.
Fuck that. Fuck sex swings.
I don't know if I'd really want to say. We don't need a sex swing. And Murder Hornet also said that you were well endowed.
Oh, yeah. That motherfucker, Murder Hornet's always talking about my dick. He loves that shit. I'm just fucking with your Murder Hornet.
He does seem to talk about your dick a lot.
He just said, he told me he gives credit where credit's due.
You do have a big dick.
Yeah. And one of his contributions to the show is fucking a whole bunch of Viagra every now and then.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll send me some Viagra.
He's our Viagra dealer.
Yeah. That's that shit from Mexico.
The good shit.
Yeah. I love Viagra.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah.
It works good.
Yeah. There's just nothing.
It works good. If you're thinking about going on it. Well, I think, before, remember a long time ago, like you tried, what's the other one? Cialis?
Yeah, that one worked too.
That one worked too.
Yeah, it worked pretty good.
I remember that working pretty good.
Yeah, it's fucking dudes who have never tried that. I mean, that in the adult industry, that's a standard. They in some of the shit they use is something called Trimix that is injected directly into you, which don't do that. That shit there is fucking very habit forming, and I have to say that fucking Viagra's habit forming. It is, because It's like any other performance enhancing drug. You get used to the fucking enhanced version of yourself. You want it to be like that all the time. Like I always want to be on test, or fucking NPP, or I want to be on something that makes you fucking faster or bigger or stronger, feel better. Well, you kind of get used to this fucking. All right. A lot of people don't know how Viagra works. You take that shit, it's not like you immediately just fucking pop a boner. Just over the next fucking 24 to 36 hours, when you do pop a boner, that bitch is going to be fucking fantastic. Okay?
It's a fantastic.
A good analogy would be, you can have big boobs, but those same big boobs with implants are even better. Sometimes. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like implants. You're going to be as big as you could fucking possibly be. And fucking your endurance is fucking amazing. And when you're fucking pouring in fucking the other shit that I do, like test and stuff, you're a beast. And it also is kind of like liberating in terms of stress. You don't worry about, there's no performance anxiety. You're like, man, I'm on all this shit, I can do anything.
Yeah.
Which helps fucking alleviate fucking performance anxiety off you if you're on camera. So you can just fucking, you're just a beast, Well, you kind of get addicted to that feeling. So let's say you gotta have sex, right? And you don't have those pills. You're like, I don't have them pills. What if it's not gonna be as good as it normally is? When all of a sudden
because so much of sex is about emotion and like in your mind. You know what I mean?
Right.
Probably for women more than men, but still.
Yeah.
It's if you start thinking fucked up thoughts, you're not going to be able to do it, or something like that. It's going to be like a downward spiral.
Yeah, all those drugs, including Viagra, is risky, even if you're young, because you'll grow a psychological dependence on it. You go like, man, when I was on those pills, man, fucking. I was like another half inch bigger.
You need to quit.
You need to keep taking. I could cut diamonds with that.
You need to keep taking.
I could go for hours and hours.
You need to keep taking those.
I need to keep taking them pills. Yeah, I like them pills.
I like them too.
I'm at the point now where I'm 55, coming up on 56. I just go, yeah, man, drugs.
Yeah.
Because they can't really affect me.
Might as well.
I mean, if you start weird drugs when you're a teenager, that might fuck you up over in the long term. But when you're 55 or 56, there is no real long term. You're only worried about the next 20 or 30 years. Your body can take all kinds of weird shit over fucking 20 or 30 years. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to take steroids, hormones, which are the same thing basically, and fucking all kinds of sexual performance drugs, just anything. Anything I like. And alcohol.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, I do all that too.
We don't really take, I don't really take any other drugs, like I said.
Right now we're on clenbuterol.
Yeah.
Which, that's a good one. Just burns fat off you.
I didn't like it the first 2 days, but I was expecting that because I had taken albuterol before.
Yeah.
And it gave me really bad heart palpitations.
Yeah.
Which this did too, not quite as bad, but only for the first 2 days, and then it didn't. Like, the only thing I have now is like my eyelid twitches, but that's about it.
It goes away after time.
It's like it just feels like you're super caffeinated is what it feels like. Which,
it's an asthma medicine.
Yeah, that's what they gave it to me for. I don't have asthma, but I was having like these really bad coughing fits where I couldn't stop coughing like a long time ago, and they gave me albuterol, and I took it, and I thought I don't know if they didn't tell me what the side effects were or like how it was going to make me feel, or if I just wasn't listening or whatever.
Yeah.
But I went to work the next day, and I was on it, and I legit thought I was going to die. Yeah. I thought my heart was just going to go pachoo, like right out of my chest. That's what it felt like. It was like pat, 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 pat. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? I'm not taking any more of these.
It's an asthma medicine. It dilates all kinds of stuff. You can breathe real well in it. Some people have considered it a performance-enhancing drug. It'll pass a lot of tests in sports. You can take it. And you can run yourself pretty hard on that shit because you can breathe really well. But what it also does is it sends a bunch of signals to mobilize fat reserves. So you start burning fat like crazy. You wake up in the morning and you're just fucking drenched in sweat. Because you're just burning. And that's how a lot of people in Hollywood got so skinny, probably where the dude fucking fucking wanted the fucking role of the machinist. Wasn't that called the machinist, the mechanic? What was it?
The machinist. Yeah,
machinist.
That's
yeah.
Christian Bale. Yeah.
Christian Bale. Yeah,
Which we should review that one of these days.
Probably took
that's a great movie.
Probably took a bunch of clenbuterol and stopped eating, which you'd quickly lose a bunch of fat.
Well, he said he basically just chewed gum.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but that's not all. He fucking used drugs.
Well, he probably did that
He
too.
used drugs, yeah.
Because, he looks fucked up in that movie.
Yeah.
Fucked up.
But you can... most of your stars that look awesome are on stuff.
Well, like I said, you kind of got to be.
Yeah.
It's hard to get that naturally, and some people will never get that naturally.
No. Look how good fucking Daniel Craig looked for most of those James Bond movies. He even looked pretty good for the last one. That first one, the second one, he looked fantastic. That's not natural. He was on stuff for that. Doing clan, doing fucking test, and probably NPP, nandrolone phenylpropionate, which is a nandrolone, 19-nortestosterone branch steroid, where you can work out and you eat right, your physicality will increase by magnitudes of order pretty quickly. 18 months? Hell yeah. And he was, and Craig was, you could tell he's kind of a physically fit dude to begin with. He looks like a guy to me that could dance. Matter of fact, I think I've seen videos of him dance, and I think he was good. Does anybody know if Craig can dance?
Which is unusual because a lot of white dudes can't dance.
I got a feeling that he could dance because I think I saw a video of him dancing, and I think he was fucking great.
I always make fun of
but
white
he's
dudes.
he's a physical guy.
Sometimes, more at mannequins than Barbarella, but when you're at mannequins and you have all these kind of like jock bros in there, and I'm just like, what song are you listening to? Because it's absolutely not this one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think I saw a commercial where Daniel Craig was in it. And they were selling some kind of product, and he's fucking dancing. Like at a club. But not really at a club. I think it might have been a cologne commercial or something. Maybe you guys would know.
Yeah, I don't know. American Military 100 said, great show on Psychics last Wednesday. Thank you very much. Your episode idea on the abduction of Ben Ownby and Sean Hornbeck, which Michelle McNamara helped piece together, would be awesome. Yeah, I actually put that on the list, and I put it in a poll. I don't know if it's going up this Friday. I don't remember. The poll's going to go up one of these Fridays, but I did put that like in our topic list because I didn't know a huge amount about that. And then I kind of looked into it a little bit when we were talking about fucking Sylvia Brown and her wrong predictions about it. And then I was like, man, that would probably make a great show, wouldn't it? And so, yeah, I put that in the topic list. So it's in there. Leslie Russell is talking about Evil Speak. We reviewed that movie. What a weird ass movie that is. I'm kind of into it though. Like, Tom really likes that movie too. We reviewed it like, I don't remember how long ago. It was a long time ago that we reviewed that movie. But yeah, fucking what's his name? Clint Howard. It was Clint Howard, right? Was that it? It's a crazy fucking movie. Victor said something really funny, but I'm gonna wait till Tom comes back to say it because he'll have something to say about it, I'm sure. Phantom says, what are some good back-to-school horror action comedy films, not including Christine or Revenge of the Nerds? Back-to-school horror. I'd have to think about that. Victor says, my friend's parents had a sex swing. Wow. One day we decided to mess around and swing on it. We had our clothes on and we were laughing about it, but it still made me gay. See, I knew you'd appreciate that.
Yeah, you knew that
I
shit
read
was
that
coming.
before, and I said, I'm going to wait till Tom comes back.
You knew that shit was coming.
Like, okay, so here's the thing. You go to your friend, like you're a teenager or whatever, and you go to your friend's house, and their parents are there, like, so they just have a sex swing, like, in their fucking living room, or what?
That's some crazy
And then you're like, what's
He's
that all about? It's a sex swing.
Hand me that camera. Hand me that camera.
It's a
hand
sex swing.
Hand me the camera.
Okay.
Hand me the camera.
Sorry for the
Yeah.
motion
It's all
sickness,
good.
y'all.
Look how pretty Jen is. Look at that shit.
Aw. Look at us going after boobies.
Yeah, look at that shit.
What are you doing?
What we got back here.
What are you doing?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Look what we got here. See.
Dax had her eyes freak him out.
Yeah, they're like real. They're like glass eyes.
Kinda.
Yeah, they look very real when the light's right.
Yeah, she usually just like sits on the chair in the corner of our bedroom.
Yeah.
And every time, like, I'll go back in the room after, like, I've been in my office all day working, and then, like, she'll be in a different position.
Yeah,
So Tom has been, like, manipulating her position every day, which I think is really funny. Because I'll come in and she's just, like, her legs are over here like that, or she's, like, sitting cross-legged or something.
See, what's funny is that when she's in the background on the show, she just looks like a wax figurine or something. When you're actually here, you see the image there that I'm showing you. She actually looks a lot better than that in person. She looks a lot more real. That almost looks like a cartoon. But
yeah, she doesn't really look like a real person.
she doesn't look like a real person.
Unless you just kind of, like, glance at her sideways, and then you're like, oh my god, who's that? Oh yeah, okay. CB said Ariel has a nice belly button. Because remember, he has that belly button fetish.
Got that belly button thing?
Look, it's a little perfect belly button.
Yeah.
What is my belly button look like? I don't really look at it all that much. I think I have an okay belly button.
Yeah.
I just don't really look at it that much. It's not really a part of my body I think about.
Side quest hero, you need to get you a doll.
I mean, they are fun. I mean, like I said, we don't play with her all that much, but she usually just sits in the chair. Mm-hmm. But, you know, every now and then. What are you doing? Oh.
We're just kind of adjusting the camera.
Uh-huh, yeah, I know what you're doing.
Well, yeah, we got to see a little bit more of you. Okay. There you go.
Phantom says, seems like all people from 80s films had the same dance style. Yeah, and it was all bad.
Bad, yeah. Yeah.
I was reminded today because...
Even a lot of goth people from the 80s compared to the recording... When I looked at the recordings of them, looked bad. Even in Germany, they couldn't dance.
Like I said,
they didn't know, though.
Do they not understand, like, that you dance to the rhythm of the song?
They were just doing the fucking same thing over and over again.
I mean, that's kind of the whole... Like I said, it's like sometimes I see people dancing, I'm like, what the fuck song are you dancing to? Because it's not the one that's on, that's for sure. Yeah, Xander said it looked like an anime girl. Yeah, like I said, we put a wig and different shit on her, but she's modeled after Ariel the Mermaid, you know?
Yeah. Mm. The Phantom says all actors aren't natural. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't look like... I mean...
No, they're all enhanced.
You can. There are obviously lots of naturally good-looking people, but...
Yeah.
I mean, they're kind of like... You know.
Even Judi Dench had stuff done to her face. Remember the older lady there?
Yeah.
She looked good for an older lady. The rest of her body was out of shape.
Judi Dench.
But even she had stuff done to her. They're all slightly enhanced. You could put I don't know about her full medical condition. She wasn't that old. There are drugs and hormones out there that could have shaved a lot of weight off Judy, but she was being selected to fill certain roles, I think. So they wanted her to look a certain way. She kind of had a matronly look. You probably could have got her pretty thin. She'd been hot for an old lady.
But like I said, that was kind of her niche.
That was her niche, though. Right.
She's a character actor.
Right. But I imagine an old Judi Dench thin probably would have been pretty attractive for an old lady.
There's something kind of hot about Judi Dench. Is that weird to say?
Judi Dench had a pretty face.
Yeah.
And
like I always kind of liked every role that I've seen her in. Like I just like the vibe that she gives off. Like I said.
Well, she had a powerful. She kind of exuded power and authority.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I think.
Yeah, she was, which kind of made her hot. But she had a pretty face. And it's kind of strange to see a pretty face on an old lady.
Yeah.
You know? But I also think that she played older than she really was in some of those.
She did, yeah. Well, some actresses do that. Like, it's crazy because I remember seeing some movies like back in the 70s and 80s and stuff, and it's like this actress would play like this dude's mom or something like that, and it's like, well, really, she was only like 5 years older than him. Yeah. But they made her look older because she was, like you said, matronly. Yeah. More than like, so she wasn't like a hot ingenue anymore.
You're right. I think she's dead now, isn't she?
Wait, is Judi Dench dead or is she still alive? Now I can't remember.
She might be dead. I don't know.
You know what that just reminded me of? You know how, children of the 70s and 80s remember Angela Lansbury as, Murder, She Wrote, right? And she's like an older lady. Yeah. I saw, what do you call it? Picture of Dorian Gray. the one from the 1940s.
Yeah.
And Angela Lansbury was in that when she was 18, 19, 20. And she's fucking gorgeous when she was like... And I was like, you could still tell it was her. I mean, she still looked the same.
Yeah.
But it's just like, that kind of blew my mind a little bit. Because I was just so used to seeing her as an old lady. And then, like, I saw her in this, you know, in Picture of Dorian Gray. And she was, like, really young. And I was just like, holy crap.
Yeah. CB said that Dench is still alive.
Okay. Yeah, I thought she was, too.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
CB said, Jenny, your belly button is a T-shape. Okay, so he's noticed, obviously. I didn't even know that. Okay.
I don't remember it being T-shaped.
Is it?
I don't think so.
It's weird. I don't really think about my own body parts like
Yeah.
all that much.
Jen's not real self-aware.
Well, not in that sense.
Yeah. Jen's physique has changed a lot in the past fucking 7 months, 8 months.
And Tom will always be like,
wow,
well,
man, you're looking great.
Didn't you notice this and that and the other thing? Not really.
Yeah.
I'm always thinking about like other stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's not really something that I focus on. Tom is very physically focused and I'm not
Yeah.
really. So even shit that I did notice that my calf muscles were a lot
Oh, yeah. They're
nicer, like a lot more defined.
Yeah.
But other than that,
Jen's been doing weight training for about 7 months now.
yeah.
And she's enhanced. She's on gear. It made a big difference. She's not on a lot, but she's on a lot. And age is a factor too. The older you are, the more you would use. But I got her. Eventually, I found something that she really responds to. She likes Deca. And that's known.
I don't respond to fuck all.
She doesn't respond
honestly.
to nothing. Yeah. Yeah, fucking.
It's my curse.
All the so-called girl steroids didn't do anything for her.
They did nothing.
Nothing at all. So I put her on man steroids, and she fucking immediately. Yeah, she's.
So like I said, maybe I am a man like everyone says.
No, it's just that you're what's called a weak responder.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's not just steroids or anything.
Yeah.
Like it's any kind of drugs.
Yeah, she doesn't respond too well.
I don't really respond to anything. Like they don't really do anything.
Yeah, so she responds to stronger stuff with fucking higher doses. And people say, well, you can't do that to a female, this and that. And you go, no. Yeah, you can. You go back and watch interviews with real doctors that have done this. They're going to tell you can't really follow a lot of these cookie cutter things because not everybody responds exactly the same way. Some people don't respond hardly at all to this stuff, so it requires more for them. Now, sometimes it requires more to get it started, and then once they're responded, you can come down. So you always treat the patient. You're looking at the patient.
Yeah.
Not what some book is telling you. Because it doesn't always kind of work.
That's a good starting place, but you really have to.
Right. You got to work it out.
Like the person that's in front of you got to deal with what they're doing because...
And that's the same thing that any experienced trainer will tell you. And, I was a trainer. I trained men in the Army. Trained fucking cops, foreign cops. And now I'm a physical trainer. Just train Jenny, myself. And any other trainer that'll tell you it's in a gym. Some people are not like other people. And Jen has a fucking history of not responding to any kind of medicine.
I'm a fucking weirdo. I don't know what my problem is.
So
I've been like that my whole life, and for a long time I thought maybe I was from another planet or something.
Yeah. So she's just kind of a weak responder. But she did respond. It just, you needed stronger stuff.
Yeah, you had to give me like a lot of it. And like I said, that was really the only thing. Because you gave me all kind of stuff before and it did nothing.
I went through all the fucking girl steroids. Fucking Anavar pills. Even tried Winstrol pills. That didn't do much. Made your voice gravelly.
That was the only thing that it did.
Yeah, it didn't do anything else.
It just deepened my voice. And and not only deepened it, but made it like rough.
Gravelly, yeah.
Yeah, it sounded like fucking
That's pretty
Kim
much
Carnes
gone now, though. It's not as bad as it was. Your voice is actually softened. Because you have to... There's only... What it is the thickening of the vocal cords.
Yeah.
And you have to continue the treatment to maintain the thickness. Unless you've fucking really bombarded somebody over time, you know what I mean? Then it might be permanent. But you're nowhere near that.
Well, I think my voice is still deeper than it was.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have
it's
that
not as deep as it was.
roughness.
It used to be rougher. It used to be more of a baritone sound to it.
Yeah. Yeah,
you used to hurt my ears
Yeah.
when you would yell. You're not that loud anymore. And that was Winstraw. That was weird.
That was like the only thing that it did.
Yeah.
Was it changed my voice?
Changed your voice.
Like quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because I didn't, like I said, I didn't even realize, because like I said, I don't really think about this kind of crap. I'm like busy doing other stuff. But I didn't think about it until a friend of ours, it was Angel, actually. Yeah. And she had watched one of our older videos and then saw one of the newer ones. And she's like,
during the Winstraw time, it was obvious.
Yeah, and she's like, oh my God, your voice is like so different.
Yeah.
And I hadn't really noticed the change because, like I said, I wasn't really paying much attention.
A lot of stuff had changed on you by that time, though.
Right.
Jen's body was...
And that was right around the time,
yeah,
too, that I started getting comments. Like, I don't get a lot of comments, but every now and then I get a comment, you know, saying that I'm a man or something like that. Like, I don't get a lot of them. Like I said, we don't really get that many shitty comments. Yeah. But every now and then I'll get one. It's like, I don't pay any attention to it because why? They just want attention and I'm not going to give it to them. But, yeah, but I have got a couple comments like that. So that was around the time that started to happen.
What happens, though, is if you just look at bigger women as they start becoming more physical, just working out, even if they're not on anything, their voice is deepen anyway. Naturally, because you're more massive, you're also stronger. You know, they kind of lose the girlish sound and they just become more womanly. And then some, as they age, sometimes they'll get kind of hoarse looking. You know, like
that's okay. That's cool. I'm into that.
Yeah, they kind of have that.
I want to be like an old broad.
Yeah, like an old broad's voice.
Yeah. I'm going to talk like that when I'm older. Maybe I should start.
A lot of people that are making those crazy comments don't realize how old you are either.
Yeah, and like I said, they're just trying to get a rise out of people. Like, and like I said, it's weird to me because I'm like, I'm not offended.
Yeah.
It's just why I don't understand like why people would bother. It's like you don't know me, and it's just kind of like you don't watch the videos. So it's like why are you wasting your precious time on Earth?
Yeah.
Wondering if someone you don't even know is a man or a woman, like we're trying to fool you or something. Like I'm never gonna have sex with you, so I don't really understand why
the
why
video
you care.
evidence is there.
Why
the
do you care?
video evidence is there is that Jen is like 100% woman. But recently though, just looking like we don't have any recordings of it yet, but Jen's physique has changed a lot. You know, I looked at some of the old videos. You look good in some of the older videos, but you look much better now. You're in much better shape. And back in the day, you know, we did all that stuff. Is that you look like an average chick, an average chick that makes videos, I guess you could say. But you don't anymore. I would say above average. You look like a porn star now, basically. You'd fit right in with them. And a lot of people don't realize that a lot of those porn stars are on stuff. I know fucking two right off the hand, right off hand. Fucking my friend's wife and what's another one that's on there? Basically, most of them that look unusual. In other words, like they're hotter than they should be. What was that one chick's name? She can't even say anything. Fucking as soon as she says something, her voice is so fucked up. She sounds like a duck. What was that chick's name?
Oh, I remember. Yeah,
Anderson. Amy Anderson.
You showed me that.
Amy Anderson. She looks fantastic. Fucking big implants, big round implants. She has that bimbo look. Really good physique. And as soon as she talks, she sounds like this. And that's because that bitch is on so much steroids. It's not even funny.
Every time, like when you showed me
like
that,
a duck.
when you showed me that,
the
first thing that I thought of, and this is like showing my age, the first thing I thought of was that movie, The Man with Two Brains, with Steve Martin.
Yeah, she's like,
and he picks up that prostitute.
Yeah,
and she takes off the fur coat and she's naked and she's like has like a perfect body and stuff. Yeah. And then she starts talking and she's like, "What's wrong with my voice?" Like she sounds just like that, and he's just like, "Oh," you know what I mean? That's exactly what her voice
I remember when she did that, and I was like, "Well, what's the problem?" I remember that though. I still thought the voice was cute.
If you guys have not seen The Man with Two Brains, please see it. That is one of my favorite comedies of the 1980s, and I feel like it's very underrated.
Yeah,
we reviewed it a very long time ago. because I saw it a million times on cable back in the day. But I love that fucking movie. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not. I mean, as much as everybody talks about like all the shitty comments they get from people, we don't really get that many. We don't really get that many, which is nice. But every now and then, like I get some random ass comment. I think I got one on BitChute the other day, which nobody ever comments on anything on BitChute. I think our shit just goes on there automatically because I never go on that fucking site. But you know, every now and then, and I think the tone of the comments always come across like it's some kind of gotcha.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're not really a woman and you're trying to fool me, but I see through it. Like it's always that kind of tone, and I'm just like, okay, like what? I don't. Okay. How sad must your life be? It's your life is very sad, I guess, but
that's Amy Anderson. She's on so much gear, it's not even funny. But you look at her, you say, how could she be on... No, she's on all kinds of shit.
All right, we don't, like... Is this still on? Okay. Oh, okay, I see. Let me see. Oh, my shit didn't, renew.
What didn't renew?
My chat.
Oh, yeah?
And then I was just kind of like, why is nobody talking? And I'm just
Did
like,
you close it and open it back up?
No. Murder Hornet said, my hottie is Raquel Welch. Okay, I can see that. Everybody had, like, fucking posters of her back in the day. DVD Dragon says, Tom is a renaissance man. Maintain weapons, grow food, clean, cook, work out, fix car, do yard work, fuck, dance, arrange sex doll, practice Tom Hardy's back arch.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I'm still working on it.
He does, too.
I'm still working on it.
It's getting good. I think you have a
Still
decent back arch. His is like supernatural though, like Tom Hardy's.
It was the angle. It had to be
It had to be because I'm like looking at it going, I can't even do that
shit. Yeah.
I can't do that. Come on now.
Renaissance man. That's what fucking Phantom said. Yeah.
Renaissance man.
Yeah, that is the trend.
Oh my god. Victor says, all my coworkers were losing weight on Ozempic and it didn't work on me. So I got on test, I lost 30 pounds.
Who did that? Who got on test? Victor who?
But I need to work out. Victor Garcia, you know.
You got on test? You didn't tell me you got on test, you bitch you.
Oh, he's mad now.
Now
you should have told him so he could talk to you.
Should have told me so I could fucking tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about this. This whole time all my gay fans coming on test. If you're gay, you better be on test. Because the standards are high in the gay scene. You know what I'm talking about? The physical standards are high in the gay scene. I got gay friends. You got to look good to make it in that scene.
I mean, I kind of feel like it's even more shallow.
Those dudes are fucking...
than hetero shit.
Those dudes are fucking superficial. You better look good. We were out there fucking dancing a couple weeks back at fucking... at Barbarella's. And Barbarella's is a mixed crowd. And I was out there fucking dancing and it had a gay couple sitting there just fucking looking at me like, whoa, like I had just descended from fucking heaven.
Yeah.
Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Those two dudes?
They're there. They're not there all the time. But
yeah, I was trying to ignore it though, you know what I mean? I'm like, no, I ain't getting no threesome with you big motherfuckers. They were big, taller, big and ugly.
I mean, I could get in that. That's a foursome.
Not with them dudes.
I'm just teasing.
Yeah. Not with them dudes.
If we're doing a threesome with a dude, I can think of a dude we could do.
Man, you'd be like a devil's foursome and shit.
Yeah. You know me, I got all kind of thoughts.
Yeah, but would you make it reality though? See, let me get the camera.
It depends.
Yeah, she's all talking shit.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily talking shit?
Not necessarily.
Okay, all right. I'm going to put that shit to the test.
It kind of depends on the situation. Like I said, all depends on the situation.
Get a few drinks on her and then everything might be on the table. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably my weakness.
That's your weakness, huh? Yeah.
Like, you get me liquored up enough, I'll be like, all right.
Yeah, okay.
Then the next day I'm like, what the fuck?
Drink.
Yeah, what the fuck did I do?
Yeah.
I've never done anything that bad drunk. I think the worst thing that I did drunk was had sex with a dude on the hood of a car in front of someone's house.
Yeah, you told me about that one.
Which I don't think anyone saw us.
Victor says I did tell you this was last summer.
Oh, okay. He just forgot.
Then he says that he's a top, so he can get away with being ugly. Nah, that's not the way you want to look at it. So you've been on test for about a year? Trying to get my boy Xanada. He's going to go on. He just hit 35. Had I known what I know now, I would have gone on around 35. And
he tells everybody that.
yeah, I go on around 35, and that would have prevented a lot of decline that happens between 35 and fucking 45.
Well, and we talk about this a lot too. I mean, we're pretty open about this. Is that, I mean, we've been together a long time.
Yeah.
And when we first got together, you were not on test, and then
Yeah.
As the years went on, you kind of got into a point where
Yeah.
you were just kind of, oh, I'm gonna die
this, I'm
soon,
gonna die
fuck
soon anyway.
this,
Yeah,
and
you
all
start-
this other
yeah.
kind of stuff, and you got like really
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
And when you went on test, it improved like immediately.
Yeah. Within days.
Yeah. Like your whole attitude changed.
Yeah.
And it's gotten like successively better since then.
Except Trent.
Well, other than that, it was a little blip. Okay.
Yeah, except Trent.
We're
yeah.
calling it a blip.
Yeah.
Even though it was like several months long.
Right.
But like I said, I wasn't entirely sure what was going on at the time. It was only in hindsight.
I was
then.
on a stack that had Trent in it. It wasn't just Trent. It was a bunch of other stuff that was in that pre-made stack. And I told her that was going on. I said, I'll be off in 3 months anyway. That's about when it kicks in, so I'll be off. But the thing is that month 3 came and went, and I'm like, man, I'm not coming off this. This shit's fucking great.
And that's what you didn't tell me. I don't
Yeah,
even
I
remember
just
you
kept
telling me the original shit.
Well,
Which
things going
maybe
down
you
here-
did. I'm not
yeah.
saying you didn't.
Yeah, I
but
told you.
I don't
think
really
there'd be
remember
anything to it because I was going to come off in 3 months, in 90 days. But I never came off, and I stayed on for another 2 months and slowly got crazier and crazier. Anyway, let's get back to the thing. Yeah, test. Trying to get Xander to start taking tests at his age. It just prevents so many fucking problems, and just shit gets so much better for you. I remember the first time, that first day I got my injection. They injected me with 200 milligrams fucking testosterone cypionate. And that night I slept better than I had slept in fucking decades. It was just, man, I woke up feeling refreshed, and it was like, man, I feel fucking
Because
great.
you had a lot of trouble sleeping, but you
Yeah.
always had nightmares, and you were always waking up because it would wake me up. And
Yeah. And then
you had a lot of nightmares, like when I
Right.
first met you.
So I really didn't feel it until like 2 weeks into it. But that first couple weeks, man, I was getting great sleep. And then that shit hit me, man, and it was just like cross between morphine and sex. But it felt like I just loved it. And if you left me alone, I would just fucking sleep all fucking day. And when I got up, I was bigger because you're just healing up. Because all your maintenance is fucking backlogged because you just don't make enough tests to fucking really heal yourself up. And I was working out at the time, and I really couldn't keep up with my workouts. So I had been sending signals to my body to start getting bigger for months before I started going on tests. As soon as I started taking tests, man, I slept for about a month and fucking gained, I don't know, probably about 4 pounds of muscle, 3 or 4 pounds of muscle fucking immediately, and started losing fat. Remember that?
Yeah, and like I said, it made a huge difference, like just in your whole outlook. And
It probably wasn't 3 pounds. It probably more like 2 pounds of muscle in about a month. But I'd lost some fat. I looked and felt a lot better just in a month. And then as that shit went on, each month got better and better. And 18 months later, I was fucking totally different. I looked totally different 18 months later. So I've been doing this for about 5 years now.
And honestly, I would not want you to go back to like.
No, I hadn't been 5 years, almost 4.
Yeah.
I went on after that fucking thing at the damn. After that thing at the fucking Capitol, that riot at the Capitol with the fucking.
Right.
So that was about 3.5 years ago, wasn't it?
Something like
So it hasn't been that long. 18 months I was transformed. It's only been about 3.5 years. I fucking gained 40 pounds of fucking muscle. Now it's not just test though. I was doing other stuff, but
Well, and like I said,
I weigh almost 200 pounds now.
I really wouldn't. I wouldn't want you to, but like, look, I loved you before, but I would not want you to go back because I felt like you weren't happy
Felt terrible
before, and like you always felt bad, and you just always had like a really defeatist attitude, and like you thought, oh, I'm so old, and this and that and the other.
I went on at 50. Wasn't it about 50? 51 maybe?
Mm-hmm.
51. I should have gone on at 35. Man, that'd have been a lot better for the rest of
But at least you know.
At least I know, yeah.
Xander said, I noticed Jenny's voice change, but she was never anywhere near sounding like a man. That's just trolls. Yeah, that's what I thought too. And honestly, I don't really get it that much, but every now and then I get one. I'm just like, okay. So you took some time out of your day to like comment on that, which has nothing to do with you, and good job. You know what I mean? And I never answer them because why? There's no point to it. It's not important. They're not important. And Xanada said, I've been listening to you guys for 6 years. Jenny's voice was very soft, but it sounds good now still. Yeah, I kind of feel like for a while it went kind of rough sounding. And that was Winstraw, but I'm not on that anymore. So I think it's still deeper than it was, but I don't know. Like I said, I'm not bothered by it. I'm not really... I don't know. And I don't get the whole mentality of people like just randomly going on people's videos and complaining about them. Like, I don't really get why. I don't have time to do that kind of stuff or inclination. So people that do just seem kind of pathetic. So I'm just like, okay.
Another thing is
great.
That they're only hearing recordings of you.
Right.
When I hear the recordings, I hear it too. But in real life, she doesn't sound that way. It's just we got a really good microphone, and it does kind of have a resonance to it. So your voice actually sounds deeper.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm not bothered.
In real life, she doesn't sound...
I'm not really bothered by...
She doesn't stick out. She could be in a crowd of people. Her voice doesn't stick out.
I used to care when I was younger.
Yeah.
What other people thought.
Yeah.
But the coolest thing about getting older is you no longer give a fuck what random, stupid, meaningless people think about you.
You're gonna feed the trolls.
It's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah. Oh, we gotta.
Oh wait. CB said, Jenny, it will be women that are jealous of how good you look. Sometimes, but honestly, at least in the scene we're in, most of the women are pretty supportive. Like, I'll just be in the bathroom at the club or something, and like, and girls are like, oh my god, you look amazing. Like, I love this outfit or whatever. So people are not super catty. Like, we have a couple friends that are older that are like our age that are super catty, but I know why that is.
Yeah, they're hating.
They're hating for reasons.
They're hating for reasons because they were trying to get with me.
Because they were after you. That's why.
Yeah.
And it's very transparent.
Yeah.
But generally, women are actually like very... I get a lot more compliments from women than I do from men.
Especially like young goth chicks. They love her. She goes to the bathroom like, oh, you guys are so awesome and this and that. And they fucking... Because
they just fuss. They
can't,
fuss.
They can't, and they're young. 20s and 30s.
Right. And I think they think it's cool that like somebody as old as me.
Yeah, and their 50s can still look good.
Is still, and it's still like going out dancing and stuff.
Yeah.
So okay. So we got some super chats, like I said.
All kinds of super chats.
Thank you very much, DVD Dragon.
Okay, DVD
super chat.
Dragon.
What do you think of the young fitness influencers promoting steroids, PEDs? These are guys in their mid-teens and early 20s.
Yeah.
There's a duo named the Trend Twins.
Okay, yeah, those guys.
Before we do that, let me say we also got another super chat from Ben.
All right.
Who gave us a super chat. Also, all my muscles are 100% natural, not very big though.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's okay.
The thing is there's a big difference between older people doing hormones and steroids than teenagers. It's real fucking risky and dangerous for teenagers to fuck with steroids and test. And that's really where a lot of the horror stories are coming from. You got a guy who are barely gone through puberty fucking juicing themselves up with test. Now, steroids are also kind of like testosterone too. It's the same basic idea. It's just that they've changed up some of the compound to kind of like get rid of the masculinizing side effects of testosterone. So you can give it to women and children if they get injured to heal them up, if they get burned.
Right,
steroids were not... There's this misconception, people think that steroids are something that comes out of a damn basement and you take it and you get big. That's all they know about it. That's not what they were made for. Most of them were made to heal up injury faster. The body's normal means of healing up from injury and also just work is testosterone. Now, women also can make estrogen and progesterone, and those also have kind of healing properties also. But they make test also. It's kind of like, because they didn't go through a male puberty, they don't quite have the same response to test as a man does. Even though they can take it. Okay, just it kind of alters them. Now, when you have young guys fucking around with large doses of test and steroids, you can run a lot of risk. Now, dudes have done it. Arnold grew up that way. I look at him at 18 and I can tell you he's on shit. He's not 100% natural. Arnold never was natural. And he survived it. And we don't know how much he took. And there were other guys from his era, the golden era. We don't know how much they took. They're going to say, oh, it was just a little bit. But they're lying. You know, they took, unless the quality of what they were taking, you know, the laboratories may have gave them better quality shit than what we get now. But there's just no telling. But no, there's some problems. Young guys taking that shit can really disrupt their normal system of fucking going through puberty. They'll get bigger than they normally would. They'd probably grow to a little bit bigger size, especially if they're taking something like growth hormone. They'll be leaner. And then they start putting on a lot of muscle. Now, they have to carry that muscle for a longer period of time now because they're young. And if they continue doing that, that sucker can grow to, 270 pounds, man, 300 pounds. And it's almost all pure muscle. That's too much, What's that going to do to your heart valves? Because if you're fucking nearly 300 pounds and you're just lean as fuck, that's more stress on your heart valves than being fucking 300 pounds of fat. So the human heart was not really designed to fucking power a body that big. And your heart's big and strong. It's trying to pump blood through there, but the valves are just cartilage. They can't grow any stronger, so they're flexing and wearing out like crazy. So, there's a risk. In general, if you're a small to medium frame guy, you don't want to go much over 200 pounds. And you never want to go into single digit body fat percentage. It's not so much the compounds that are dangerous. I don't think they're that dangerous because they have good tolerance, good safety margins. The problem is that you can get really lean and fucking really big. And that's the problem. You're not meant to be that big. It just mechanically, that doesn't work. And if you're young, you have plenty of time left ahead of you to get fucking big enough to kill you. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I would not advise starting it young, but
there's a lot better evidence for guys starting in middle age.
That's probably a much better idea.
Because your natural hormonal production is starting to taper off. So you're replacing it with some new synthetic versions. So it's called hormone replacement. You're going to replace. All right? Normally you'd be becoming old and shriveling up and dying. Now you're going to fucking put a new hormone in there, a synthetic analog. And then maybe some more on top. And then maybe a little bit more on top to fucking counteract death. Because you're slowly dying, basically, when you get old.
Well, everyone is. So
you're pouring more fuel into the fire to try to keep the fire burning using these hormones. Now, some people say, well, you'll die sooner. No, you'll die later. A good example would be Jack LaLanne. He lived to be about 97, and he was taking stuff until he died. You'll look at that bitch. But he lived a long time because Jack LaLanne never got that big. All right? A lot of those really big bodybuilders, most of them die in their 60s and 70s, which, if you make it to your 70s, that's about normal lifespan.
I mean, that's pretty average for
That's pretty average. But if you look at the guys that didn't get that big, they can live into their 80s and 90s. So that's life extension.
Yeah, well, it's just like anything. You can't, overdo it.
You don't overdo it, right.
Getting too big in a muscular sense,
Yeah.
is actually in a little bit worse than being big
Than fat.
with fat.
Yeah, because there's more
because
blood
muscle's
vessels.
denser.
It's denser and there's more blood vessels involved.
So
to
I think
feed
the
that.
problem came from, particularly in the 90s, when I
Yeah.
feel like in bodybuilding there was this trend toward like being these big fucking
yeah.
monsters and
Yeah.
shit like that. Like that is obviously very, very unhealthy because the human
Yeah.
body is just not meant to sustain
Your
that.
heart isn't big enough to fuel that. No,
But obviously, like, just keeping it within reasonable limits does generally, like, help you live longer.
You go back to the guys in the 1970s through the golden era of bodybuilding. When you look at the guys that made Olympia, that's extreme steroid use, but they're still, those guys, most of those guys lived a normal lifespan. What you're not seeing, you're only seeing those particular dudes. They looked great. But you're not seeing the guys that were halfway to there. They looked good too. And they probably lived healthier. But they didn't make it to Olympia. So there isn't, they're not real well documented.
Right.
But for all you know, those dudes lived into their 80s, 90s, 70s.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're not famous. So
they're just not famous.
So we don't know.
Right. Go ahead, mister.
Tammy said, my grandmother and her dad both lived to near 102 and never took anything. Yeah, I mean, like I said, some people just have, like, really good genetics. My grandmother, my maternal grandmother just died recently, and she was in her late 90s. And, I mean, she looked good up until her death, really. She was in good shape. Like, she was still running around doing stuff. She had a stroke, but it wasn't that bad. Like, she could still function and stuff. But, yeah, they tend to be fairly long-lived, like, at least on my mother's side of the family. Although my dad's side of the family, my great-grandmother on that side, she lived till she was also in her 90s. And might have lived longer had she not taken her own life, which she did, because they sent her to a old folks home, which she specifically said she did not want to go to. So she got there and she made good on her promise in a pretty gruesome way, honestly. That was back in the early 2000s, because I remember the phone call, like, hearing about it. But yeah, but she was in good shape up until her 90s. She was still gardening, lived by herself, and all this other kind of stuff. Yeah, Dana was saying earlier, Tom finally talked me into being a science project after months of coercion. Did you see that Xanada said that you finally talked him into being a science project?
Yeah.
After months of coercion.
I told him, I was telling him that.
I'm his original science project.
No, I was the original science project.
Well, yeah, I'm like the secondary science project. I'm like the Bride of Frankenstein.
Yeah. But no, you're talking about living to 100 and not taking anything. Yeah, it's fine, but what they look like, that's the thing. See, I want to look kind of like I look now, but even better in 15 years, which would make me 70. And people say, oh, you'll never look like that. And fucking say, yeah. I got pictures of dudes that are doing what I'm doing at 70. They look fucking great. From the neck down, they look like a 30-year-old. All right? And they're fucking they look fucking sexy. They look real good. Now, from the neck up, they don't. They look like older guys. But that's all right. They feel good. They fucking, they're having fun. You're going to die. I just want to die looking good, being strong.
Yeah.
There's no convalescence for those guys. They're working out. They're fucking just as healthy as me now, I just want to be like this until I die. And if I make it to 75 or 80, fine. Jack LaLanne made it into his 90s. All right. And then in his final years, you could tell he had declined a lot. I don't know exactly what he was taking. But he didn't decline that much. He was strong for a long time.
Yeah, it wasn't like he was in like a convalescent home for like a decade or something like that.
No,
like some people are.
His last 5 years, you could see he traveled off.
Yeah. Well, like I said, once you get to that age.
Yeah, once you're 90.
Yeah,
once
you're going to start
some.
to decline.
Right,
I mean, come on.
Right.
Phantom asked, what kind of gruesome way, Jenny? They found her in her room, and she had taken, I don't remember if it was a razor blade or a piece of glass or something like that she found, and she had sliced both arms all the way up to here, and they found her in her chair like that.
Who was this?
My great grandmother.
Oh yeah, you're talking about. She didn't want to go to the convalescent home.
Yeah, and they sent her there anyway.
Yeah.
And like I said, she made good on her promise. She's like, I don't want to go there.
Yeah.
Well, she was, like I said, she was living on her own. And she was actually in pretty good shape. I don't think she really, she had arthritis and shit, but that was about it. I mean, she didn't really have any big health problems or anything.
Yeah. Xander says, I was showing Tom, the wrestler who just died, his name is Sid Vicious, died at 63 of brain cancer. But the steroids didn't cause his death. Yeah. Like I said.
Some people just get unlucky. We've known a couple of people that died in their 20s and 30s of cancer.
Yeah.
And they didn't do anything to cause that.
Yeah.
My uncle died at 32 of brain cancer, and he didn't do anything to cause that. It was just unlucky.
Well, what I was talking about was the wrestlers. Okay. In general, the wrestlers did not abuse steroids to the same level as, say, like guys that went to Olympia. All right. Especially in the 90s. They weren't really taking that much. So they tended not to die from them. Now, there was that one guy who fucking killed his family. What was that guy's name?
The dude that killed his family.
Yeah, the wrestler that killed his family.
Oh, Benoit. Chris Benoit?
Chris Benoit or something?
Yeah.
Somebody,
Did we do a show about that motherfucker?
Probably be a good show.
I mean, we watched the Netflix documentary about him for sure, but I don't remember if we did a whole show about him or not. Oh, Chris Watts.
What's that?
Chris Watts.
Chris Watts, is that what his name was?
Yeah.
He...
Or Chris Benoit. Yeah.
I think it was Chris Benoit.
Which one was it?
Yeah.
That was the one I was thinking. I think it was Benoit.
Yeah, I thought it was Benoit. I remember seeing a program on his whole fucking story, and they kind of blamed steroids, but steroids were only indirectly with what happened to him. First of all, the WWF or the WWE, I think it was WWF, was his federation.
I wouldn't remember that.
They fucking took all his toys away. They fucking wouldn't talk about him at all, which they shouldn't have done that. He was a casualty of that sport. What happened with that dude is he was on steroids, and one of the things that steroids do is they're anti-inflammatories. So if you get hurt, things don't swell up as much, including the brain. Well, that dude was taking blows to the head several times a week. They were fucking breaking chairs, metal chairs on that dude on a regular basis. He loved his job. He's having fun. But he was taking regular head injuries.
And not realizing.
And not knowing it.
The extent of it.
Not knowing it. Yeah, he said, yeah, I rung my bell a little bit more. No, dude, that's a fucking serious concussion.
Yep.
Just that you can't really feel it because your brain hasn't swollen like normally. But the damage is still there.
Yep.
And that shit fucking is accumulative. Every head injury is worse and worse and worse. And he was taking a lot of them. And he was on cycle all the time. And I don't know exactly what he took, but eventually he went crazy and killed his family. You know, he went into a rage. And it wasn't because of the steroids. It was the fucking from the head injury.
Yeah.
And I think he killed himself afterwards.
I don't really think steroids had anything to do with
it. No,
that.
well, the steroids allowed him to fucking take all those head injuries.
Yeah, it was just like indirect.
Yeah. Yeah, had he not been on the steroids, he would have known that those were fucking serious head traumas that he was taking. He just didn't know.
Yeah.
Steroids make you tough, but it can also kill you. You got to understand the limitations.
Yeah, because I mean, your body gives you warnings for a reason.
For a reason, right?
So if you're taking something that covers that up, then that can also be a problem.
You don't know that your brains are being beaten to death. You know, he thought he was all right. So I felt sorry for the guy. You know, I felt sorry for his whole family. That was kind of like a natural disaster. And evidently he was a real positive guy. He loved his job. And he loved putting on a good show. He was, these guys are actors. They're physical performers. And it cost him his life and the life of his family. Not knowing. They needed some kind of supervision. They needed to have some kind of medical supervision, and they didn't have it. A doctor should have been able to step in and says, no, man, you can't beat yourself over the head with fucking chairs.
Well, see, and that's kind of the thing is I kind of feel like it's only in recent years that people have seemed to be aware of, sports like wrestling or football or something like that. It causes brain damage.
Yeah.
which can have collateral damage
later on. Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, we really need to monitor this shit so it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Because I kind of feel like previous to this era, like people be like, well, wait, everything will be fine. Like it's not macho.
Yeah.
So like I guess it was just kind of like a macho culture kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where it's just, oh, we're fine, everything, but you're not fine. You're not fine.
Pro sports were a big business, and there wasn't an internet, so that's where all your fucking entertainment was coming from, and it was millions and billions of dollars, to be in some kind of professional sport.
So no one really questions it.
They were gladiators, man. They were out there to get killed. Just ask fucking Evel Knievel. That was a fucking dude that was being paid to try to kill himself, basically. Stuntman. And the fucking wrestlers and football players were basically stuntmen. Kind of like a gladiator.
Yeah. But you're just like abusing your body over and over again. And like I said, as tough as you are, you're still just human, and you can't do that forever without there being repercussions.
Right.
It's not like wussy to like say that. It's just like I said, you're just a person. So I'm glad that they're more aware of that now, but it took like shit like that, like him killing his whole fucking family, like for people to be aware. Oh yeah, maybe we should like look into his brain being like, somebody said earlier, like they said his brain was like a 90-year-old man.
Yeah, he was beaten to death.
You can't take that many head injuries and be normal.
I guess
it just doesn't work like that.
I guess you could call pro wrestling a sport. I kind of think it's more like just a thing of entertainment, really.
Yeah.
More like acting, but it is very physical. From that came dudes like The Rock. And The Rock is fucking an awesome specimen. And he was a fucking great wrestler from what I remember. He was entertaining. He put on a good show, and he was pretty safe. By then they had figured out what it was you could do and get away with and what you couldn't do. That Benoit guy was in a time where ultimate fighting was going on, and they were trying to compete with that. They were really hurting each other. Breaking glass on each other and cutting each other and shit. It was like punk rock. And they loved it, but you can't get away with that shit forever, man. For something bad's going to happen.
Yeah, you just can't.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, you're just a human. The body can only take so much. Some people can take more than others, but, you're not superhuman. Nobody is.
Right.
Xanada said the women's wrestlers are more popular now. I'm going to show Tom Rhea Ripley. She's the most popular wrestler, and she's a shredded goth girl.
Yeah.
See, Tom would probably be a really
good one. Yeah, I actually watched the Japanese fucking wrestler girls, because they're not athletic really hardly at all, most of them. They just look like regular chicks. They're fucking funny. What's it called? Fucking something All Stars, something or other. But I follow it on YouTube, and they'll fucking post like 6 or 7 videos. Usually it's not the full show. They want you to come to Japan to see it. But they have American girls on there too. They come in and fucking compete. And Jen was like, Japanese female wrestler, what are you talking about? She went and looked at him. She goes, oh, okay. Because Jen could go there and kick ass. She's in much better shape than fucking most of them.
I will smother those bitches.
Yeah. It'd be fucking funny.
I'll fight dirty.
Yeah. And they're also not young. You look at them, they look young, but they're all in their late 30s. Some of them are in their 40s. I've been doing it for a long time.
I always thought it'd be fun to do something like roller derby or something like that.
Yeah.
I had a friend that did that, and it sounded super fun, but I never got
American
around to it.
female wrestlers usually are kind of like, look like porn stars or fucking cheerleaders. They usually fucking, most of the time, they're super pretty. Not in Japan. In Japan, they're just like average. And they treat them like they're huge, though, just because, people are so kind of skinny there.
Man, they're very small over there.
Yeah, they're not. They just look like
you buy clothes from over there. It's like, oh my god, who the fuck can fit in this? I can't even get one leg in that shit.
Let me go get a...
Holy crap. Tammy said The Rock is naturally big to begin with. He looked old at 15. Yeah, I mean, he's a big fucking dude. But, like I said, did we ever do a show about Chris Benoit? I kind of feel like we talked about it because we watched the documentary, which I think is on Netflix. And, but I don't know if we did a whole show about it. I kind of remember us talking about it, though. Maybe we just reviewed the documentary. I don't remember. But that kind of shit, like, I don't know. Like I said, it's like Tom's like, it's like a natural disaster, which in some ways it kind of is. But he did kind of make the choice to do that, so it's not exactly like a natural disaster. You know what I mean? Like, he did make the choice to be in that line of work and get hit in the head all the time and, you know, ignore what repercussions that might have. So, and then, like, innocent people are dead because of that. So I don't know. I don't have too much sympathy. Just saying. I don't have too much sympathy. But.
She talking about how big The Rock was when he was young?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is about big guys, you can be born with a big frame and then have that frame and be empty, basically. There's not much to him. The challenge with all those bigger athletes is to fill that frame out, which is why to do that with any kind of reasonable reasonable time, really, you know, they go on gear. That's why all those big guys that fucking are filled out and everything, they're all on gear. Because you could work fucking 20 years and not fill that frame out on normal testosterone. Unless you're some kind of a... Well, even we know the fucking upper echelons of fucking what natural test production's like. You still couldn't fill that out. You'd look like a big old baby Huey, most likely. You're either going to be a beanpole or like a baby Huey. But The Rock said he had good genes. He responded well to all that treatment and working out, taking tests and taking steroids. And
Tammy said it's his island blood.
he's huge. Well, that whole fucking race of people, you know, all those islanders are warriors. Come from a warrior culture. Even the little bitty Micronesians, which are a smaller version of those, and the Samoans, which are kind of in the middle. They're all tough. They're all fucking cannibals too. They descend from cannibals. They were fucking mean. All right. Was in the army with them. Samoans and Micronesians. The guys from they're with the British. What's the word? The Rock is from where? He's a Maori, isn't he?
I thought so.
I think he's a Maori. What's the name of that island?
New Zealand.
New Zealand. That's right. Yeah. They're when they go into the military, they end up with the British. Them and the Fijians, which I ran into the Fijians in Egypt. Also bad motherfuckers. But looking at what I've seen of the Maori, they're big. They got good genetics for fighting because they've been fighting. Only kind of like the Vikings, only the fucking badasses survived, you know. You put that dude into training and put him on gear, he's going to go fucking get huge. They're very physical. And, you know, The Rock is a fucking specimen of a man. I mean, you know, as far as physicality goes.
He's a giant dude.
If you want a big dude that's fucking powerful, you can't get much better than that. You know, you kind of put him up against Arnold. It's kind of a different game. You know, Arnold was fucking he was a straight up bodybuilder. He went to, you know, Olympia and everything. He started training pretty young. And The Rock is more of an entertainer, you know what I mean? A physical entertainer with a wrestler. He wasn't really trying to become a bodybuilder per se. But I'd put them on par with each other. Though there were times when fucking Arnold was fucking looked a lot more extreme. But out of the two, I think I'd probably rather be The Rock than Arnold.
The Rock always seemed like he had a better personality.
Yeah, The Rock is kind of sexy. Fucking Arnold wasn't really ever sexy. I mean,
really.
I mean, women liked him who knew him, but on camera, his fucking in-person persona doesn't really come across.
It doesn't come across.
Yeah.
He doesn't come across as, like, sexual at all.
No,
like,
Rock,
at least to me. I mean, The Rock is kind of sexy, but that's
And
more...
he's also,
that's more because his personality, too,
Yeah.
because he's funny, and he's
funny,
just, like, he's very charismatic.
Yeah, you can relate to him, and Rock's going to get laid.
Right.
Big time.
Whereas, like, Arnold was kind of more... I'm just going to say...
cold and mechanical.
Yeah, he was better at playing robots, is what I'm going to say.
And fucking kind of like a cold dude. But that's what his Germanic way was like that.
Yeah, that was his niche, which is fine.
He was supposed to be like that.
But he wasn't super, at least on screen, he didn't come across as like super sexy or personable or anything like that. Whereas The Rock comes across like more like a regular dude.
You're going to give the fucking average woman a choice between The Rock or Arnold, who they're going to sleep with, they're going to pick The Rock.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, neither of them are really my type, but yeah.
They're going to pick The Rock.
Rock all day.
The Rock's at least going to make you laugh. He's going to make you come. You don't know if that's going to happen with the fucking...
I kind of doubt it, honestly.
It may not happen with Arnold, you know. But
I kind of feel like, and maybe this is not true. Maybe I'm just like talking about out my ass. But Arnold seems kind of more old school. So he seems more like he doesn't really care about your pleasure. He's just going to get off.
All right.
And just think that you should appreciate
I've gotten all the lowdown about him.
Okay.
Women that knew him said that he was amazing and that he was a fucking addictive. Dudes said that he was stuck up and that he was a clown. He was constantly fucking with people and making jokes. He's not a real serious guy.
Right.
Arnold was a fucking cut up. He fucked around.
He never seemed that funny to me.
He doesn't come that way in real life.
He really doesn't.
He didn't come across. That didn't come across on camera.
He comes across as a little bit like awkward and.
Yeah, no, that's not the way he was. He was actually a clown, and constantly cutting up, and he was kind of stuck up, and he would fucking call other bodybuilders fat and shit like that, and fucking.
Yeah, I remember that.
He was that kind of guy. He had friends, but he would also make enemies too, but with his mouth.
Yeah, he seemed kind of like a douche.
Yeah, kind of. Well, real arrogant.
Yeah, which I'm not.
But he says, but in his defense, that was his brand.
It was.
He was trying to psych other dudes out.
I don't like it though.
Yeah, he was trying to psych other dudes out.
I don't like that super arrogant.
But I'm gonna defend Arnold. Yeah, Arnold fucking on screen was not that sexy, and he knew it. He knew he was. But evidently in real life he was. Women liked him.
Okay, fair enough. But like I said, I don't know him in real life.
Yeah.
I'm just going by what I see him on screen, and it's like he's not sexy at all.
Yeah.
At all.
Well,
he seems like asexual.
I would. Well, a lot of it was the material he was doing in the movies that he was doing. There were two of them where he kind of shined a little bit. I thought he shined in Conan. I thought he came across
still not sexy though.
Some people might disagree. I've heard some women say that he's actually pretty juicy in that movie, and that there's something about him, his kind of like oafishness of him, like, you know, discovering things. So that was kind of interesting. He's great. He's great in The Predator, and in Predator 1, he's slimmed down some. He doesn't look so much like a bodybuilder. He just looks big though. And I've seen some behind the scenes footage of him and that actress that played Anna, the rebel girl, and fucking she's just all over him. And it looks very sexy to see those two taking pictures with each other.
Okay.
Yeah, she's definitely impressed with him. And he likes her. He's like, man.
Like I said, maybe
she was a hot
he comes across better in
real life. They say he's a lot, yeah.
Because on screen that does not come across at all. At least like to me. I don't know if other people see it different, but Xana said Tom's gonna run cover for Arnold's lack of sexuality. Yeah, he seemed very asexual to me always. Like
he was kind of robotic.
Yeah, like there was like nothing really like hot about him.
Look, man, we're all going back into ancient history. Carl Weathers. Okay.
Carl Weathers was way
sexy.
hotter.
Very sexy.
Yeah, he was a sexy motherfucker.
And he looked great in fucking Predator. All right. And he was fucking with Arnold through the whole movie. I saw the interviews. He was fucking with Arnold the whole movie to try to actually get Arnold to act. And some of Arnold's best acting was when he was playing against Carl. Because Carl knew how to bring it out of him.
Right.
Okay. That you had to fuck with him. You had to fuck with Arnold to get him to act. And his acting in Predator was pretty good for him. Yeah. He's not an actor.
And Predator's a great fucking movie.
It's a great movie, yeah. A classic fucking movie.
Yeah. One of the best movies.
Now, Arnold did get better at acting when he got older.
He did.
Maggie, he does a very good job of acting.
I really liked that movie. I was actually impressed by his... He's still not sexy, but...
Yeah, he got a lot better when he got older.
Yeah, like, I was actually impressed by his acting.
Yeah. Now, I know some of you old-timers understand that there was a damn clash of the titans between Arnold and Sylvester Stallone. They were fucking nemesis. They fucking just...
Nemesis.
They were nemesis. Yeah, they just
nemesis.
Fucking... They were just at each other's throat over who was the fucking best. All right? And they had a similar segment. And fucking Arnold was bigger than Sylvester Stallone, and always let Sly know that, basically. And he would try to like poo-poo everything.
Because he's a bitch.
Yeah, he's a bitch. He'd poo-poo everything. He was Arnold was about mind games. He'd like to belittle you.
Yeah, bitches.
To make you fail. That's
some bitch shit.
In that fucking Clash of that Titans, Arnold fucking with Sylvester Stallone drove Sylvester Stallone to greater heights. So, between the two, Stallone.
Well, I mean,
his movies, his writing, his fucking
could
talent.
do other shit.
Yeah, yeah.
He wrote Rocky.
Yeah. Well, Rambo.
He's a better actor.
Movies.
Also,
yeah, better actor. He could write. Fucking better storyteller. He lives here now in Florida. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he moved here to Florida. He's gonna make movies here.
Yeah.
Which shit, man. I ought to go look fucking Sly up, man. Let's fucking call my boy from and my sound boy from fucking Milton. We'll go come down here and we'll make some movies with Stallone. But yeah, Stallone won. And that was another dude that was on a shit ton of gear, especially from Rambo 3. He got fucking huge for Rambo. Was it Rambo 3 or Rambo 2?
I don't remember.
I think it was Rambo 3 is when he got fucking huge. Although nothing can beat fucking Rambo fucking The Fight Continues. That fucking bloodbath of a movie. That was fucking great, man.
Like I said, it was like a horror movie. I was kind of into it. Well, like I said, not because he was in it. I was just I just liked all the gore because you know how I do.
It was a good story.
Yeah.
Him and those mercenaries trying to save those fucking missionaries.
It's like, yeah, blow all those people up. Nice.
Yeah.
Because you know how I am.
I want to see that one again.
Tammy said, "Oh my God, I just found out The Rock has a twin brother."
Oh, he does? What does he look like?
I didn't know that. Well, what do you think he looks like?
Yeah, but he may not be jacked.
Okay.
He probably isn't.
You would think that they would probably both.
You would think he was like, I'm going to get it.
Because there'd be like some competition.
Look, man, Arnold Schwarzenegger has a Mexican son. People don't know that.
Does, yeah.
Illegitimate Mexican son. He had a son with the housekeeper. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it was after he got divorced with...
well, I would hope so.
I think. I'm trying to remember what his name was. Joseph Pena, I think is what his name is. And he looks...
That sounds right.
I think it's Joseph Pena is his name. And he looks just like Arnold. He's a bodybuilder. And he's natural. He's not taking any fucking gear. And he got pretty fucking big. He's got good genetics. If you ever wanted to make a John Milius fucking Conan movie, you know what I mean? Like a real Conan 2, you'd have fucking Pena do it. He looks just like fucking Arnold.
Mackie Mac VR chat says Arnold's son from The Maid looks more like Arnie. And Jeffy Art said that's why he and Maria Shriver got divorced.
Yeah, is that what
I guess he was fucking around.
Okay, yeah. He looks more like him. He looks just spitting image of his son.
That's kind of fucked up.
Arnold's
having
got
kids with the house.
Arnold's got a Mexican son. And here's the thing about Conan. The dude who wrote Conan was a Texan. And Conan is described as being a fucking Germanic Mexican, basically. Dark-skinned, Germanic fucking face with dark skin and black hair. That's the way a Sumerian was supposed to be. He's talking about a Texican. Fucking Pena's perfect for that. That's exactly the way fucking... What was the guy's name who wrote fucking...
Robert E. Howard.
Robert Howard. That's exactly the way fucking Howard had described Conan. A Germanic Mexican. That's exactly what that is.
Xanada says Dolph Lundgren was hot in Rocky 4. He's not really my type, Dolph Lundgren. Like I said, I don't really have a type, but I don't know. He's a little too...
A little tall and lanky, I think.
Well,
and he's kind of fucking got
too... I don't know what it is.
His
just too much of like chiseled kind of. Yeah. I don't know. It's just kind of boring.
I thought he was great in fucking.
Like I said, I like weirdos.
I thought he was great in The Expendables.
Yeah.
He aged well.
He did.
He was better as an older guy.
A lot of dudes are like that. Like they kind of grow into it, and then they kind of look sort of more rugged and grizzled or whatever, and they kind of look better like that.
Well,
because it gives them some character.
Yeah.
When they're just young and handsome and all, it's just kind of boring because they all.
Especially when they look like that, they look fake.
Yeah, maybe
like,
that's
people don't really look
is.
that way. When they get older, you go, yeah, okay, yeah, you've been around a long time. Yeah, you look like a bad motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know, and Dolph Lundgren looked great in the Expendables series, and he was fucking old.
Yeah.
He looked good, though.
Like I said, I kind of tend toward people that look like they have some character.
Yeah.
Like, if you just look like a generic, good-looking, handsome person or a beautiful person or something like that, they all kind of look alike to me. So, I kind of like people that are, like, weird-looking or distinctive-looking. CB said Arnold tricked Stallone into doing Stop or My Mom Will Shoot.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, like, I kind of heard that, like, that was the story behind it. I think I saw that movie back on cable. Like,
he was trying to respond to something that Arnold had done. He said, well, I'm going to do a movie like that, too. And
that was a terrible fucking movie. Although a lot of the movies back then were kind of terrible.
There's a lot of fucking good
honest.
Stallone movies that have aged really well, man. I really loved Demolition Man. With fucking guy who played Simon Phoenix. What's his name? Fucking. He also played Blade.
Wesley Snipes.
Wesley Snipes. Yeah. How am I gonna forget Wesley Snipes?
Yeah.
But fucking Demolition Man has aged very well. Fucking fun movie. Just great flick. I actually liked Sylvester Stallone's version of fucking Judge Dredd. Now, you know, he didn't have the mask on all the time, which some people didn't like that. The purists who were into the comic
Although,
books,
honestly, the remake of Judge Dredd was pretty fucking good.
It was good, too, yeah. But I liked his version of Judge Dredd also.
Yeah, it was
fun. Fun.
Yeah, Victor said, yeah, Dolph was beautiful. Zena said Victor understands. And then Jeff Yard said Dolph is actually a genius. He has a PhD in mechanical engineering from MIT. Which I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. It sounds unlikely, but maybe.
No, I mean, I believe it.
When did he have time to get that? Must have been after Rocky? Before, maybe? I don't know.
I have no idea. Victor says Ralph Macchio is aging well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he still looks not really that I mean, you can still tell that that's the kid that was in the Karate Kid, you know what I mean?
That series is so fucking
Oh my god, we love
man.
Cobra Kai. I love Cobra Kai so much.
It's a good series.
It's so cheeseball, and like, it's unashamedly cheeseball, and I love that about
adults worried about fucking karate.
I know, I love it.
Shit happens.
Like I said, I love that they just leaned into the ridiculousness.
Yeah.
And they're just like, we're going to take this 100% seriously.
Yeah.
But like a little bit of like funny about it. But it's just kind of like they're taking it all seriously. And then, like, I love that. It's like exactly the same tone as like the movies.
Yeah.
And I love that they did that.
Evidently, the new Crow is fucking terrible. And it's bombing.
I have heard that also.
And the old director of the Crow is laughing at it, saying that they shouldn't have made that shit. Don't make it. Do not fuck with the Crow. Don't leave it a fucking alone. Brandon Lee gave his life making that fucking movie. You're never gonna fucking top that, okay? And that was the way that movie should have been. You're not gonna be able to Now, when they made the fucking the couple sequels after it, they didn't do all that well either. But at least they didn't try to step on the dick of the first one.
Right.
This one's trying to reboot it. You can't do that.
Yeah, remember there was a sequel that was like, what was it called? City of Angels?
City of Angels.
And I think like Poppy Z. Bright wrote the novelization of that.
Yeah,
I don't think I saw the movie, but I read the book though.
They were I wasn't even interested in it because that dude got killed making that movie, and that's it. You know, that was Bruce Lee's son.
Yeah.
Killed by a prop gun that was a real gun. You know, that they
It's
fucked
a random
up.
fucking accident.
Random accident. Well, the armorer fucked up. A dummy bullet had a live primer in it. And fucking sent a fucking bullet down into the barrel of a revolver. Later on, they put blanks in that revolver, and the blank shot that bullet out and hit Brandon, killed him. I think it was a 44 Magnum too, or 37 Magnum. Poor dude. And Brandon Lee was fucking hot. He was a good actor. He looked great.
Yeah.
He had a lot of good physicality and everything. He was a great successor to his dad. They were both actors, you know. Fucking people think, well, he's a martial artist, didn't he? Yeah. Bruce Lee was a martial artist, but he was an actor and dancer really first.
Yeah.
But
nothing wrong with that.
no, he could fight. He just didn't because that wasn't what his job was. I could go on about him and listen to a lot of his interviews, understanding his what he was looking for in his philosophy. He was looking for MMA. You know, he wanted MMA to happen. Those other dudes want to fucking Frank Dux want to call it the fucking Kumite. You know, the Dim Bach and shit. You know, the fucking Death Touch and shit. But what they were talking about was MMA, and that all happened. If Bruce were to see MMA, he goes, "Yeah, that's it. That's what I was talking about." Yeah, something that didn't really have a style per se. It was just fighting.
Yeah.
Fighting to win kind of deal.
Tammy says Wesley Snipes played an ugly woman in Tu Wong Fu. Thanks for everything, Julie Newmar is the name of that movie. Yeah, like Patrick Swayze was in that, and John Leguizamo, I think, was also in it, like as drag queens.
I think I remember that.
That is a great movie. Not quite as fun as Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, another movie about drag queens, but almost as fun. We should probably review those too one of these days.
Sounds ridiculous.
At least Priscilla, because that's a great fucking... And your boy is in that was in... what's his fucking name? That was in Memento and Prometheus and Guy Pearce. Guy Pearce was in Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, playing a drag queen. But that is a great fucking movie. And Tu Wong Fu is pretty fucking good too.
Yeah,
we should do like a double feature.
DVD with Dragon was talking about Dark Angel.
Yeah. We wouldn't want to review that one too.
I have the DVD. I have the Blu-ray.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Dark Angel. Yeah, and it's kind of like a re-edit. I think it was the original director's cut of it. It's good. It's pretty good. He had that little Calico M100 fucking pistol, full auto, playing an alien and shit. I remember when it came out. We saw it when it came out. We thought it was cool, but there was a lot of other stuff that was like competing with it. I think fucking Predator had already been out by that time, and I think fucking, the Terminator movies. It was kind of middling. It was good, but it wasn't good enough to really like stand out over a long period of time. Although it did have some really good special effects shots. I remember some explosions in a car lot that were real. Dude was running across the tops of the hoods of those cars, and an explosion went off. Big old gasoline explosion, and he was in the explosion. The fucking fire fucking comes out right at him and shit. It was a good movie. I need to see it again.
I remember, I haven't seen it in a long time. I remember the last time I heard about it was, didn't Brandon Tenold do a video about it, last year or something like that?
And Dark Angel, I don't think was supposed to be actually the name of the movie. They changed it to that. I think the original movie actually made more sense. And I think the original name of the movie is on my version of the Blu-ray. I think it's different on both sides. I don't remember.
We'll watch it one of these days and review it.
Yeah.
Mackie Mac says, coming to a theater in 2024, Pookie in Hold My Treat Please, or else.
Yeah. Yeah, she had to sit there and hold the damn meat stick.
The meat stick. She is super into the Sheba tuna flavor meat stick. She didn't like the other flavors. Only tuna.
Yeah.
So I have to buy them. I have them. They come automatically.
Yeah.
On Amazon. I have them coming every 4 weeks or something like that. Because she goes through them all the time. And you have to hold them in your hand. And she has to lick them for a while. If you put it down on the floor, she gets really, really mad. You know what I mean? She has a whole system that you have to do.
They said that Dredd was not a remake of Judge Dredd. Yeah, it wasn't. It was just...
it was just kind of
an original version
of the same character.
Of the same character, yeah.
Which, I hadn't remembered. I hadn't seen Judge Dredd in so long. But we saw Dredd not too long ago. And I just remember really liking it. I think I liked it better than Judge Dredd, but it's been a really long time since I've seen Judge Dredd, so... Victor said, so apparently Dolph had his education interrupted by acting. He got his master's in chemical engineering in 1982, and then got a scholarship to MIT for his PhD, but dropped out due to acting.
Yeah, I remember that they kind of incorporated all that into, his character in the fucking Expendables, that he was a genius and shit. Fucking, not only was he a mercenary, he was a genius. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean... I don't know. I guess they kind of play it for laughs because you don't expect somebody that looks like that and is that jacked and everything to also be smart. It's just kind of the whole you don't expect a beautiful woman to be a scientist or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Even though it does happen, but It's almost like people think it's not fair. Like it's not fair, like for somebody to be like super hot and also like really smart at the same time. It's like that's not allowed to happen in the same person. But they were talking about now Ben says, I don't know if he's talking about I don't know what movie he was talking about, but he said Sandra Bullock's only good movie.
He's probably talking about
Dark Angel?
No.
She wasn't in that, was she?
No, he's talking about Demolition Man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't like...
Speed was okay, from what I remember.
I don't like Sandra Bullock.
I don't know why.
Something about her just rubs me the wrong way.
She's just very generic. Generic character.
And I can't put my finger on it. There's other actresses that are generic like that don't kind of piss me. She kind of pisses me off, and I don't really know why.
Oh, weird. She was in one called Speed. I thought it was
yeah,
alright.
Yeah, that was alright. I didn't love it. Wasn't Keanu Reeves in that too?
Yeah. Yeah.
The one about the bus?
Yeah, and then the dude that fucking had the bomb, what was his name? He was in Apocalypse Now, too. Played the photographer. Dennis Hopper. Dennis Hopper was in it. Played the bomber.
That's right. I haven't seen that movie in like forever.
But
I like something about Sandra Bullock. Just I don't know what it is. It's just something about her just always kind of annoyed me. I don't know why she annoys me so much. She just annoys me.
Evidently, she annoyed fucking Jesse James too because he dumped her.
Okay, so I'm not the only person then. Like maybe I read that. Like I was just kind of like she just seems like a very annoying person to me. And she didn't. And
although
like
Jesse James seems like a fucking piece
well,
of shit.
he's also he's also a douche. So I'm not saying like I'm aligning with him or anything,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying that. And it's weird because like a lot of dudes are just kind of like, oh, Sandra Bullock, she's hot and everything. Like she doesn't seem hot to me.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem attractive to me at all, and it's like she just always like I don't know. She's always seemed really super annoying to me.
I think I went to middle.
I can't like watch anything with her in it. She just like annoys the fuck out of me. I don't know why.
I think I went to elementary school and middle school with Jesse James.
Did you really?
I think so. Yeah. Carson Elementary School, California. I know that fucking what's his name? Quentin Tarantino was a couple years older than me. He went to that school. I remember him. About 3 years older than me, I think.
Tom Baker said Sandra Bullock tries too hard to please. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe she comes across as like a tryhard. She's trying like too hard to be funny, which I don't. Maybe that's what's getting on my nerves. Although CB said I would fuck the shit out of Sandra Bullock.
She was cute,
which a lot of dudes would. Like I said, I don't know. I'm a girl, so I'm not coming at it from the same way. She never really seemed that cute or attractive or distinctive or anything like that to me.
She's cute.
So.
Yeah, Jesse James.
I don't know. She just gets on my fucking nerves.
Jesse James' little chopper shop was behind my elementary school. Now, it wasn't when I was there. When I was there, it was just strawberry fields, but that's where it is. And he was from that area. He grew up in that area, so we must have went to school together. But he didn't have the name Jesse James back then, I don't think. Never heard of that.
Tammy said Jesse is a racist, and he cheated on her, so I wouldn't take his opinion about anybody seriously. Yeah, I wouldn't either. But like I said, maybe that's the one thing we can like agree on, that Sandra Bullock is annoying. But
he thought she was annoying.
Victor said I love Sandra Bullock, probably because of Speed.
I think he cheated on her with a porn star too, from what I remember.
It just goes to show that even if you're as famous and supposedly hot as Sandra Bullock, dudes will still cheat on you.
Yeah, he cheated on her with a porn star.
That's
if I remember
pretty
correctly.
depressing.
But I seem to fucking remember that Sandra wasn't all fucking, fucking nicety nice either.
Well, I never implied that she was.
I'll get you another drink.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, fucking
Yeah.
Friday night, bitch.
Yeah.
It's a holiday weekend.
Yeah.
Although, honestly, I probably still have to work on Monday. Victor said, I've never seen Judge Dredd, Shawshank Redemption, or The Crow. Okay, out of those three movies, Shawshank Redemption, I absolutely think that you should see that. I think that's kind of like a must-see. The novella is great. Is it not a novella? Or I guess it's a novella. By Stephen King is also fantastic. Not really that different from the movie, but they did a really good job, like, adapting it. That's really one of the best movies of the 90s, I think. The Crow, I liked it a lot more when I was younger. I don't like it as much now. I don't, at least for me, I don't think it aged as well. So, I don't know. take that with a grain of salt. Like I said, everybody's perception might be different because you've never seen it and maybe you don't have the cultural, or you're not coming at it from the same like perspective as I'm coming at it. But out of those 3 movies, like definitely you should see The Shawshank Redemption because that is a fantastic fucking movie. It's so fucking good. Yeah, Xana said I can't picture who Sandra Bullock is, to be honest. Maybe that's what it is. She just always seems like, man, I don't know what it is. And like I said, and everybody's just, she always played these kind of parts where she was just kind of like, oh, I'm so quirky and funny, and I don't know. Wasn't she at that weird, what the fuck was the name of that movie? While You Were Sleeping? Was that the name of it? Where it's like she tried to like con her way into marrying a dude who was in a coma? Am I remembering that wrong? And it was a little fucked up. The whole premise was a little fucked up. But I always remember like everybody touting like how she was like this great comedic actress and everything. I just never really found her funny or charming or anything like that. I don't know why. Like she always just kind of got on my nerves for some reason. There's some actors that are like that. Like, I don't want to go too far in this, but like a male actor that I'm thinking of that kind of also gets on my nerves, although I can watch shit that he's in, is Michael Douglas. Like, I like him in a lot of stuff. Like, he was great in, like, Fatal Attraction and stuff. But even when I see good movies that he's in, he still kind of pisses me off.
Who's that?
Michael Douglas.
Oh, yeah, Michael Douglas. Yeah, fuck Michael Douglas.
Like, it's like, there's something about him. I think, like, back in his earlier days, like, when he was in, like, Romancing the Stone and shit like that, like, he was, like, pretty good in that. Like, he still kind of pissed me off, but not enough that I wouldn't watch the movie. But, like, later on, I was just kind of, oh, man, shut up. Like, I was just kind of, like, I don't know. He was just kind of getting on my nerves. So, like, there's a couple of actors like that I'm just kind of like, and Sandra Bullock is one of them. Michael Douglas, to a lesser degree. Although, like I said, Fatal Attraction is great. But he kind of plays a dick in that, so it sort of works. But I can't watch a lot of stuff that they're in because they just get on my nerves so bad that I can't, like, even enjoy the movie. And Sandra Bullock is like that for me. Like, I don't know, and I don't know why. I can't explain it. I can't fucking stand her for some reason. I'm sure, maybe she's a nice person. I don't know. I don't know her in real life. Sandra Bullock.
Still talking about Sandra Bullock.
Yeah.
I don't know what she looks like now. But back in her day, back in the 90s, I'd have fucking run through it, man. She was cute back then.
Well, that's nice to know.
Yeah, she was cute. Just a cute little Jewish girl, you know. And
like I said, not really my type, I guess.
Yeah. Now, Michael Douglas.
Something about him kind of gets on my nerves.
Yeah, he's kind of like the sensitive Kurt Russell. The sensitive bullshit.
He's not
Kurt
really.
Russell.
No, he's not. He's not really sensitive though. He always comes across like kind of like an arrogant dick, which is probably why I don't like, especially in something like Falling Down or movies like that where.
I thought that was a good movie though. But he was supposed to be a dick in that kind of.
That's true. Yeah, Tom Baker said, I like Douglas, but I don't like most of his movies. Especially the President one. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I kind of feel like, I don't know, there's just, again...
Remember Romancing the Stone?
Well, I mentioned that while you were in the bathroom. I actually love that movie. Yeah. Did we review that?
I don't know.
I love that movie.
That's a very female-centric movie. A lot of females like that movie. That's kind of...
Well, I kind of liked it more because of, what's her name? Oh my god, why did I just forget what her name was?
Blonde chick.
Catherine.
Yeah.
Something.
It wasn't Catherine, was it?
No. What's her fucking name?
She was in a bunch of movies around that time.
No, shit.
It's not Catherine, is it? No.
Kathleen Turner.
Kathleen Turner. Kathleen.
Duh, you think that's my mom's name is Kathleen, so you
Kathleen,
think my mom's name is Kathleen. So
Kathleen,
you think I would remember that, but yeah. Yeah, Kathleen Turner. I kind of liked it more for her character. Yeah. And I liked the whole adventure aspect.
It was a rip-off of Indiana Jones.
Yeah. There was a lot of that going on in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kathleen
It was okay.
Turner.
It was okay.
Now, Kathleen Turner, I would absolutely hit that, especially back in the 80s.
Boy, you got some weird taste. You got some weird taste. No.
Honestly, one of my favorite roles, and I brought this movie up earlier, was in Man with Two Brains, where she played the total cunt of a wife of Steve Martin,
Yeah.
and she was great. You could tell that she was just relishing,
Yeah.
like playing this complete fucking twat, and it was fantastic. I loved that. I always loved her. I thought she was like so fucking cool. Victor says you should review Serial Mom. Oh, we totally should. I don't think, like, Tom has not really seen any... Have you seen any John Waters movies?
No.
Okay, so maybe we should get you into some John Waters movies. And maybe Serial Mom. You've never even seen Crybaby? Did you see Crybaby? With Johnny Depp and Tracy Lords?
Never seen it.
Okay. So...
Yeah, Michael Douglas in a China Syndrome. I remember that being
Okay,
good
that
movie, but I
was...
haven't seen
Yeah,
it.
that was good. That was good.
I remember that one, yeah.
But I mean, Serial Mom, that would probably be a good John Waters movie to start out with. Because I feel like that's kind of a more accessible John Waters movie.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have Divine eating dog shit in it. So
Yeah.
there's that.
Which
But,
evidently she really did.
She did, yeah.
Yeah.
She did, yeah.
Filthiest
Person alive. That's... I love fucking John
Senator
Waters. I love fucking John
said
Waters movies.
that a lot of guys thought Jennifer Aniston was hot, but he didn't think she was hot. He liked...
Yeah, I didn't
Brittany
really
Murphy.
see it either.
She was cute. She was like an average girl next door, kind of. Like an average cute girl you would know. That's the way she always came across. She's like this cute chick that you know. Some of those women were like, you'd never meet anybody like that in real life.
A lot, yeah. I kind of... It's weird because, like, a lot of the actresses that everybody's, like, touting as, like, super hot and everything like that, like, I don't really see it. Because they kind of look like everybody else, honestly. They don't really look that interesting.
They look like each other, is what you're saying.
That's what I mean. They all
like
kind of look
everybody else.
alike.
Yeah.
There's
There's kind of a mannequin quality to a lot of them.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. And there's always, like, a weird, like, artificial... And honestly, like, some of them I can't tell one from the other because they kind of, like, look alike. And the same thing with the dudes.
Yeah.
Um...
That's why the porn stars are hotter. They look
Well,
like real
yeah,
people.
well, and like I said, that's why I've kind of always more, like, as far as celebrities go, if you want to say that, like, I'm always kind of more interested in, like, character actors, because at least they look like something.
Yeah.
At least they don't look like a store mannequin,
Well-
like, and they all look like one another.
For a long time in Hollywood, things like the leading man and the fucking leading lady and shit were generic archetypes, and they all kind of looked alike, and they were also kind of dumb.
Yeah.
When you looked at it, they were dumb. It was always the supporting actors and the villains that were the smart ones, and a lot of those old. Okay, look at the Black Cat. The leading man and the leading lady were a couple that were kind of dumb. They were just dumb Americans.
Yeah.
And then the villains, fucking Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi, they're doing all the heavy lifting in that movie.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Villains are always more interesting.
Yeah, they were a lot more interesting.
Oh, and Boris Karloff. Hot. Boris Karloff was hot. Sorry.
Yeah.
See, this
Although
is
I
why...
heard he was kind of basic in real life, that he was kind of dumb. I don't know if it's true.
I don't think that's true. Like, we did a whole show about him and Bela Lugosi, and I never got that impression from anybody that knew him. I always thought Boris Karloff was super hot. Is that weird? I also thought Ted Cassidy, who played Lurch on the original Addams Family,
Yeah, she's into that look.
was kind of hot.
Yeah. Weird.
So, well, like I said, I'm not like a normal person in that regard.
I would say Bela Lugosi was not really hot, but he was interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah. He's
Bela
good.
Lugosi, I really like Bela Lugosi. I don't know if I'd call him hot as Boris Karloff, because I always thought Boris Karloff was way hotter.
Yeah.
But
Bela had a way of talking.
I'll still watch Bela Lugosi in pretty
Yeah.
much anything, honestly.
Even Ed Wood, Bela Lugosi.
Yeah.
That area. Yeah.
I love those.
Raise some super people. Raise some Superman.
A rise of Superman.
That's funny.
Beaver Beers Master.
Yeah.
So good.
The jungle is my home.
Yeah. I have no home.
I have no home. Yeah.
So good. I mean, he wrote that shit. It was very heartfelt. I was into it.
He wrote it?
Well, that's what the movie said anyway. I don't know if that was... I think he kind of partially came up with
Yeah,
it.
Ed's like, Bella, fucking write something for the... Yeah, write something. Oh,
Yeah,
my
do a
God,
monologue.
go home. Yeah.
Home.
Hey, at least he was doing something before he died.
That's what I mean. It's just like, I appreciated it.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Got him out of the house.
Yeah, and maybe off the drugs for a little while.
Yeah.
Not for that long though, sadly. CB said, Jenny, if you haven't, you should do a review of Fatal Attraction. I'm pretty sure we did Fatal Attraction not too long ago.
Yeah, I think we did that.
We've done so many movies, it's just like hard. Like, because I kind of feel like people recommend stuff. I'm like, I'm pretty sure we already did that. But
it's funny,
then
go back.
I have to go back and
We've
look.
made fucking hundreds and hundreds of videos now.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe.
I mean, we've done this shit since 2016, honestly. Yeah. Victor says, Aniston, not hot. Neither was Brad Pitt. I did not get it with him. Yeah, I never... Brad Pitt is a good actor. And I think, like, he surprisingly has good comedic timing. Not hot, though. I don't find him particularly...
I'm going to disagree.
I don't find him particularly hot.
I'm
in
not...
certain roles, like, he was kind of hot in Interview with the Vampire.
Yeah.
But generally, I don't find him particularly hot.
Well, maybe I'm not a good judge. I'm a straight guy. But I'm going to say that I thought he was hot. You know what I mean? That's like a straight guy would say, yeah, he's cool, yeah. You know what I mean? Fucking, especially in fucking that movie where he played fucking the leader of the damn fucking warrior cult. What was
Fight Club.
Fight Club, yeah. Yeah, and he was actually an illusion the whole time. That was
Spoiler alert.
That was a fucking great movie, man.
I mean, in case you haven't
and
read the book or
great job.
The
He did a great job in that. Actually,
yeah, he's a great actor. He's a really good actor.
Actually, in Interview with the Vampire, he looked great in it. He did a pretty good job, but his acting was nowhere near as good as it got later on.
Yeah, that was
a little wooden in that.
It was a little.
It was a little. But still, he looked great.
He looked good in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was a little.
I'm gonna fucking come to Tom Cruise's rescue once again, like I have to. That bitch made all the damn money. Fucking Tom Cruise, I thought made a great Lestat. I thought he did a great Lestat.
Simping for Tom Cruise.
I'm gonna simp for Tom Cruise, man. Fuck it. I don't care. We're in the Short Man Mafia, and we're both named Tom. We both ride motorcycles and like guns.
So does David Miscavige, so you got to go hang out with
fuck
David
Miscavige. I'm just. Oh,
he's gonna.
I don't
sue
think
you
he.
now.
I don't think Miscavige has talent. Okay.
No.
But Tom has talent and fucking
talent for being a con man. That's about
it. Yeah. I don't even think he's a good con man. I think he's just a cult leader. But he's a chairman of the board, bossing people around. But I'm not get off that subject. Fucking Tom Cruise fucking made a good Lestat. Even though he's not exactly as described in the fucking Anne Rice novels. What Anne Rice is describing in the novels wouldn't make a good movie, I think. Because Lestat was about 16 when he got turned. So he wouldn't look right. He'd look like a little kid. And he's supposed to be an intimidating vampire fucking that can do shit that a mortal can do and handle business and handle lawyers. And nah, Tom Cruise fucking did it makes more sense that Lestat looks like he's about 30. That would make a lot more sense to me. Just saying. And I thought that first Interview with the Vampire movie,
I will concede that he did a good job in that.
He did a great
Even
job.
though when it was first announced, much like many other Anne Rice fans, I was livid. I was just kind of like, why you want to put that motherfucker in your fucking... That's the dude from, like, Top Gun and shit like that.
I thought casting was spot on.
We don't want to do that. But, like, when we saw the movie, and even Anne Rice was like, okay, like, he did okay. I mean, I still would have rather someone else in that role. She actually said when she was writing the book that she pictured Rutger Hauer. But he was too old by that point to play Lestat. Because, like you said, Lestat was very young.
Supposed to be real young when he got turned into a vampire.
So he's supposed to, like, be really young looking. Yeah. But I don't know. I'd be interested to see Rutger Hauer in that. But, like, obviously not now. Because is he still alive? Is Rutger Hauer still alive?
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, I think he's dead, isn't he?
I don't know.
But, no, I think Tom did.
Yeah, Tammy said Lestat was 25.
25 when he got turned? I thought he was younger than that.
No.
I thought he was a teenager.
No.
Okay. I must be wrong then. Still, I like Tom. I think Tom Cruise did a good job at that. And I think that... See, the thing is about fucking... Lestat was supposed to come off as a snotty-ass fucking arrogant bitch.
And Tom Cruise is real good at playing snotty, arrogant-ass bitches.
Yeah. Yeah. Even though
cocky
fucking...
motherfuckers.
Even though Lestat was kind of lovable. But Tom Cruise is kind of lovable, I think. I think it was for a snotty-ass bitch. Fucking. I think there's kind of. Lestat was kind of sympathetic when you looked at it from his point of view. If you read Vampire Lestat, you find out a lot more about it.
Yeah.
About how he got
One of
turned.
these days, I'm gonna reread the whole Vampire Chronicles because it's been like so long.
Memnoch the Devil was good.
Yeah, I liked that book.
Lasher, I think, was another one.
That was another. Yeah, I liked that one too.
Yeah. Fucking Queen of the Damned was good.
Yeah, like I read all the Vampire Chronicles and I read all the Mayfair Witches thing too, and I think they've actually made a series out of that now. But I'd have to reread them again because it was like fucking back in the early 2000s that I read those, so I don't remember hardly anything about them. Victor says Rutger Hauer is indeed dead.
Yes, I thought he was dead.
I thought so too. But like I said, that's who, when she was writing the books in the 70s, that's who she was picturing. Back in the 80s, when they were when the first rumblings came about that they were maybe making that into a movie, because like the first book came out in 1976 or something like that. And so they were talking about making it into a movie for a long time. And everybody in the goth scene was like, Peter Murphy should play Lestat because, duh. I mean, he would be perfect. I don't know how great an actor he is. Oh, he was in one of the Twilight movies.
Who?
Peter Murphy was.
He was in a Twilight movie?
Yeah.
That couldn't have been good. Was any good? Was any good?
Yeah, it was okay. Like, it wasn't a huge role or anything.
Okay.
It was just kind of like he was one of the older I don't know. I don't watch
yeah.
Twilight movies. But you know what I mean? Because those books were fucking terrible. But,
Yeah.
and the movies were also terrible. But
Were they? I've never seen one.
Watch the Riff Tracks version. It's
Yeah.
much more entertaining.
Okay.
I will say that. I've read parts of the books, and they are indeed terrible. But Peter Murphy was in there like as an older, like one of the vampires. Because like at this point, when the Twilight movies were made, he was older. You know what I mean?
Queen of the Damned.
But back in the 80s, when he was at peak hotness, like in the like late 70s, early 80s, man, he would have made a fantastic Lestat.
Who?
I think Peter Murphy would.
Yeah,
have.
maybe.
I mean, he
If he can act, I don't think he can act.
I don't know.
The what was I gonna say? Queen of the Damned fucking was horrible.
It was
horrible.
Well, they
And-
tried
and-
to cram
They tried to cram all the
Vampire
books
Lestat and
Yeah.
Queen of the Damned into one movie. Like,
Yeah.
why the fuck would you do that?
and they had a decent cast.
The
girl-
cast was good.
The girl that they had playing is Sakasha.
Yeah,
She was spot on. She looked cool. They just
she died too. She died.
yeah. Who was that? That was some rap girl, wasn't it? Wasn't she like a rap
Yeah,
star?
shit. I can't remember what her name was. I just had it and it escaped.
Yeah.
She died in like a plane crash.
Was it?
I think it was a plane crash or a car crash.
Yeah.
I can't
And the
remember.
dude they had playing Lestat wasn't all that great.
He was okay.
He's okay.
Alea, thank you.
Alea, that's what her name was.
Alea,
Yeah. And
yeah, she was fantastic. But
yeah, they could have
it.
done a lot with that movie, but then they did a little too much fan service to the goth scene. I think that kind of
it seemed a little try-hard. It seemed a little
try-hardy. They tried to. It almost kind of came across as kind of like a fucking Crow fucking sequel, which just almost like made for TV. One thing about it though is that it had a good fucking soundtrack.
Yeah,
there were good videos for that.
Yeah,
they had good videos for that.
I kind of see this is why, and I know that you always kind of get on my case when I talk about like how I really didn't like the 90s, and I'm not saying that just across the board because obviously there's a lot of good shit came out in the 90s, music, movies, and stuff like that. But that's what I mean. I kind of feel like because the goth scene became mainstreamed in the 90s, so everyone was trying to cram it into their movies and everything just seemed so edgy and try hard and everything like that, and it just made me roll my fucking eyes. And I'm not the only person that thought that too. Like a lot of people that had been in the goth scene since the 80s were just kind of like, what the fuck are you doing, man? It's just like, knock it off.
Then St. Alea got herself killed by fucking making them fly with overloaded luggage.
Yeah.
Probably true.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's just, I remember, like I said, it's been a long time since I read the Vampire Chronicles. And I've been meaning to do a reread. Maybe one of these days I'll do it for my Scare Salon channel. I'll just do like a big reread of it. Because it's been so long. Because I remember like loving them when I was a kid. But since then I've become like really disillusioned with vampire stuff. I get like really... I mean, you guys know, if you watch any of my videos like on Tomes of Terror, Flickers of Fear, or anything like that, it's very rare for me to be super into vampire shit. It just seemed like it's a very, very tired trope to me. So if you didn't see it, like I did a review of a novel called The God of Endings, which was actually like a vampire book, and I fucking loved that. And I was like really surprised because I knew it was a vampire novel going in, and I'm just kind of like, oh man, I'm probably not gonna be into this. But it's like there were so many good reviews, and like everybody was like, you know, jizzing over it and everything. Is like, okay, well, I'll give this a read. And it's not only is it vampire fiction, but it's also historical fiction, which that's not usually my favorite thing. But I read it and I fucking adored it. I thought it was great. So I was like, it has to be like really, really good, like for me to say that, because that's normally like two genres I wouldn't really fuck with all that much. But I really liked it. But other than that, it's just kind of like whenever I start reading a book, because usually that book I knew it was vampires ahead of time just because I saw, you know, some shit about it like online. Normally I don't. If I just pick a book, I just pick it at random. You know what I mean? Or a movie. I just pick it at random. And I don't really read anything about it. I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to watch this or read this or whatever. And if it's about vampires or aliens, I'm always, like, disappointed. You know what I mean? I'm just like, ugh, really? Okay. Like, it's just not my favorite. So, like I said, so the fact that book, The God of Endings, was a vampire novel and historical fiction, and I still fucking loved it, that should tell you that it must be like exceptional, because I normally would not like that like at all.
You're talking more about Aaliyah. Was Aaliyah like a rapper or was she a singer? Was it like an R&B?
Yeah, she was like a singer. I got a peek.
Like a pop singer. I don't remember. I never knew any of her music. I just knew her from that movie.
What's up, Pookie? Where you going?
And she looked great coming out of there in that damn Egyptian vampire outfit. Her fucking waist and shit with that little skirt thing that she had on, she looked fantastic. She had a lot of V-taper to her. Yeah. They just never really... Out of all the Vampire Chronicle movies, I would say Interview with the Vampire being the best one. The other one, they couldn't get the script right. That would have made a really good miniseries. Like, but you'd have to redo. I mean, they came out with a miniseries recently. I saw the first couple episodes. It was okay, but it wasn't the original Vampire Chronicles story. So I lost interest in that real quick. But you could probably take Anne Rice's original writings in the order that she wrote it and make a fucking fantastic Netflix series out of that. As long as you had the right cast and the right director. Wouldn't you think?
Well, yeah, and like I said,
great.
they made a series out of the Mayfair witches, because she did like the whole witch series too,
Yeah.
which were also good. But I haven't seen it, and I don't really hear anybody talking about it, so I don't know if it's any good or not. And it's been so long since I read the books; it was probably like the early 2000s that I read the books. So it's like I don't really remember.
A good Netflix fucking, and it'd be called Anne Rice's Vampire Chronicles. In other words, her version of the fucking story. I would start with Interview with the Vampire, just in the same order as the books. Each book could be a season. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah,
That would work.
I would like to see that, actually.
Yeah.
Because the books are so long and so detailed that you
Right.
you can't cram it into one movie.
And
you just can't.
Then they're all shouting out to each other and shit. Like someone would foreshadow or mention vampires that later on that show up. Because, you know, that was a great fucking mythos.
Yeah,
on par, man, with Tolkien. And Tolkien wrote some cool shit, you know what I mean? I couldn't keep up with all of it. But I read, you know, The Hobbit and fucking Lord of the Rings. I don't think I went to the Three Towers, but I made Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. I read those.
or the Silmarillion or whatever.
Yeah, it got more and more, and I was like, I can't handle all this.
I'm not like I like some fantasy to an extent, but I'm not a fantasy. I'm a horror girl.
Yeah.
So it's like I'll read some fantasy, I'll read some sci-fi, but mostly I just want some.
I read that in the 8th grade.
Yeah, I read that a long time
in the 8th
ago.
grade. Yeah.
I just want some straight up horror, bro.
But yeah, later on I was fucking getting into Vampire Chronicles in the 90s. Like 94 is when I started reading them. They were good, real good. That'd make a great fucking.
Yeah, I got like
series.
super into that trilogy, like when it was still a trilogy.
Real detailed. And then later on, she explains how vampires were created and shit, and it was because of a poltergeist back in Egypt.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, because I'd seen a poltergeist. Oh wow, what happened? There was a poltergeist. Its whole thing was fucking bloodlust. It just loved blood.
I love blood.
And it was haunting the fucking house of a pharaoh and his queen. And they called in a bunch of sorcerers to try to figure out what it was. And they figured out the basic rules of the poltergeist. And man, she got it right. And then somehow or another, I remember it was Akasha, the wife. She had a cut on her. She got cut on her arm, and it went into her bloodstream.
Yeah.
The fucking poltergeist went in there.
That's right.
And it possessed her.
Yeah.
Then she killed her husband and all these other people.
Yeah.
And she became a vampire. And then everybody she turned into a vampire was almost as strong as she was, because she was like the original source of it. And it was like an infection. It was like a supernatural infection. And she was such a powerful vampire and so ancient that eventually she couldn't even move. She was like a statue. And so was her husband.
Yeah, they were both kind of just like sitting there.
He got turned. She turned him into a vampire too, and they just stayed there. And they were rock hard. You couldn't fucking do anything to them. People thought they were statues. They weren't. They were in suspended animation kind of. And she'd been waiting around thousands of years and shit underneath the ground in a temple. That's right. And one of the other vampires was taking care of him.
Yeah.
And she heard fucking Lestat's music through the fucking radio waves. Remember?
Yeah.
She started falling in love with him and shit. She woke up. She drank her husband. Killed him.
As you do.
And went after Lestat. She's trying to get some of that young dick. And that's really where that fucking... It was a good story. That was fucking Queen of the Damned. That was like the 3rd book.
Which they didn't do any of that shit in the movie. Really.
No, they didn't do any of that shit in the movie.
Which, like I said, the whole mistake was they made Interview with the Vampire, which was a decent movie. And then they just like, oh, we're going to make Queen of the Damned, which we're kind of going to combine the Vampire Lestat, like, rock star thing with a little bit of the novel Queen of the Damned. Yeah. But nothing that was, like, awesome about that book.
What was awesome about Queen of the Damned, the book, is that fucking Akasha was going to wipe out fucking all human life. Remember? It was just... She said, humans are going to go. We don't need to even drink them. We're going to drink them all up, and that's it. And it's going to be me and you on this fucking planet with the animals and shit. That's how I remembered it. And the other vampires. She was going to make a vampire world.
Yeah.
And Lestat stopped her from doing it. Says, no, you got to have mortals. Fucking, it was a cool story.
No, we don't need them.
Got to have mortals. Wait, fucking Lestat was all fucking wrapped up with mortals. He had all these mortal friends and shit. He was in love with mortals.
Victor says the 90s was the best decade. I'm biased though. Those were my teenage years. Yeah, I kind of feel
20s,
like yeah, I was like our teenage years were in the 80s.
Yeah.
So I graduated from high school in 1990.
Yeah.
So
I graduated in 89.
Yeah.
Or 87.
Yeah, I was going to say it was a couple years before
87,
me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would never argue that the 80s are the best decade. Every decade has like good shit about it, but
90s were cool. I liked 90s.
Jim
didn't like them as much.
I wasn't really into it.
I had a good experience in the 90s.
There was good shit going on too, but it's just kind of like I don't know, like the magic had gone somehow.
Not for me, man. The girls were cute in the 90s. The hair, the fucking clothes.
Well, you like that. It's just it
was just a good time.
It wasn't really my thing.
I liked the music.
Everybody seemed like posers all of a sudden. I think that's what it was.
It was just a new wave of fucking goth kids were coming, you know. Marilyn Manson had something to do with that, to make you think that.
I still blame him.
Yeah, but there was
Looking
some
at
of
you,
that.
Brian
but
Warner.
there was also stuff, you know, like going on outside the goth scene, you know. Fucking you had
fucking raver chicks with the fucking big fucking Janko pants and fucking the belly rings and the fucking tongue rings and shit. That was all wild, man.
And they all had like pacifiers like on chains around their necks and shit.
And fucking like those damn candy beads around their hands. You're eating candy.
I remember that.
Fucking funny.
I remember that.
Those girls were so slutty.
Oh, you love that shit.
I loved it. Yeah.
You love slutty.
Yeah.
You love slutty.
I love
chicks.
slutty girls.
Well, you love slutty chicks up to a
point.
Up to a point.
Yeah.
Like most dudes.
Yeah.
They like slutty chicks as long as you're just slutty with them.
Yeah.
And not slutty with everybody.
Well, yeah. Well, you can have a slutty past. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I kind of like that because I kind of feel like a lot of dudes are... They get kind of... Like, they can bang as many chicks as they want, and that's fine.
I never had that issue.
But, yeah, you never did.
Never had that
but
issue.
a lot of dudes have that issue still.
No, I never had that
even to
issue.
this day.
No, if a girl had a...
Where if a girl has a high body count, they're just like,
I didn't never look at it that way.
No, I know. Well, like I said, that's
Yeah.
kind of why I like you.
If she had a high body count that I met, then she was popular. That's the way I looked at it.
Yeah.
And if she had fucking ended up with me and shit, then that means I was at that moment, I was winning. You know what I mean? And you could keep them. You know, if you were keeping them, then you were doing good.
Yeah.
You know. Now, some of them girls I ended up kind of breaking it off with. So it wasn't them. It was, you know, more like I broke it off with them. So just because a girl had a high body count doesn't mean she wouldn't be loyal to you. I never looked at it that way. She just didn't find the right guy yet.
Yeah, like I said, I kind of feel like a lot of dudes still have this weird, like, backwards view of, like, a woman that's been with a lot of men is, like, ruined or spoiled somehow. But it's like, it doesn't work the other way around, though. Because dudes are supposed to just, like, bang.
I think some dudes, especially when they're young, are afraid that, well, she's been with all these guys, so she's not going to bond with me because really I can't really stack up against that many guys. You know what I mean? Fucking, because a lot of those guys are probably better than me out of that fact.
Yeah.
I never even thought that deeply about it.
Yeah.
I didn't really care. I was just always, I guess you could say ignorance is bliss, or that helped me be more fucking confident about it. I didn't care.
Well, you weren't worried about it.
I didn't worry about it. You know what I mean? Fucking, I was just
you
like,
didn't have that weird...
No.
Patriarchal kind of... It's almost kind of like a fundamentalist kind of mindset.
Well, it's a Madonna whore complex, I think, and I never really had that because I liked bad girls.
Well, and...
I liked bad girls as long as they were good to me.
Well, and like I said, the thing about you that is kind of different from a lot of dudes that I've met in the past is that you actually like women as people.
Yeah.
Which is a lot rarer than it probably should be.
Huh. Well, I never had
at least in my experience.
I didn't really have an idealized vision of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Never had an idealized vision of women. I figured they had all the fucking same drives and desires that I had. So
which we do, obviously.
Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, she likes sex too. You know what I mean? Fucking.
You like sex?
Yeah, I like sex. You like sex?
Wow.
So, you know, wow. I just was, I think part of it maybe, you know, fucking, you know, I don't want to brag or anything, you know what I mean? But I never really fucking, there are dudes that are fucking, are physically fucking bigger and stronger and fucking, you know, there's guys that have more money and there are guys that might be even better in bed and shit, at least temporarily, because new motherfuckers get lazy over time, you know what I mean? And, you know, dudes with fucking bigger dicks, you know, but most dudes got smaller dicks than me. I know how it is, you know what I mean? I never really, I always was confident that I stacked up well. That it was mostly just, you know, most women were like me, living in the here and now. If I'm good to them right now, then things can develop, and you know that it really didn't have much to do with her past because she's not with those dudes anymore.
Right.
And there's a reason why she's not with them anymore. So
exactly.
I never really fucking worried about her past. And if she had a lot of dudes in her past, then usually I tended to fucking find that I compared well with those dudes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of them were like, oh, yeah, I like you. You know what I mean? Or you're not like this other guy I was with.
Well, like
you know,
I said, you are, in some ways, you are kind of different. Like I said, I don't have, like, extensive experience, but I'm just saying, because I have a fairly low body count as far as that goes. But, I mean, probably, like, a fraction of what yours is.
Yeah.
But, it is just something that I've noticed that, like, a lot of dudes, they can't, because they're so focused on the goal
Yeah.
of getting a woman and having sex with her, they don't really stop to appreciate that that is also a person, and they don't really treat them like a person.
I kind of understand.
They kind of treat them as like an end goal,
or more like an obstacle.
or yeah, that too.
I can understand it because I guess you could say when I was young, I could see things that way, kinda. You know what I mean? But just that type of mentality doesn't last long after you know women. You know what I mean? It kind of wears off. But I think a lot of guys kind of lack the experience.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Because I don't think, like I said...
They're just worried about getting the very basic things established.
Right. Like, as far as
I got that established really young.
Yeah. So it's kind of like you got over the shit and you weren't worried about it
I was
anymore.
doing crazy shit with older girls. I'm fucking 14 and she's fucking 16. You know what I mean? And we're doing stuff that fucking... In some cases, I wasn't doing until years later. You know what I mean? Just... Some people say, "Whoa, that's illegal." Man, we were underage, all of us, so it didn't really matter, you know. But I started off with older women. I called them older women. They were like 16, 17. I was like 14. Well, women is a lot more... 16, 17-year-old girls are far more advanced than a 14-year-old boy.
Yeah, way more advanced.
Right. So it started with that kind of stuff.
Well, like I said, one of the things that was like a green flag about you as opposed to like a red flag was that you, when I first met you, you actually did have friends that were women that you were not sleeping with, and you genuinely just seemed to like them as friends, like you would a dude. And
some of them were hot.
Yeah, and a lot of them were quite hot, and you were like, nah, I never really slept with her. It's just like, not really. But you know what I mean? Like, some of them you had, but most of them you hadn't.
Yeah, and then like some of them were like friends of mine that were trying to get me to sleep with them if I tried harder, but I'm like, nah.
Yeah, but like I said, you just... I liked that because you weren't goal-oriented. Because like I said, I think that's what maybe some younger dudes don't understand. That's like that's very off-putting to women.
When you first saw me, I was 37, 38, so I was already older.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like I was a kid. You know what I mean? I had all that shit sorted out by the time I was 22. You know?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you had a lot of experience young, so you kind of got all your shit sorted out.
Yeah.
And you figured out fairly young that women are just people also, and that you could just hang out with them or be friends with them. You don't have to, like I said, a lot of dudes are very goal-oriented, and women find that very off-putting, generally. And I think a lot of dudes maybe don't know that, and if they're not really that experienced and they come across like that, they come across as very creepy or very desperate. Yeah. So it's that kind of thing.
Well, another thing is that we came from a generation that was kind of lucky. We were coming up X generation. We came from a really good environment. They say the dating environment's really bad right now, especially for young guys, because fucking dating apps have taken over and fucking social fucking skills are on the decline for both males and females. Who knows what it's like now, but when we came up, it was a better time, I think. It was not as restrictive, and there was no penalties. Like, there wasn't an internet, so if you fucked up, it's not like she could go and fucking tell everybody on the internet fucking, you know, what went down. I've been hearing that a lot of young people today are afraid to even ask anybody out because they're afraid of being humiliated online for asking the chick out. It's like, that's just a totally different world. We didn't really have that. So, you know, if I liked a girl, I asked her out. You know. And they usually said yeah.
But the thing about it is, like,
yes, if they had a boyfriend.
Yeah, like, if they said no, you didn't get mad.
No, he had a boyfriend, so I didn't know that.
Because most women have experienced some random ass dude coming up and asking you out, and you say no, even politely, and they get super mad at you.
Why don't we ask women out
there? They call you a cunt, or they call you fat, or something. You know, so I'm like, okay, cool. Great. Love that. Yeah, Yeah, Tammy said that is very rare, Tom. Yeah, I kind of thought that too. Like I said, I don't have like a huge amount, I've been around a little bit, but not that much. Because it's just not my thing. But dudes in general seem not it seems kind of hard for them because they're so focused on particularly, I mean, I'm talking mostly about younger dudes. Because they're so focused on sex and about scoring and stuff like that, they seem to not entirely perceive women as like human like they are. You know what I mean? It's just like a goal for them, or like Tom said, like an obstacle. So they don't really see them fully as like another person the way they are a person, or the way they would see like a male friend of theirs as a person. And so I think that was one of the things that stood out to me when I first met him, was that he had all these, like, he had a bunch of male friends, but he also had a lot of female friends. And most of them, like some of them there were exes or something like that, but most of them not really. But he just hung out with them because he liked them, like, as people, and I didn't really have much experience with that because I didn't know many dudes that did that. Because in my experience, it seemed like a lot of times dudes will make friends with a chick because they're hoping that she will sleep with him. You know what I mean? And he didn't really seem like that.
No, I never simped either.
Yeah.
I never fucking simped, honestly.
But like I said, most dudes are kind of like that. Which, like I said, is very, very unattractive.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tammy said most guys want their woman untouched. Yeah, it's weird. But Phantom says, he said something earlier, but I think it's gone now. But he said, marriage is overrated anyway and only benefits the female. Statistics would disagree with you. Marriage is actually better for the male than it is for the female in general, as far as life expectancy, happiness, that kind of stuff goes. But I mean,
depends on the woman.
Yeah, and like as non-traditional as we are, I don't think us getting married really did anything detrimental.
No, I didn't notice
to the relationship.
No, I think it got a little bit better.
Yeah, if anything.
Yeah.
And I mean, at the point that we got married, actually our 1-year anniversary is coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But we'd been together for so long that it didn't really, like, it makes a little bit of a difference, but it didn't really make that much of a difference.
More just made things official.
Yeah. Because, like I said, we'd already been acting like that for years anyway. So, I don't know. But like I said, we're not kind of the best judge because we're not really
We're not really the normies.
Right. So it's kind of hard to like judge stuff.
Normies are picking through other normies, and fucking a lot of times they don't really fucking it doesn't really mesh too well. I mean, I've seen, I go on YouTube and fucking look at the Manosphere stuff where they're picking out these younger women, what they're saying on fucking what's that shit that they fucking I've been drinking.
Yeah, no.
Not Twitter. Fucking the other one, TikTok.
Oh, okay.
Making TikTok videos and shit, and they just say ridiculous shit, But they're in their 20s, and
everybody says ridiculous shit in their 20s. You don't know shit, and but you don't know shit.
Yeah.
You don't know that you don't know shit until you're older, and you're like, holy crap, I didn't know shit when I was that
Then there's
age.
women in their women hitting 30, going, oh man, I didn't know what the fuck. Now I'm fucked. Now I'm too old. Now you're not fucking. Actually, women don't really know what the fuck's going on until they're about 30.
I feel like I didn't really figure my shit out until I was probably like 35 or maybe like a little bit older. And I already been married for many years by that time. It took me that long to like figure shit out. So I don't begrudge other people like saying they were 30s or 40s before they figured shit out, because I was mid to late 40s or mid to late 30s before I figured my shit out.
Right.
Like who I was and what I wanted. And
the main problem is something called hypergamy. It's where women like to date up. They like to get dated that guy who's taller than them, richer than them, fucking more handsome than them. He's got a better job than them. Blah 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 blah. That's just a tendency, because women like to move up. They'll move over laterally every now and then, but they'll prefer to move up. Younger women kind of take hypergamy to an extreme because they don't really know what their limits are. because they got a guy who's a fucking 8 or a 9, they think that that's what's normal for them. No, a dude will date down. So an 8 or 9 will go down there and fucking date a 6 or a 5. And then when he's done with her, he'll cast her aside. Well, that girl now thinks that she can get an 8 or a 9 all the time and marry one. No. He'll fuck you. You can get a guy like that to fuck you, but you won't be able to keep him. All right? Now, you might be able to keep a 7 or a 6, but not an 8 or a 9. And what this does is it gives some of these real young women very unrealistic expectations of what they can get and what guys are going to be like to them. They never go to the men to see what men are looking for. They'll go ask other women. How did you get your man to fucking marry you and everything? What is it they're looking for? And the woman will tell them, and it'll all be all wrong. You ask the men what it is that they want. And there's kind of some variations. Guys want different things depending on what kind of guy it is. But so there's a problem with hypergamy and fucking unrealistic expectations, especially women in their 20s. And pretty much in general, everyone in their 20s has weird, unrealistic expectations.
But like
dudes have unrealistic expectations.
That's true of all.
They want these women to be virgins or something. You know what I mean?
Which is a completely unreasonable ask. I'm sorry.
Right. So, kind of the 20s tends to be a disaster. Now, traditionally, back in the olden days, people were married in their fucking 14, 15. They're marrying each other off real quick. There's religions involved, and they're living in fucking farms and shit. But that's not a reality anymore, you know. They didn't have dating back in the day. Most countries today don't have dating, you know. Not as we know it. China doesn't even have dating as we know it. Here you can be dating. You can be dating 3 or 4 people and sleeping with all of them. Doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, you could be doing that, especially in your 20s. In China, you can't date a girl until you've already agreed to make her your girlfriend. And you can only make a girl your girlfriend if you have plans to marry her. So if you start dating a Chinese chick and she finds out you're sleeping with these other girls, she's going to be fucking furious. Because they don't have dating as we have it. Well, every country around the world kind of has a slightly different version of that. So, what I'm getting at is fucking people in their 20s are kind of full of shit.
Well, like I said,
you can't use that as the fucking.
That's true of all eras.
Yeah, and you can't really.
You don't really know anything.
You can't really use that as the benchmark for marriage and shit. Like
I didn't know fucking shit when I was in my 20s. Nobody does.
Right. So a lot of the shit I hear in the manosphere, I laugh at it. I like it. It's true. But their perspective is that as a very young guy, okay, worried about what women in their 20s are thinking. Man, those girls are dumb, man. It doesn't matter what they think.
Well, the dudes are dumb too.
Those dudes are dumb too.
Dumb.
Yeah.
So, just for the sake of women out there, in case anyone's listening, so what was it about me that made you want to stay with me all this time and eventually marry me? What was it?
You were my friend. You were always available. You were always supportive. We never had any kind of like secrets between each other. We could fucking talk openly about everything. We worked well together. I trusted you. So there was no reason to, when we were first hanging out and first started sleeping with each other, we were seeing other people sometimes.
Yeah.
But there was no reason to like leave and not come back.
Yeah.
I just kept coming back.
Yeah. You did.
Because coming back was being rewarded. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Every time I came back, I got something out of it. Be a good way. There was only positive reinforcement. Wasn't any negative reinforcement. We only had very few fights. Very few. And really, we're about bullshit a lot of times.
Yeah, most of the time.
And we were drinking.
Sometimes on this very show.
Yeah.
But like I said, usually when we fight about stuff, it's usually not...
It's not anything big.
Yeah, nothing like
Petty shit.
Super important.
Yeah.
Like it seems important at the time, but like sometimes it's like later on we're like not so important.
So it wasn't anything really complicated. It was just you had good game.
Which I wasn't even really aware that it was game. Not really. I was just doing what I do.
I heard a psychologist fucking give a course to fucking women. He's a dude. Said how to keep a man, and I went. He fucking went down the whole list and said, "Well, that's what Jen did." So Jen's got fucking game.
I didn't mean to do that.
But she just.
I just stumbled upon it.
She just did that automatically.
I just did that automatically because that's just kind of what. But the thing about it is that it hadn't worked until now. Can I say that?
Yeah. Well.
I mean, I was married before.
Yeah. Well, every dude.
So I kind of worked on that dude too, but.
Yeah, but every dude's.
That was the only 2 times that it ever worked.
Yeah, every dude's a little bit different. And you're gonna attract more flies with honey than vinegar. You know what I mean? I might be a fly, I guess, but I don't know. But
yeah, you kind of are.
Yeah, there was no reason not to leave, and I was being rewarded every time I came back. You know what I mean? So might as well just stay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't you leave?
I didn't want to.
Yeah. It's the same thing. Then that's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because leaving would have been like detrimental.
Yeah.
Right. Just the same thing. We had common interest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
It's like common interests and common. It happened naturally.
Yeah, because like I said, I didn't meet you online, and we met in the wild.
Yeah, you meet face to face. Face game.
At Barbarella / Independent Bar.
Jen saw me dancing, socializing with women. She was married at the time.
I was, yeah.
And that marriage dissolved and shit. She became available. I met her during the time she was married, but
yeah, I was still married when I met her.
Yeah, but we only spoke briefly. I thought she was cute, but I kind of quickly forgot about her in that way because she was married and fucking there was women coming at me. When she came available, we became friends.
Yeah, and we hung out.
She showed up right there and fucking and we had a lot in common, so we could fucking talk. And I didn't want her to fucking leave or anything. We wanted to hang out, go to the club, dance. We were dating other people too. We were still just hanging out. And we started dating each other. Started fucking. People were like, well, finally.
Yeah.
But then that was kind of like a gray area for a few months. And then we just said fuck it. So we became an item. Which that's good because there wasn't any kind of ritualistic thing, or there wasn't even a kind of like a border of when we were going out together and when we were coupling. It would kind of just faded into that.
It's very nebulous.
It just very faded into that. So, but she was my best friend before I was going out with her.
Yeah.
She'd already... Think about it, Jen.
I know.
Me and you hung out solid.
We hung out all the time.
Yeah.
I was always like over at his house or he was over at my house because like obviously like we lived in separate apartments back then, but... he rode his motorcycle over to my apartment, or I would go over to his apartment.
Sometimes I spent the night, sometimes I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Mostly spent the night though, towards the end time.
Yeah.
It just happened naturally. I never really thought of her as like a fucking clear delineation of when we were an item and when we weren't. It just, by the time I realized we were an item, we had already been an item.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you know what? I guess she is my girlfriend. We've been fucking around for fucking 3 months.
The hilarious
already.
thing, I remember,
Yeah.
this was sometime, I don't remember exactly when it was, but I think it was sometime in the summer of 2011, I want to say. And I think we were at Venue 13 when it was at the place that became the Chinese restaurant later, on Lee Road.
Yeah.
And we were out back, on the patio, and we were talking to somebody.
Yeah.
And you were talking to somebody, and you said, and you introduced me.
That's my
girlfriend.
Yeah.
And I looked at you like...
Yeah, that's right. You go.
And then, later on, after that person left, I'm like, so, is this a thing, or...
Yeah, and I said, yeah, I guess we are.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right.
Yeah.
That was exactly how it happened.
Yeah.
Like, he just, he didn't even think about it.
No, I introduced her as my girlfriend.
And then I was like, and I kind of went,
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, you felt like my girlfriend by that point.
Yeah. So it was just, funny that you just, we didn't, talk about it or anything like that. He just, introduced me as that to somebody. Yeah. And then, later I was like, so...
At the time,
so are we a thing now? And he's just like, yeah, I guess so.
At the time, I may have we'd already been messing around.
Well, yeah, we slept together several times.
Yeah, I might have just meant it as like a loose term.
Right.
This girl is my friend. You know what I mean? But then you said, "Are we a thing?" And I was like, "Yeah, I guess we are." Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we started to let other people know that we were a thing, and they're like, "Well, finally." Remember, the bartenders were like,
every single person.
Of course, finally. Yeah. Everybody was like, "Well, fucking took you long enough."
Yeah. It's like we were wondering how long it would take.
I was cautious, you know what I mean, and fucking. Jen was coming out of a relationship, coming out of a marriage. I was kind of coming out of a relationship. Financially, we weren't as good off back then, because a lot of what we were doing, we were trying to make money too.
Yeah,
we were trying to do stuff, and I don't know. It was just weird. It just evolved into that because that's what was natural. There was nothing unnatural about it. Everything was very natural.
Yeah, like I said, there was no period where, we're going to go out on a date and do this. Like, we never really...
That was already kind of happening.
Did that? Like, we just kind of hung out all the time.
With friends and fucking... Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like every now and then,
we'd go out and get sushi. There'd be like 4 of us, and we're kind of like a couple already.
Yeah.
But we just didn't really think of it that way, but we were. I guess.
And like I said, everybody seemed to see it, but
yeah, that's the way everybody saw it. Yeah. Yeah.
Which is kind of funny, like, to think about.
It was just kind of a natural progression.
Yeah.
The ceremony part of it and all the words were kind of delayed. They were kind of behind the natural process.
Yeah.
Which that's what that psychologist says. That's what it's supposed to be like.
Well, that's
like
I kind of feel like that's how.
Yeah.
Because I kind of feel like a lot of people go into it backwards.
They're going into it backwards.
Where it's just kind of like you meet somebody and you're really attracted to them. Yeah. And you get into this kind of like intense relationship over a month or two, and then it's like, oh my god, I love this person, and I'm going to marry them, and blah blah blah. Then you're starting to plan a wedding, like a year down the line, and it's like you guys haven't even like lived together, or you haven't been through anything together, or anything like that. So the thing about it is that because we were together for almost 13 years, before we got married, I think that's probably. Yeah. A lot better because, like I said, there's nothing.
And we lived together for 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, we moved in together in 2012, I think.
Yeah.
So we've been living together since then for 12 years.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of like I don't think there's anything that we haven't seen each other do. Like we've seen each other at our worst
pretty well
and shit like that. So.
Yeah. We know each other's little foibles and shit.
Yeah, and I don't think there's really any secrets. I don't think there's anything I don't know about you. There's absolutely nothing that you don't know about me.
No, I don't bother hiding anything.
Yeah, like we don't hide anything.
Yeah. The fucking... It's exactly the opposite of the way the Chinese would do it. Where you can't sleep with a person until you date them. You can't date them until it's your girlfriend.
Yeah, see, that's backwards.
You make your girlfriend first, and then you date. And then you have sex. And you're only doing this because you're going to get married. That's totally fucking backwards. Totally backwards.
I mean, how are you
going to make all those commitments before you even know that person? And it's not just me saying this. Younger Chinese people are saying the same thing. I've listened to them. They're like, this shit's fucking totally bullshit backwards. And the reason... The younger Chinese people are saying we're listening to our parents and our grandparents, and they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about.
No, of course not.
They came out of the Cultural Revolution, and they were not marrying for love or anything. They were marrying for survival because they were so poor. All right? Yeah. And that they didn't have any educations to speak of. And that was during Mao's fucking revolution and shit. They were also anti-sexual. They were all kind of fucking asexual, and so there wasn't any choice. Everyone was all the same, so it didn't really matter. Everybody dressed the same. There was no fucking romance or anything. So the young people are starting to figure out that kind of the way the West does it is a lot better.
Well, if you're making a commitment, as big as marriage, which is a large commitment, I think. I'm not super traditionalist, but I do think that if you're going to marry somebody, that you should take that seriously. I kind of feel like you really need a lot of build up to that. You have to really know this person. You have to have lived with this person. You have to have been with them for a long time. Yeah. So, and you have to have been through like a lot of good shit and bad shit and stuff like that, so you can see how they're gonna be. Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna tie yourself to this person like legally, You really have to.
Another thing that's backwards that the Chinese will do is that the women will not marry a guy until he's already successful. He has to have a certain amount of fucking property and his job and his car. Well, fucking most of the dudes that are out there don't have those accomplishments. In the West, you marry the guy you like. It doesn't have anything to do with fucking how much money he has. And then together, you make success with each other.
Right. Like as a team.
Like as
that's
a team.
Ideally, that's
right.
what
Which
you're
is
supposed
that's
to
a concept
do.
alien to the Chinese, but the younger people are starting to realize that. They're like, wait a minute. There's these guys who are eligible for a relationship. They don't have any money yet because they're young, but they have a lot of other qualities about them that women would like.
Yeah.
They should fucking date and see if they like
team up.
if they're to see if they're compatible, and they can make success together. But this is not a Chinese concept. That's a Western concept. You know. But that's the way to do it in an advanced society, though, because just the numbers are not in your favor if you're fucking trying to marry dudes if you're a girl trying to marry dudes who have already crossed the finish line. The only dudes that have that amount of property, the guys in their 50s, they're already fucking married, and then there's 1,000 women trying to marry them. So what makes you think he's gonna pick you? You know, that kind of shit. If that's the standards they want to get dudes married at. Just, you don't marry for money, and China marries for money. That's no.
Yeah, that's addictive.
No, there's all kinds of rich motherfuckers that women want nothing to do with. One, they don't look good. Two, they don't know how to act. Or he looks good and he's got a fucking whole entourage, a whole fucking harem of women.
Yeah,
so you're just gonna be one of many.
Yeah, you can just pay. Like, why? He could just pay.
Right.
Why do you think you're special?
Right.
Tammy said being friends has to be the first step in any good relationship.
I agree.
Yeah, because that's the thing. It's just like you have to think that, like I said, sexual attraction is important. I'm not saying that. But you have to think that, 80-90% of your life is going to be you hanging out with this person and doing boring shit.
Yeah.
Grocery shopping, cleaning the cat box.
Will this chick come
looking
see
after
you?
babies if you have babies
Will
or
this chick
whatever.
come see you if you're in the hospital?
Right.
Will you go to fucking see that chick in the hospital if she's fucking dying?
Will you hold her hair back if she's throwing up?
Yeah,
it's just
right,
it's that kind of it's shit that's like not pleasant.
Yeah.
This is a person that is like, is he gonna have my back?
Right.
Like
And
if
the
something
chips are
really
down.
shit happens.
Do you want another drink or you want to call it?
Yeah,
quits?
I mean it's Friday.
Did you
night.
like that coconut?
That was very good. It's a little waxy,
Okay.
but I'm not mad at it.
Okay. All right, I'll make you another one. You want another one?
Yeah. I kind of noticed that. I was just it tastes a little like a candle. Not necessarily in a bad way. Kind of in a bad way. But yeah, that's, like I said, sex is good. And like I said, if you don't have sexual attraction, that's a problem. But, because that's kind of a large component. But most of your life is just going to be doing boring shit. So is this somebody you actually want to hang out with and do boring shit? And are you going to have this person's back if something really bad happens? Or, you know what I mean? So, I mean, thankfully, we haven't had anything too horrible happen. The worst things that have happened to us, like Tom was in a bad motorcycle accident. He didn't go to the hospital that time, but he probably should have. But, so yeah, I had to undress him and lift him in and out of bed and stuff like that because he couldn't really move, and feed him because he couldn't lift anything for a few days until he got over it. And he was in the hospital for a few days after.
Yeah.
Remember when you were in the hospital after Beijing?
Oh, it bit me?
Bit you?
Yeah.
She didn't mean to. Like, she had a, Beijing is one of our cats, if you don't know. And she was playing with one of those toys that's like a stick with like a string and some shit on the end of it. And it got wrapped around her leg, I think. And she kind of flipped out because she was like, oh shit, it's like all wrapped around. And she ran under the bed like to hide because she was flipped out about it. So Tom went under there to get her to try to get it off her. And she got real upset and she bit him and he got an infection from it. And he actually ended up being in the hospital for, shit, I don't remember how long it was. It was a while. It was almost a week. I want to say. Yeah, he was fucked up. He was like on an IV drip and everything like that. I have pictures of it from the time. And you know, I was there every single day. Like I would go to work and then like on my way home from work, I would just go to the hospital and like sit there. And I slept in the hospital room a couple of times that they let me. But yeah, like I said, thankfully those are the worst things that we've been through. Was your motorcycle accident and you getting bit by the cat.
Yeah.
But you know, as we get older, I guess worse shit's gonna happen. But
no, we're not gonna talk about that.
We're not gonna talk about that. But I'm gonna, like I said.
Well, the next thing that happens is shit like fucking illnesses and shit. But
like I said,
that might be a long time from now.
Yeah, it probably will.
We live real healthily.
Like I said,
good.
I other than all the drinking, obviously.
We're not smoking though. That's
true.
a big killer right there.
I still feel like a young person.
I stopped smoking over 10 years ago.
But whatever happens, I mean, you know, whatever happens, I'm like, I got your back. You know that.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
And I know that you have my back also.
Already been through that shit.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so today is one of our fucking Fridays.
Yes.
These shows here. It's funny because we make more super chats usually on these shows than we make on our main shows. Ain't that some shit? I guess it's because you guys are drinking with us.
Yeah.
So I just want
everybody's getting drunk.
Everybody's getting drunk
and spending money on us and be like, wait, oh shit, what did I?
So I just wanted to remind y'all that if y'all want to buy Jen a drink, you can go ahead and drop in a super chat, and in that super chat, you can make a comment, and in that comment can be. Say like if you want to have a question about a topic, if you want to us to change the direction of the conversation, you don't want us to talk about relationships anymore.
I mean, you got to ask us about anything.
You can ask us about anything, and we'll fucking go along that direction.
Most of the time,
because we're here for the duration for tonight. We're not going out.
Like I said, we're not going anywhere.
We're going out tomorrow night
and Sunday night
and
probably.
Sunday night. So yeah, so we're just gonna fucking sit here and drink.
I'm getting my liver all. Getting my liver all ready.
Yeah, well, tomorrow though, fucking that's soft liquor.
Well, yeah, like the bar we go to on Saturday and Sunday nights, which is actually like those are the last 2 nights at the warehouse location before they move to the new one. They just have those canned, like 5% alcohol drinks.
And you could drink $100 worth of that shit if you're not careful, man. Fucking, we do it all the time.
Like I said, you got to watch. I probably will drink before we go, so I don't drink that many because it adds up. You know what I mean. And Tammy said that's how religious people do it: date, marry, then sex. Yeah. See, I don't. That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
No.
Like I said, you have to. Like I said, sex isn't the be all end all, but you have to be sexually compatible at least to some degree.
Yeah.
Because if you're in it for the long haul, so. Not knowing that beforehand, before you make this commitment, is really stupid, in my opinion. Yeah. That's really stupid.
And each culture kind of has their own version of it. You know what I mean? I talked to my friend Saad. He's up in fucking Saudi Arabia. And, you know, some of my family kind of has dealings with the Middle East going back generations. And then living in Korea for a year, got a taste of that. Each area kind of has their own ways of fucking mating. All right. If you look at East Asia, for thousands of years, those were arranged marriages.
Yeah, which I can't imagine.
And who knows what that does to selective breeding? Because if you look at China, every bit of sexiness has been fucking sucked out of that fucking place. Because they didn't fucking fight for their mates and didn't compete for them. Their mates were given to them based upon how much money they had through their family connections. So no social skills, no competition between males or females like would normally happen in nature, like with the birds and the animals, you know. And those cultures have suffered for that. That includes Korea, although now not so much. And Japan, that's the way it was, but now not so much. But what's funny is that when you take the arranged marriages out of that factor, to take that factor out of those systems, their birth rates plummet because they're not aggressive. All right, they're not aggressive enough to go out and get married. They're too shy. So it's almost kind of like they've been genetically bred for arranged marriages, and they lack confidence to do it.
Well, because everything was given to them.
Everything was kind of given to them, right?
They didn't have to do anything.
Right. Certain parts of the Middle East kind of like that too. Arranged marriages, basically. It's not a naturalistic way to do it. Africa's not like that. Them some sexual motherfuckers right there. You had to compete for your woman. You know what I mean? And the women were competing they were getting the biggest, baddest motherfucker who's most sexual, big shaboinking dick, whatever. You know what I mean? Fucking, he's the one that rose to the top. You know, Europe was kind of in between. Central and South America, sexual. And fucking those Indians was fucking sexual motherfuckers because you had to display, you had to perform. There were no arranged marriages. You had to perform whether you were male or female.
Well, I think that's kind of generally healthier.
Oh yeah, that's because it's anything that's kind of like in nature, and anything that's kind of like the animals, and that's the basic most animal function is reproduction. So that's an animal function. So the closer it is to the way the animals did it, that's the best way. In other words, the more meat you can bring, the more victories you can bring if you're a male, the bigger, the better, the more handsome, the more fucking attractive. They even got the male birds out there putting on displays, you know what I mean, for the females.
Oh my God, I love the videos
who's
of
awesome,
the birds.
who's most awesome and shit. And the same thing, the females are choosing who the winner is. And that makes a better type of person over time. It makes them more...
That's all right. Let the girls pick.
Let the girls pick.
We'll fix your
Let
shit.
the girls pick. Let them fix it. Yeah, and then the guys are like picking through the girls who picked him. Like, okay, all these girls here want me. Which is the best one? So he's picking too.
Yeah.
So everybody's picking.
It's not just women picking.
It's not just women picking. The men are picking too.
Yeah.
They're like, okay.
I mean, obviously, like I said, I know like a lot of those kind of incel dudes are always like saying, "Oh, women have all the choice and stuff." That is not.
No, the men choose too.
That is not the case.
No, the top men choose. The thing is, though, is that because like hypergamy, the top 20% of the guys have a choice between 3, 4, 5 women at any one time. When you're young and in breeding, and you're in the breeding age, and usually what they do is they go like, "Well, I'm gonna get all these girls pregnant. That one I'll keep," because that's what was kind of fucking reinforced. He's trying to have sex with them all, but one of them he likes more than the other ones.
Right.
And that's, I think, part of the male reproductive strategy is to get as many people pregnant as possible. And that's just for, at least with Caucasians and Africans. I don't know so much about Asians, but yeah, because that's what happened. And that's what works in nature, really, Now it's been tempered, that's kind of tempered now. Now we call that dating. He's not trying to get them all pregnant, but he's trying to hit them. He's going to have sex with them all. See which one's the best and enjoy all of it. But this one, I like this one the best. I'm going to keep this one.
But like I said, in a way, like I kind of feel like that's a better way of going about it because
it's more naturalistic.
You can gauge compatibility better. Not just sexual compatibility, although that is important.
That's important.
But just other kinds of compatibility. Do you actually like this person? Do you want to like hang out with this person? Do you want to do like unpleasant shit with this person? Because that's kind of what you're signing up for.
What was funny, I remember when I was in my 20s. I had a tendency to want to have sex with all the ones that were interested in me. But the ones that I liked the most, I'd start having these weird fucking fantasies and shit about what our children would look like. Which that's got to be something that's ingrained.
I have literally never had that ever.
Oh, I'd have that. Yeah, like what would hurt? What would
I told you I'm like a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
I don't have any maternal instinct, at least toward humans.
It's gotta be.
My maternal instinct is entirely toward cats.
It's gotta be some kind of a inbred instinct in dudes, where like, the ones that I thought were okay, they were just okay. But the ones that you really liked, the ones you wanted to keep, those are the ones that you were like, what do our children look like together? You kind of like.
Did you ever think about what our kids would look like?
Yeah, we do it all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think they would look like?
I don't know. It's hard to say. Probably pretty good.
I would think
they just look like a Southerner.
I would think they would be pretty cute.
Yeah, probably look pretty good.
But maybe I'm biased.
They just look like Southerners. We need to do a 23andMe.
Yeah.
I want to see my genetic fucking my honky.
You should do it. I think it's only $100.
It's about $100 to get my honky pedigree.
Yeah.
I want to see what it looks like.
I did it before, and I think it was $100, but that was like a few years ago.
You did it?
Not 23andMe. Okay. I did like the National Geographic one.
Okay. Do you remember what was in there?
I'm a woman, so I could only do my matrilineal. Mm-hmm. Dudes can do both lines.
Right.
But yeah, I actually come from the rarest haplogroup.
Mm.
I think it's called the U. They have like letter names. It's called the U group, which is the one from Turkey largely.
Yeah.
And then they originated in Turkey, like from Africa, and then like went up into Europe like later on. But yeah, like I think only what was it like? It was a very very low percentage.
Yeah.
Of people with my genetic makeup.
Yeah.
I'm in like a very rare haplogroup.
All right.
For whatever reason. Let me see how. Victor says, I love this. On Grindr, we do 1, message, 2, sex, 3, ghost. I mean, all right. That works too. Phantom says, are goth teen boys considered incels?
No.
No. Goth boys are getting laid.
Yeah. The good ones.
The good ones are getting laid.
Yeah.
I never really heard, like I said, I don't know a lot of younger goths. I know some kind of younger ones, but they seem to have no problem at all.
Yeah.
Getting laid. At all. But,
But they gotta look right.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that if they're in the scene, they already kind of look right. So they're gonna get girl.
Sometimes you'll see guys that are young, girls too, that like goth stuff. All right, but they don't really come out to the clubs, or maybe they're not old enough to come out to the clubs yet. They don't really have the clothes because they don't have the money to buy the clothes. And in some cases, they're in bad physical shape, overweight. Those are not going to be scoring. The ones we're talking about are skinny, cute ones.
Yeah, the ones we see out are ones that they come there with like several girls.
Yeah.
Usually.
Yeah, skinny, cute ones. Guys or girls. And, but in the goth scene, if you're young, you're better to be kind of skinny. And have really good clothes. Be kind of like a rock star.
Like have a look.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be expensive clothes.
Right.
Like as long as you have like a look that looks kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like people will respond to that.
Skinny girls are very popular there. Goth girls, they fucking look great in clothes. Although there's a lot of like voluptuous fucking good looking big fine chicks too out there now. Those are popular also.
Yes.
So it just depends. Depends on what you're talking about. Some people would say those girls are overweight. I'd say no, they're not. They look good. Overweight means that fat. If you're fat, it's a little bit more of a problem. But there are fat people you can date. There. Although it's funny because fat people tend to be stuck up too in the goth scene. Might be a fat girl. She'll date nothing but a skinny guy. Won't date a fat guy. There's all kinds of weird shit going on in there.
It is kind of weird.
Yeah. We know ones.
It's
know
its
them like
whole
that.
thing.
Yeah, we know them like that. Yeah.
Are you thinking of
You think the same one we're thinking of? Same one we're thinking of.
I'm pretty sure.
Same
I know
one.
who you're thinking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah. So, but no, if you're young and you're a cute goth, it doesn't matter. You're gonna get laid. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really see them having any problems. I mean, honestly, the younger ones that we see come in there usually come in big groups or as couples.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really see too many. Like, the ones you see, like, alone are usually, like, older dudes.
Yeah.
Like, our age.
Yeah.
That were maybe married before, but now have divorced and, like...
Yeah, most of them don't even come really in uniform. They just fucking wearing regular clothes.
But we, like,
we know who they are.
We know who they are, so it's,
right,
so it's okay, and they're, like, into the shit. But they're not, like, doing the whole shit anymore, because they're in their 50s at this point. But, the younger ones don't seem to have any problems. But like I said, that might be just the goth scene, and that might be just people that have their shit together enough to come out. I don't know what's going on with ones that are just like staying in their house. Yeah. Because these are the ones that we see. They do come out. They have like they come out in huge groups of friends.
They're like 8 or 9 of them.
Yeah. John says it's more difficult to predict relationship outcomes than it once was.
I don't know what he's
Oh,
talking
and Tammy said, would you wipe this person's ass if need be?
about. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's just like, that's fucked up to think about, but that is a consideration.
Yeah.
That's something that you have to take into consideration, because are you going to grow old with this person means, you know, you might have to take care of them in some like unpleasant situations that you might not like want to. So you have to like know that that's what you're signing up for, you know? And I feel like a lot of younger people don't think of it like that. When you get our age, you do kind of think of it like that a little bit. Yeah. John Nolan says, I'm a weirdo too. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It never really occurred to me that I was a weird person, but I don't know. I say shit and like nobody agrees with me, and so I'm like, okay, I guess I'm the only one. Yeah. So I guess I'm like a weirdo. I don't really know. But I don't know. Is it harder to predict relationship outcomes
I don't really know what he's talking about.
than it used to be?
I'm not really sure what he's talking about.
I don't know if that's the case. Well, I think it was always difficult. Yeah. You can never predict how shit's gonna go. Like, ever.
Yeah.
But I think that it's more likely that a relationship is gonna succeed if it's built on like a solid foundation. Like I said, usually solid foundation is, like Tammy said, being friends first. Like, you have to have some trust there. You have to be like completely open with one another, like what's going on. You know, and like I said, you have to be there for each other even when shit gets unpleasant. You have to like know that going in. So I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily more difficult. Back in the old days, you just kind of had to, you married somebody and you were kind of stuck with them. It's not like you could.
A lot of times it was arranged.
Yeah.
So.
And even like, you know, even in the United States where it wasn't arranged, it was kind of looked down upon to be divorced. So a lot of people would just like stay in horrible relationships.
Well, there wasn't a scene for divorced people to
right.
continue their lives. Once you were married, that was it.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. And so you were kind of stuck with it. If you ended up with some dude that was a drunk or abusive or something like that, like, you were just kind of stuck with
your life was kind of ruined.
And your life was kind of ruined.
Yeah.
Like, you had to raise kids with this motherfucker. Well, you didn't raise kids with him. You raised the kids.
Well, some people ran out on each other, too, and fucking went to other states to start over again. But if they had kids, it was difficult to do.
Yeah.
You know, life was kind of short and fucking brutal back in the day.
Yeah, I would, like I said, I would not want to go back to the good old days.
They didn't have a free flow of information either, so it's not like you could go online and find out what the hell was going on. You just, you know, you were dependent on what some jackhole fucking near you said, what some old people told you, you know.
And I kind of, and back in those days, I kind of feel like your reputation or how you appeared was very, very important. Yeah. Which I don't know. Like, nowadays, it's still important, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
Like, not for the same reasons.
Yeah.
You know
okay, look, it's starting to get late. Let's go ahead and shut it down, Jim. It's almost midnight.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
all right.
It's almost midnight.
All right. So it's almost midnight. We're going to shut it down, I guess.
Yeah.
Even though I'm having a good time, though.
Yeah, we got to get to bed, fucking take a shower and all that. Put the doll up.
Put the doll up.
We got tomorrow. We got to worry about tomorrow, too.
Yeah, we're going out 2 nights this week. We'll see how it goes. We'll be all right.
Yeah.
We'll be all right. We can do it.
Can't stay on the internet fucking talking to these people all night.
I mean, we could, but
we already did. So we've been on for 4 hours. More than 4 hours.
4 hours and 17 minutes.
Yeah,
that's what we've been on. All right, so hopefully you guys have enjoyed the discussion this evening. I had a good time, as I always do on Friday nights. I'm going to finish this drink up.
Yeah.
And then we're going to do a thing. But, so have a good weekend, you guys. It's Labor Day weekend if you're in the United States, so, it's a 3-day weekend for some of you. We're going to be going out Saturday night and Sunday night, so we'll see how that goes. And then Monday night, we're going to do a movie review on The Man Who Saw Tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
The quasi-documentary about Nostradamus.
Yeah.
With Orson Welles, which we watched last night.
We laughed at that shit. Yeah.
Which, it was really amazing how much shit they got wrong. Well, actually, they got everything wrong. Everything. Nothing they said in that documentary happened. Nothing. So yeah, spoiler alert. So we're going to get into that on Monday. So hopefully you guys can join us for that. Thank you, everybody, for dropping by this evening. Thank you for your super chats. And we will see you again on Monday night.